All right, jumping right in here, y'all. What's going on? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon. Regis Tire and Stefflin. Welcome back, fam. What's up? Just a heads up, he's peaking. Darrell Brooks is peaking, so he's running a hot mic for whatever reason. At least that's what I'm getting on all my channels. So I apologize. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because he's standing up, but he's talking a lot louder, so it's harder for it to not like spike out. So I appreciate you guys. Share the stream if you would, please. As we proceed into day 7 of this trial. And it doesn't get any easier, guys. But we're here. See, that's what I'm saying. You can hear him like spike in. So this is Officer Ralph Sailors. Oh. He had to throw in race, even though it was e-race. And if you want to watch me on any of their platforms, there are YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and Rockfin. If you want to go ahead and bounce around a little bit.
Stop right there.
He's a racist. He said white. Who's ever running the audio on there, and they need to go ahead and turn him down a little bit in the old microphone. Oh, Tamara, man, thank you very much for that. I appreciate you.
Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, here we go. Sorry.
And from where
now we're back
you are here.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the feedback.
To here, because it would be fair to say we can't see a vehicle in the picture at that point. Would that be fair to say? We can't see a vehicle that would be facing you because you said it was facing you. We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
What's up, Shem?
From this angle of vehicles obstructed, yes.
Welcome
So
to the
that
show.
would be 50 feet from, approximately 50 feet from X to X.
Approximately.
And you were able to see the driver and a description from where you're standing now to where the other X is.
Yes.
And you were able to make out the race of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You guessed.
So here we go.
Not for certain.
Here we go.
For certain at that time.
How dare you, sir? How dare you? Just the brash audacity of this man to say the word white.
Just an educated guess, or
can you explain further?
How what? Would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
And you also stated that you saw news reports and a description of the driver on the news. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
In my testimony, yes.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
I don't
And
identify as someone with long hair.
you will
What do
be
you feel
able
about
to
that?
see here if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie.
Yes.
You'll be able to see here until the length of the hair.
If it's hanging out of the hoodie, yes.
Well, you didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Yes.
It's not a question, it's recommended.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
No.
And how did you determine that?
In the report I gave, in the statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw in the news.
And you also described two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white. Would that be fair to say?
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
Yes.
A person that you described wearing white.
On the video screen, it appeared white. It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
Man, this guy.
At any time in that video, could you see hair
In the video,
in the video?
you can't see very much in the video. No.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point that you heard a crash, as you say, and then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed between those times?
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle. So I walked back with the
So at the time that you initially made the 911 call, there was still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at. So I walked back over to give that to them.
So you couldn't see the license plate of the
Jennifer,
vehicle
thank you very much.
from where you were at.
There was no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see it.
So you came back to investigate if there was a license plates that you can identify.
Yes.
Did you investigate what you may have heard the vehicle shoot like?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered, and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall as far as further clothing?
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing or something to that effect.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No, just my report.
Byron, man, Good looking out,
Any other
brother.
officers
Thank you so
that
much for that
come to
contribution,
scene?
dude. You're a
You
rock
made
star.
reference to officers was responding by the time you came back.
And our top contributor,
Give more
dude.
details to the dispatcher. More officers were arriving.
Yep, all
Do you
week.
recall if any one of those officers investigated the loud crash you heard?
I'm unaware.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them asking you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, like piece together what you may have saw.
I'll object to the characterization that that was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is to the form of the question.
Besides, well, let me back up. After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognized the driver as the person I saw on TV and or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall, probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning, you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah.
Or
yes.
both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning, so could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
Did you learn any additional information that you don't recall having via social media or the news after you had already made your report?
I don't understand the question.
Did you learn any additional information after you had already given your report?
Learn information about what?
About the description of the driver, what had happened at the parade, anything?
Well, originally I had no idea what had happened at the parade. I thought it was just, I witnessed a hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you just said now you witnessed a hit and run crash, but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash that you heard.
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Hit
Well, you also
and run. That's exactly what a
hear
hit and
that
run is.
You didn't investigate what the crash.
This guy, man.
So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing if you didn't investigate it?
Because I heard a crash and I saw the driver run. So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know.
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
Correct. So
Correct. Well, thank you. Thank you
would
for
it be
that.
fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the record that you did not do that, correct?
Yes.
So why would you report it as a hit and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Did you talk to any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
Did they report to you that they saw a driver?
No.
So as far as you can recall, you were the only one that heard the crash.
As far as I know, yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, please, thank you. You testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection, that is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Irrelevant. It's a simple question.
The speculative still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
This freaking guy and his objections, man.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection, asked during cross, answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant,
Darrell Brooks.
Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, and
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
You see the person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture?
Objection, what is the relevancy?
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes.
How would you describe the color of the shirt that that person's wearing?
Light gray or white?
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
May this witness be excused from this hearing?
He may. All right, I am going to excuse the jurors and actually take a recess. It's a little bit later, but we'll take our late morning break at this point, about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, well, that's happening right now. And as we're doing this, I'm trying to work on getting the posts out there. I mean, if you guys would share the stream, I'd appreciate it. It's definitely I know we got a lot of other coverage happening of this trial. And if you want to sit in with me,
All right, we are in recess. Please be back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. Let's see what we can cover in 15 minutes here. I know that I've got some. Where are we at here? Okay. All right. I went through and I downloaded some videos for us. So hopefully this is the one that so Darrell Brooks. Let me show you. Okay, this is the judge's response finally, and I appreciate her for doing this because I gave her a lot of grief to begin with. You know, I was really kind of I was throwing her some shade because of the way she was pandering to Darrell Brooks and all of his nonsense, where he was, just he was getting credit for, for not screaming at the crowd and not, just being completely disruptive in the court. She's like, well, he's asked some really nice questions and blah, blah, blah. Well, the other day he went on like a 15-minute, well, he went longer than that. It was like 45 minutes. He just went on this entire rant about how he's being treated unjustly. He's all the violations of his civil liberties, all the violations of due process, all the violations, right? And we're talking about court, like we're talking about, the rights as a citizen of the United States of America. And then he comes in, which we've talked about with this huge claim of being a sovereign citizen, which, and I want to remind folks that if you're just jumping in, I'm going to cover there's going to be a lot of repetitive coverage here, but it's just things that I feel like it's important for you to know. So a sovereign citizen, I'm going to throw this up here, is somebody who is part of a political movement who opposes taxation, questions the legitimacy of government, and believe they are not subject to the law or courts. Mind you, so what we're talking about is a guy who wants all of the rights that he claims do not have jurisdiction over him. I mean, he was going everything from his I'm going to look at this here, and but we're going to show you real quick the judge's response to his rant, which I was really happy about. He said at first that he had he wanted to maintain his rights as being sovereign, right? That was mentioned in there. But then he also said that he had a right to a speedy trial, which they didn't give him because it had been 11 months. And then he said that when he did start to defend himself, which he decided to do last week, the day before I believe they started trial, he said that he felt rushed and didn't have time to prepare his case. And what he did do was he allowed the defense attorneys that were appointed to him to prepare the entire case for him. And then he let him go and said, I'm going to take it from here. I got this. So they took him up to like the 90th percentile. And then he jumped in and said, all right, cool. Now I'm going to go ahead and poke holes in their case by just going pro se and saying that I know what I'm doing here. But what he did was took all of their evidential findings, if you will, and the things that the angles they were working. And then he basically mutated that into this sovereign case. And what he's doing, again, well, then what else did he say here? He said, he kept pointing at the fact that people were specifically preparing for this case more than they would for other cases. And the judge addresses that as in to say that you wouldn't prepare for a mass murder trial, and to the utmost. He made it a point that he has kids, and that they're being bullied at school and not being treated properly because of what he's done. And because of the fact that he's on trial right now. So he was pushing for a change of county, change of venue, which is wild to me, that you would think that you don't have to face the community that you attacked. You know, that's just the way the courts work, man. I don't know how the sovereign courts work. If you guys just you stand in a circle and throw rocks at each other and whoever falls down first, I don't know. Because they got to talk about maritime law and they talk about, you know, the military courts. And, you know, they can go on for days. And hopefully we'll have someone on here who is sovereign, claims, you know, and we can get some details. So if you know anybody, send them my way, cj@cjtv.live. Anybody can throw that in the comments there. I appreciate it. He claimed that he wasn't getting enough time out of his cell. He said that he only was getting 1 hour a day out of his jail cell. Well, that's basically solitary. You know what I mean? You get, and usually you go, if you were in solitary like that, you'd go from your jail cell to a cage and outside, you know, when you stand in a cage. But in his case, he said that he doesn't have access to what he should have because of the time that he spends locked up without getting out of his jail cell. Well, the state prosecution made it clear that, like, we're doing that. That's done for your protection, because the jail would chew you up. Like, you're not a popular person. You think you are because you're on TV right now. And he's made it a point that he didn't even want, during the tornado, he didn't want to proceed with the case because the tornado might mess with the television, interrupt and interfere with the ability to have this case televised. So he's going for it. He's gunning for everybody as much exposure as possible because he doesn't care about the outcome via the way of the jury. He's going for nothing more than the appeal in court. He wants nothing more than to find enough holes that he can poke in this so they can gather that together and put together some flimsy approach at getting an appeal that might go through. And he's pushed for the mistrial. He's pushed for the mistrial, push. And it's not happening. It's just not going to happen. The judge isn't having it. So let me play what she said to him after this rant, and then we'll come back in. But and then feel free in the comments to let me know if I'm running over for when he comes back to said table, because it's this guy, man. But it was good. The judge finally said, "You know what? I'm tired of your bullshit. We're not doing it anymore. You know, you're making a mockery of this court. You're making a mockery of the people. We're talking about people that were directly affected, victims." And she was just like, "You know what? Screw you, dude. We're not having it." So this was him. I hope this is the right clip, but I believe it is. So
Gave you 50 minutes.
50.
To raise all these various points that you want to bring up. I then gave the state an opportunity to respond. That is the proper procedure. I followed decorum. I followed civility. I did not interrupt you. The state did not interrupt you. Your objection to their characterization, it's noted for the record. I am going to render a decision at this point. Please listen, and please do not interrupt.
Then they gave the stare.
As I indicated, the defendant spoke for about 50 minutes, raising a litany of complaints and issues and theories regarding his view of how this case has proceeded. Many of these issues, if not the vast majority or even all of them, have already been addressed by this court in one way or the other. Looking at, for example, his complaints about change of venue. It is true this court denied the change of venue motion. The court made a record at that hearing. I stand behind that record and that decision. The arguments made regarding that decision, which I would note he has yet to file an interlocutory appeal challenging that, are nothing more than speculative, without a basis in law or fact. To say that this jury is biased would be a complete miscarriage of justice and a mischaracterization of the process this court painstakingly took in order to obtain a fair and impartial jury. There is absolutely nothing on this record before the court throughout these proceedings to suggest that this is a biased jury. I stand behind my previous determination and the process that this court went through, including initially calling an unusually large panel for which the clerk of court's office sent the initial qualification questionnaire, and then ultimately a case-specific questionnaire was sent to approximately 1,400 jurors or potential jurors. There was ample opportunity for the parties throughout the proceedings leading up to the end of August to review those materials. There were numerous strikes for cause that this court entertained. Even prior to that
She's not taking anything.
the parties met, they conferred. The state agreed not to challenge the vast majority of the challenges to jurors brought by the defense. Then there was the hearing. Then this court,
For real, Byron, you're rock solid.
at
Seriously.
jury selection, allowed for an indefinite number of strikes for cause. Many were granted, if not all.
Yes,
And
ma'am, it
then
was.
even on the day that the jurors were brought in, the court provided the jurors with a supplemental questionnaire dealing specifically with the issue of exposure to the political advertisements. And then each party had the opportunity to exercise 10 preemptory strikes, which is well above the number of strikes allowed for by statute, which would be 6 based upon
Almost double.
the homicide charges, 1 extra for the alternates, which
Almost
would be
double.
7. But out of an abundance of caution and in the interest of justice, the court gave each side 10, for which many of those Mr. Brooks chose not to exercise, and then pursuant to state law, the clerk of court
She's letting
chose
nothing ride.
names to strike by lot.
Nothing.
Again, there's nothing on
She's not
this
having it.
record before the court to suggest that this jury that we have is anything but fair and impartial. And I take issue with the characterization that they are anything but. They've been diligent, they take notes, they are attentive, they come to this court.
Yeah. Hey, y'all please hit the like
As
button.
the case law
and share the stream.
says,
Appreciate it.
there's a presumption that they come to the court without bias, and it's through the jury selection process that the parties and the court ferret out that bias. Many of the jurors who were brought in were struck for cause. Many others were not. But ultimately, we have a fair and impartial jury. As I listen to the litany of issues and arguments and complaints raised by Mr. Brooks, I would note that they are all unsubstantiated, conclusory allegations and assertions without an adequate basis raised in law and fact. There's been several misstatements by Mr. Brooks regarding either the record that's been made, items that's been provided to him, or the basis for the court either sustaining, I should say, or overruling objections, for an example. There's been a mischaracterization of his rights that he claims to have. As I have stated repeatedly, your constitutional rights are not absolute when you're in a criminal trial, meaning your First Amendment right is not unfettered. It is frankly no different why the case law is very clear. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. No one has a First Amendment right to do that. In a criminal case, the parties have an obligation to follow not only the Constitution and the statutes that are applicable, but to follow criminal procedure, the rules of evidence. That is what circumscribes the rights that a defendant or the state has in a criminal trial. The issues you raise, for example, regarding subject matter jurisdiction are baseless, they're frivolous, and they're not anything this court needs to address further. The fact that you now are asking questions about whether this is admiralty court or a military court,
That's that sovereign
or a
thing.
court of competent jurisdiction is frivolous. This court has jurisdiction over the criminal cases brought before it by the state of Wisconsin. In this particular case, these are allegations that criminal conduct occurred in the city of Waukesha. The city of Waukesha is within the county of Waukesha. This court sits as an elected official in the county of Waukesha to hear these types of cases. That is clear.
Yes.
The
indeed
only
it is.
argument or relief that I could discern through the course of those 50 minutes was Mr. Brooks's request that this case be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction.
And he has not
As
stopped
I have
pulling
just
that thread.
indicated, this court has jurisdiction. It's not been raised. Let me rephrase that. The issue has not even been raised properly. There's never been a written
Thank
motion.
you.
There's never been even an oral motion that would comport with 80201, which requires that the basis for the relief being requested be stated with specificity and be
Specificity.
based in
Get 'em.
law and fact. The vast majority of the points that you raise, sir, are issues that you can raise on appeal. It is true. You have a right to an interlocutory appeal. I would not be the judge to decide any of those issues. So the fact that you complain about what I do, it's noted. The record is going to be very clear. All right. I have a court reporter who's taking down the record of everything.
You got to
that is
appreciate her
said
just doing
and
this
done
right now.
in
Yeah,
this
yesterday.
courtroom when we are on the record. And so I don't have to all the time say it's noted for the record because we're on the record. I sometimes do that to hopefully make it
Because
clear
we're
to
on
you
the record.
or to note it. I don't always do that, but I'm not required to do that. You raise issues concerning, I guess, plea bargaining. I have never been made aware that you would want to change your plea in this case, and that you're not aware of the
Because we know what
state
he's going to try
wanting
to
to
do.
do that.
He's going to go.
That is the first
Yeah.
time any such issue has been raised, and I see it as a distraction and as simply a statement made by you as.
All right, guys, so they're coming back in, so we're gonna stop this one right now. But yeah, that's where you can see where she's done with it. She's fed up. You know what I mean? And I got some other videos I want to show you guys that are pretty amazing as well. And I'll give you a breakdown of the rant that he went on, so you know it's you get an idea of what we're talking about. It's just long. It's like 45 minutes. Maybe at lunch I'll play that video so you guys can understand what we're talking about, or I might even just give you guys a video that was from the actual parade itself when I went down there after right after the attack, which
Your objection
was
is noted for the record. I don't believe the audio is on. Your objection is noted.
it's a
for the
terrible
record.
scene, man.
I
It's
addressed that
terrible.
yesterday.
So if you would, guys, please
address it again.
share the stream if you would.
Was I at least heard for the record? Because you just
Facebook.
stated that the audio wasn't on.
Twitch, YouTube, whatever you
heard it.
may be.
Did the record hear it?
Yes.
So you heard me say subject matter jurisdiction hasn't been verified or proved yet.
She just what's funny is he says that, and we just talked about the fact that she was like, "You're not even bringing that up properly. Like you're just off of it." Yeah, Brianna, she was letting it out. She was letting him know, like, "Hey, you guys, I got these videos of Judge Schroeder from the Rittenhouse trial that are I had forgotten about from last year. They were epic, man. When he's like, "Don't you get brazen with me," and he just starts going in on prosecution. God, it's beautiful watching the proper use of authority when authority needs to be used. When somebody finally steps up, it's like when you see a kid in the store, and it's funny because
Thank you, everyone.
you see a kid in the store
And
being
the
a
statement
total
calls
tool
next
shed.
witness.
State calls Officer Bryce.
And you're like, "Oh God, that kid!" And then you see the
Both of
parent
you,
just
please make your
let him
way
give
to
the
witness
business.
stand. When you get there, please remain
like,
standing,
yeah,
raise your right
That's
hand.
what
So the clerk
that's what
and staff
happens.
who's on
We
my
all
left
wanted
will
to do
swear you
it,
in.
but it happened. Oh, it's the best. I don't care anybody, man. I love seeing kids get the discipline because there's so many like hands off, like just let the kids do what they want. We don't want to upset them. They want to throw cans of tomato soup at people in the store. It's okay. That's how they express their
Thank you,
art.
sir. Please have a seat.
Hell no. I'll hit you back. I'll get some Campbell's soup and drive one at you. And then I'll get a discount on the can for the dent.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and
Maybe that's
spell
bad to
each.
say.
Bryce Skolton, spelled Bryce. Skolton is Scholten.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
These Midwest names, man. Not Thompson
I'm
and
a police
Smith.
officer for the city of Waukesha.
How long have you been a Waukesha police officer?
7.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm a specialist assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
What about back in November of 2021? What was your assignment back then?
I was a police officer.
Were you working as a police officer on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to work at the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were posted during the parade?
My assignment was traffic control at the intersection of Northwest Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue.
Will you please put up for the jury exhibit number 1, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
And if you guys see me distracted, it's because I'm trying to do the whole social media share thing. So I'm trying to share it to Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff. But if you guys could help me out with that, that'd be great. If you guys would help me do that, it would help out a lot. Keep me
Could
from
you
getting
circle for
distracted
us
while I'm
the
doing.
intersection where you were posted on
Yes.
this map?
I'm gonna go small.
Actually, it's a touch. Use your finger.
Just use your finger.
I may want to take that away.
We're back. We're good.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've circled the intersection. of
I
West
might
Main
have to
Street.
do this so you can see it better. There we go.
Correct.
What is the purple line?
And mind you guys, this is the route of the parade attack.
The purple
Um,
line is the parade route for the Christmas parade.
But then what happens to the purple line at Maine and Wisconsin?
That is where the line stops. That is, I believe, where the vehicle left the parade route.
The vehicles and the groups and the participants of the parade who were marching on the parade route, where did they go once they got to the intersection of Maine and Wisconsin?
They continued down the parade route, which was eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue. And then after reaching Maple Avenue, then they were to go southbound.
I know it's hard to see the
Library
names on
is
that,
right
but,
there.
and I have another map that I'll show you guys here in a little bit.
Traffic coming eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue from the west, were they able to get through the intersection where you were posted?
No, I had traffic blocked off where I circled there. You can barely see anymore, but the red line, that is how I had barricades across that intersection.
If you want to
So
see kids
all
acting up,
eastbound
go to Red
traffic on
Lobster and
Wisconsin
Walmart.
was
If you want to
supposed
see
to
kids
go
acting right, go
southbound
to
on
church.
Northwest Avenue.
I'm gonna put that on a
What
shirt,
about traffic
man.
approaching from the south on West Avenue?
Yes, so northbound traffic on Northwest Avenue could only go westbound on Wisconsin Avenue.
Do you recall what you were wearing that day?
Thank you, Shelley.
Yes, I was wearing my standard police uniform with external carrier and a police jacket. And on my outermost layer was a neon traffic vest.
Get hit with some raw chicken.
What was that number again?
1.
Thank you.
Were you
Glad
the
we all
only
agree
police
on
officer stationed at
disciplinary
that
action for
intersection?
children.
Yes, I was.
Do you know approximately how far away the next closest officer would have been?
I believe the next closest officer was approximately 2 blocks away.
Did you have a police radio with you while you were standing in the intersection?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you hear something on the radio that concerned you?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
I heard, so the parade was on channel 3, so that's what I was assigned to. These radios also have the ability to scan other channels, so I was scanning channel 1, which is what the road squads were working on. At that time, I heard a call for service on channel 1 for the road squads to be dispatched to, and it was some sort of domestic disturbance or fight in Frame Park, which was east of my location. I heard squads responding to that from the south portion of the city, and Northwest Avenue or West Avenue is one of the main thoroughfares in our city to get from the southern portion to the northern portion, or at least to the downtown area. And I could hear squads coming from that area, so I blocked traffic
to allow the squads to get through. And then I just continued on with my parade duties.
What happened next?
After that, approximately a minute or so later, I believe I started hearing radio traffic on both channel 3 and channel 1. I believe either a reserve officer or a community service officer on channel 3 requested an ambulance somewhere on the eastern portion of the parade route. I remember it was sort of towards the beginning of the parade. They were asking for an ambulance because someone had been hit.
Then what happened?
I believed that it was something stemming from the domestic or the fight, because during that fight, someone had fled on scene and someone had been flagged down who had reported this incident. So I believed that the hit was something to do with the physical altercation that had happened. Moments later, this was all sort of spun out of control very quickly. Radio traffic became more and more difficult as channel 1 and channel 3. So as officers on the road and officers and community service officers and reserve officers were working the parade, everyone was starting to get on the radio, and more people started calling for ambulances. And then I could tell as people were calling for them, it was moving westbound on the parade route.
What did you do as a result of hearing that information on the radio?
It was tough to piece all together. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I knew something was happening, but I didn't know exactly what. I have a collar mic, so my microphone was approximately right about here on my chest. I don't have an earpiece. That's just what I use. So between trying to listen to the radio microphone and the parade, it was sort of hard to piece together. But after a few minutes, I realized something was happening. I began walking away from my post, and I walked past my barricade sort of into the parade route. And as I did that, I was looking more to like northeast. I couldn't see that much of the parade because where West Main Street ends right there, it's got a hard turn to go southbound to Wisconsin. So I could only see approximately, I don't even know, maybe 100 yards or less of the parade route. And at that point, that is when I started hearing more screams. And this time it wasn't just screams on my radio. It was screams like in my vicinity that I could hear. And at that moment, I saw a red blur come past the Wisconsin House westbound and make a very hard braking maneuver to navigate the left-hand turn on West Main Street to go
there, and let's put
southbound.
Exhibit 1. Sorry, let's put Exhibit 1 back up, please.
As you're putting Exhibit 1 back up, I just want to make a record of the hand gesture he made previously when testifying about, I believe it was his radio microphone. He used his right hand, I would say about heart height, to indicate his, I believe he called it a lapel mic or something to do with his radio and where he would hear from. Go ahead.
Objection. I don't think he said lapel. I think he referred to the microphone just being here and not using the earpiece. That's just.
Your objection is noted. The state can seek clarification, but the fact I did my best to describe the action of the officer on the stand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we actually zoom in on the bottom left corner of this map? You mentioned the Wisconsin House. Can you describe for us where that is?
The Wisconsin House is actually this building right here that is tan. It's the farthest building right before, I guess on the left portion.
You just put a little dot there.
That should be the Wisconsin House.
Okay, so right as the Main Street curves to the left there.
Correct. It is I believe it's the last building sort of on West Main Street right before the left turn.
So if you were standing in the intersection of Wisconsin and Main, the Wisconsin House is the building that would obstruct your view further east up Main Street?
Correct. There's a parking lot to the left as you look at the screen, and the vehicle's parked there. So I can't even see pretty much anything in front of the Wisconsin House on Main Street from my location.
We can take that back down, please. What happened as the red blur rounded the corner?
I realized what was happening at that point. I recognized it was a red SUV and there was extreme vehicle damage to it on the front. The hood was smashed up towards the windshield, the front portion, the front bumpers, the fenders, everything was, it was extreme vehicle damage, like vehicle damage that you would see at a traffic crash between two vehicles. At that point, between all the screaming, I heard everyone calling for ambulances and help, and then realizing people hit, and it was now people hit by a vehicle. And I knew that those initial requests were so far eastbound on the parade, and now I'm at towards the end of the parade, or at least the end of the portion of Main Street. I knew that this vehicle had likely, and based on the speed of the vehicle, that the vehicle had ran through the entire parade route and
Hey, Julie.
severely injured people or killed people. And at that point, I thought it was a terror attack at the parade.
What happened as the SUV continued southbound?
As the vehicle navigated its turn to go southbound, it accelerated towards me. That is when I knew I had to use deadly force to stop the threat. And as the vehicle was approaching me, I remembered making the decision that the easiest shot likely would have been through the windshield. However, I remembered the entire backdrop were just surrounded with kids and people. So I waited for the vehicle to pass me and tried to direct my rounds as most southern as I could, because there were less people in that direction.
Ooh, that's
Where were you
terrifying.
standing in the intersection as the vehicle passed you?
Because bullets
At
go
this
until they
point,
stop,
I had
as Newton's
walked,
law would say, which was explained to
northbound,
Mr. Brooks yesterday.
slightly. So I was,
He said, "What's Newton's law?"
Just out of the intersection at West and Wisconsin. So I was on, I believe my shots, I was technically on Main Street at the time when I began shooting.
Using cardinal directions, can you describe for us which side of you the SUV passed?
Objection, please.
Overruled.
It's a bird.
Witness may answer.
The vehicle passed.
Yeah, it's too bad you
to the
missed.
east of me.
What direction were you facing as it first started to pass you?
I was facing north.
So that would have been on your, the vehicle would have passed you on your right.
Correct.
How close did you come to the vehicle as it passed you?
It was very close. I believe at the time, I remember stepping to my left. It was so close, I felt like I could touch the side of the vehicle.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes, I could.
How many people could you see inside of the vehicle?
I saw one person.
Where was that person in the vehicle?
That person was the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the driver in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Brooks, please remove.
$10 for an objection.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Brooks. Mask is off.
You identify the driver in the courtroom if you see him?
Yes, the driver is seated at the defense wearing a blue tie and blue shirt underneath his suit jacket.
Does the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant as the driver of the vehicle he saw on November.
He didn't say your name. Then no, you can't give that objection.
After the vehicle.
And you're welcome,
passed
Julie. I'm
you
glad
on
we're
your
able to
right.
hang out while you handle
After
your
the vehicle
business.
passed me on my right, I began
Sue would like you to come help out at her house.
firing at the driver of the vehicle.
Dara, there she is.
And as that happened, he ran over the barricades and ultimately left the parade route and continued southbound on Northwest Avenue.
West Avenue is how many blocks from Maple Avenue?
One block.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
And to what direction is west from Maple?
West Avenue is one block to the west from Maple.
I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 57. Can we clear the annotations? You see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
We're going to play a few moments without any audio just to see if you recognize this video, okay?
Okay.
Dave says, I'd use a mask too if I was that ugly. The whole thing about the mask, guys, his goal is to
Wait,
like
7 seconds
confuse
for you.
people as
Do you
much as
recognize this
possible
video?
Yes.
as
I
to
do.
who he
What does
is,
it show?
whether it's really
This is the
him.
vehicle that
It's
was
just,
driven by.
it's
Darrell
ridiculous, really.
on, during the Christmas parade. That
Darrell, get it
passed me
together,
and I
would you?
shot at.
Objection. I don't consent to or being called that name, or nor do I
Well.
identify. I'm hearing third party.
Your
I want that
objection
stated
is
for the
noted.
record.
It's overruled. The witness has previously identified you.
Justine, why is he representing himself? Because he's a brilliant idiot. That's why. That's the only answer. So he
Does this
can
video
go for
accurately
whatever
depict the
type
scene as
of
you saw it that
mistrial possible,
Yes, it does.
hoping
Move exhibit
that
57
they'll
into
mistreat him in
evidence
some way, and
request
then,
permission to publish.
you know. But he is representing himself,
Exhibit
guys. Keep that in
57
mind.
is
If you're
received
just
by the
joining
court
us,
and permission to publish is granted.
he is pro se, as the legal jargon would tell you.
Video. I'll wait for the bailiff to signal that the jury has it.
And he's doing a phenomenal job of pissing everybody off, including, and this is terrible, the victims that have been testifying as he's. You guys will have to watch some
The
past video.
Wisconsin
But
House is this brown brick building here on the right
Infuriating.
that has the Golden Moments Gentleman Beer sign right here.
You're welcome, Bella.
Thank you.
A brilliant idiot.
And we'll watch the entirety of this clip with volume, please, at regular speed. How many gunshots did you hear in that video?
3.
Is that consistent with your memory of the event?
Yes, it is.
Can we pull that back up at about the 10-second mark, please? Do you see yourself at the 10-second mark?
Yes, I do.
Can you circle yourself for us? You're the only person at this 10-second mark wearing a yellow vest.
Correct.
Okay, we can clear that, please. Can we slow this down with no audio? Slow it down to about 50%, please. And play from there. And we pause it. We've stopped at 16 seconds. Does that portion of the video accurately reflect what you did that day?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 170.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
This shows the vehicle damage that I observed when I first saw the vehicle as it was coming towards me. This is the vehicle that was, again, driven the Christmas parade by Darrell Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name again for the record. I'm hearing third
He didn't say you. He said by Darrell Brooks. And you just said, I don't consent to being called that name. He didn't say by you. So ipso facto, fool, you just basically
This
said,
is a
I am
previous
Darrell Brooks.
screenshot
Not saying
from the
I am
video
Darrell
we just
Brooks.
watched, exhibit 57.
It
Brilliant.
does
idiot.
appear so.
And again, this is then an accurate depiction of how the vehicle looked that day.
That is correct.
I move exhibit 170 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 170 is received. Permission to publish is granted. I would remind the jury once again that comments made by parties and lawyers are not evidence and should thus not be considered as such.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only exhibit number 169, please.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is that same vehicle. It appears to be just moments after that first picture we just were shown.
Does this appear to be a screenshot from the video in Exhibit 57?
Yes, it does.
Is this an accurate depiction of how the vehicle and the driver looked to you that day?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 169 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection,
Exhibit 169 is received, permission to publish is granted.
objection.
Noted, overruled.
Now I'd like to show for the witness only, please.
Hold on. Was that in the jury box? Okay, it was there. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that earlier. All right, so next exhibit you may show to the witness.
Exhibit 58, please. We're going to play a few seconds of this, give you a chance to see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We've played 7 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What does it show?
It shows pretty much what the last video showed, just from a different point of view from that same intersection.
Is this an accurate video depicting the events as you saw them on November 21st?
Yes, it does.
We'll move Exhibit 58 into evidence and ask to publish with the caveat about the comments on the right side of the screen, please.
Objection.
Exhibit 58 is received, permission to publish is granted. The jury will disregard the comments that are on the right side of the exhibit. Those are not to be considered as evidence.
This is a 15-second clip. We'll play it once at regular speed with audio, please. We see the barricades at the end of that clip. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you recall what those are made out of?
I believe they're made out of fiberglass or plastic.
And what we saw in that video, again, that's inaccurate. Does that match up with how you recall the incident?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any questions for this witness, sir?
I do. You stated initially that you had heard some radio calls about a possible altercation at Frame Park.
That is correct.
Do you recall what the initial report of that was?
My recollection of that was that there was a call for service, is either a domestic or some sort of physical altercation along the riverfront in Frame Park, and that there was a male with a armed with a knife, and that he was fleeing from the area.
So it was reported it was a possible knife involved, and there was a male running.
He's going back to this knife thing from the previous call when, yeah,
And
the broken. Oh,
were you
Bella.
ever given any further information about
Your
the
hand still haunts my
male
dream.
with the knife that was running from the scene?
No,
Any information that the male with a knife running from the scene was in a vehicle at any time?
no,
Do you know if any investigation was done looking into that supposed fight at the park?
yes.
And what did you learn?
I did not learn anything of it. I just know that squads were responding there to investigate it. I was not updated on their findings or what they had investigated. I just know that they were dispatched there for that investigation.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time, do you know if there was a suspect, I guess I would say, apprehended or anything that was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located
When you
with
say
a knife.
you, what do you mean?
You, Darrell Brooks. I know you were the suspect in that incident, and I know you were taken
Give
into
it to him,
custody
buddy.
approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
I'll let the record
I don't identify by
reflect
that
that. I do not identify by that name.
He said, but
I know
you,
individual
Darrell Brooks,
by
you,
that
I've been
name.
hoping someone would do that from the jump.
Records noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are
Keep
not
saying-
evidence in this case.
Oh,
Next question, please.
At the time,
that just feels good to
you
watch
said,
that happen.
did you respond to
Needs to
that
happen.
incident at the park?
No,
So how can you know who was involved with it if you didn't respond yourself?
because you stated at any time this investigation took a long time to complete. And from this investigation, we determined that you were the suspect in that
You
investigation.
determined that?
I did not, no.
Okay. So basically, you're just going off what you were told, because you just stated that you didn't make any determination, nor did you investigate it. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
You also gave, and when you were asked the question of, were there any other officers along the route, or I don't know if that was referring to side exits or anything of that nature, but I recall you stating that you gave an estimate, stating that you weren't sure where other officers were stationed, but you gave an approximate estimate. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And would that have been officers stationed at different cross streets?
That is correct.
Do you know if those cross streets were barricaded?
I know that there were barricades across numerous intersections for the parade route. That's how we shut down traffic in the downtown area for parades.
So pretty much every side street is barricaded.
I can't give you specifics on what streets were barricaded, but yes, the vast majority of streets are barricaded to stop traffic for the parade route.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1 and publish?
Please do that. Thank you.
Does the jury have it yet?
Yes.
Can you see, well, I know you can. Can you see the red lines on this map that we're looking at?
Yes,
And what do those red lines constitute?
barricades.
So would it be fair to say that there's a red line at every cross street that we can see on this map? That would be
Do you mean
Start-
along the parade route or
start
the entire map?
along the parade route, starting at East Main Street. There's a red mark. Oh, I didn't mean to put that arrow. Can we clear that? I was trying to put like a little dot. Starting there, there's a red line there. There's 2 at Buckley.
Hold on, and just so the record is clear, he put a mark at near the intersection of East Main and White Rock Avenue. So from that location to where?
There's 2 at Buckley.
Well, hold on, you're testifying now. You gotta ask a question. So the juror will disregard that.
Are there 2 at Buckley?
Yes.
Is there one at Martin Street?
Yes.
Is there one at, is there 2 at Barstow Street?
Yes.
One at Gaspar,
Yes.
one at North Grand, and one at West Broadway.
There's 2 at West Broadway.
Well, this one is on the closer to where it says North Grand, and one is on the other side of the star right there. This is what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yes, there are
Can
2
you
right
clear
there.
that?
Please clear that, Madam Clerk.
So there's 2 there. There's 2 at Clinton Street. Can you see those 2?
Yes.
There's one at Maple Avenue. Can you see that one?
Yes.
And there's one at right here at West Avenue. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there's pretty much barriers at every single street from White Rock and East Main to West Main and Northwest Avenue.
Yes.
Barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes. This map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
No.
Sorry, guys. I just
There's
realized that.
barricades at these streets we can see. Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it's not fair to say that there's barricades at these streets?
It's fair to say that there's barricades at the streets.
So essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricades?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown,
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
yes, the videos
How
show
when,
that.
how when it's barricaded?
Just drive through the barricades like you did.
As the video we were shown earlier, the vehicle went right through the
Hold on,
barricade.
you asked the question, you have to let him
Yeah.
answer that.
Don't you may not like the question you asked, but guess what, bud? The answer's not going to be
There's
good for you
plenty
either.
of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop
Move the barricade.
after being given lawful orders by officers.
this guy
and
is
they could have
good.
directed you off the parade route in a safe
So
manner.
appreciate this
You
guy
could have
right now.
stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was located. So
And
yes,
the
you can
you
drive
refer to
through
as
plastic barricades.
The
You.
you refer to as who?
Darrell Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
The you? And how did you come to the conclusion of that name, as you stated that you couldn't see past this building here, which you said is the Wisconsin house? Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You state, clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it would be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have firsthand knowledge.
That is correct.
You You also stated that after a few minutes of hearing these, I guess, radio reports, you said after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on. Do you recall from the reports how long this vehicle traveled along the parade route? An estimate of the time that it traveled down the parade route?
I do not know how long the vehicle was on the parade route for. If I had to estimate, I would estimate approximately 1 to 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe.
Would you say it's fair to say that that's relatively a short amount of time?
I would agree with that.
So what do you mean by after a few minutes, you noticed something was going on?
Because after a few minutes, what I meant by that was the initial call for service at the boat launch, or for that domestic fight in Frame Park. From that time frame, from when squads were responding to there to the time that I had shots fired, that is what I mean by a few minutes. So you have to take into account the time for squads responding to that call.
I don't know police protocol, so just asking.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
I'm getting to it.
No, right, but
Yeah, it's your fault. You don't know the protocol. That's no one else's. You're
I have to
representing
advise the
yourself.
jury to disregard
Your
the
problem.
Comment because it's not testimony.
No, it's not. It's just this idiot that's gone pro se defending himself and then doesn't know the details of how to defend himself and then thinks he's going to get special treatment for it. But you did this, and the judge said you're under your own
Let's go to
under your own wing now. Handle it, bud. So
Yeah, go ahead. You don't need, do you need that? We're gonna turn it off.
Yeah, you can take that down. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
I believe it's exhibit 57. You can pull up exhibit 57. Can we bring it to about 16 or 17 seconds? Can you bring it back a little bit? One more second. There. Can you pause it there? Would it be fair to say that those are barricades that are laying in the street there?
Correct.
Any idea why they were not standing up?
Yes, I do.
What would be the reason?
It was very windy that day, so when they were standing up how they normally are, they kept on blowing across the street. So we tilted them on their sides so they wouldn't get blown across the road, and they would still stay up there and block traffic.
They would be able to block traffic by laying down,
Yes, they serve the same purpose.
but they would be able to block traffic by laying down.
it's an obstruction in the road. I mean,
I guess I don't understand what your question.
my buddy Nick hit a raccoon totaled his car.
Would it be much
Just
more
saying.
easier to see them if they were facing upright
They're bright yellow and orange.
than laying down?
I think the height difference between them laying down and being upright is probably quite minuscule, because as you see, the legs that are now up in the air are approximately the same height as what the bar would be if they were standing up how they normally are.
And you come to that conclusion how?
Based on my training experience after deploying barricades on numerous events and working several parades in my work history.
So you would estimate that a barricade facing upright and a barricade laying down would be the same height.
Approximately.
Can you bring it back to 10? 10 seconds. From what we're looking at right now, it's a little hard to see. You can see the vehicle, you can see where you identified you were, but it's a little bit hard to see everything. Would that be fair to say? Because of the person with the black coat and the gray hoodie and Nike black pants is directly in the middle of the screen. That'd
That's
be fair to
correct.
say it's a little hard to see from this.
Where it is paused now, yes.
Yes, that's what I meant. Where it's paused now.
Yes.
It looks like this would be you right here. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
It looks like you're firing your weapon right there. Would that be fair to say?
I do not know if I have pulled the trigger yet or not. I don't believe I have.
You were ready to fire at that point.
That's correct.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
You, Darrell Brooks.
Again, you make reference to the you and the name. How did you come to that? Seeing as how
Because we arrested you and we booked you as Darrell Brooks Jr.
just testified
after we
to
caught
that,
you.
didn't
After you
see
did all this.
anything before what you called the Wisconsin house. Would that be fair to say that you testified to that?
That's correct.
And you also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name.
Because we arrested you.
That's correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you were referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
Again, you say a name that you haven't answered how you came to that information.
Tell him it's because we arrested you.
Told this
He knows what he's doing. He's good. This dude's good.
Yes.
by whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes.
You were. I
And
love
you were
this.
identified
Thank you, man.
as Darrell Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
He's doing
So
exactly
you
what needs to
either had
happen.
hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was,
No.
even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you learned the information of the name.
That is correct.
So is it fair to
I don't
say
like your
that
answer.
you're
Objection to
choosing
your
the
answer.
name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you are now
In
were
custody.
arrested for this incident.
Thank you.
You were identified during this incident. And because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Would it be fair to say, and
Yep.
obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5
Julie
years.
said pro se is
correct?
another way of
Correct.
saying like gone crazy. What's
I'm
that?
sure you've
For
done
I
a lot of
needed it.
investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you do understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that you just testified to not being aware of at the time? That you testified to, in fact, being told?
Sorry, I'm confused by your question. Can you say it again?
What's going on,
I
y'all?
think it was
Come
clear,
on
but
over.
I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also,
It's not gonna work for you, pal.
testified to
It's not gonna
being
work for
told of the name, correct?
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using the name, you would not be sure. How can you be sure?
I'll object.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
It's been asked, it's been answered. It's argumentative. The objection is sustained. Please ask your next question.
When asked about what you were aiming at when you fired, you didn't give a definitive answer. You were aiming for the driver?
I felt like I gave a pretty definitive answer. My
Right.
answer was you,
You
Darrell
were aiming
Brooks.
for the driver.
Yes,
Mm.
pretty definitive. I identified the person I was
So
shooting at.
what part of the driver's
Yep.
body could you see?
Yes, he did. Oh, thank
When the
you,
vehicle
man.
passed?
This guy's making this whole morning for me. Really, it's just making me so happy.
When the
But this is what we get a
vehicle was
chance to-
approaching me, I could see the silhouette of his face
yeah.
and upper portion of his body.
Stacy, because we need
Describe
closure.
what you mean by
We need to see it
silhouette.
happen. We need to make sure that this goes the distance and he gets the judge
The
the
upper portion
punishment he
of the
deserves.
person's body, I would say, from maybe chest, shoulders, and head and face.
You said silhouette though. What is a silhouette?
The outer portions of what would be
What is a
like your
silhouette?
shoulder down, your arms to your chest. The silhouette would be the outer portion.
That would
Outline.
be the upper half, not the silhouette. What do you mean by silhouette?
He's just being argumentative with the witness now.
Sustained. It's
Just
Mr. Brooks is not asking a question. It was argumentative. The jury can certainly
Would it be
decide what that means, but
Would
he's
it-
answered the question.
Would it be fair to say that that would be equivalent to a profile?
What do you mean by a profile?
A profile would be sort of like a side angle view. Would it be fair to say that a silhouette would be more of an outline that would be kind of similar to a profile?
I don't know exactly what you're asking here, but I can tell you when the vehicle was driving towards me, I could see your face. And then as the vehicle drove to my right, yes, then I saw the side of your face. And so then, yes, as a vehicle passes you, you see different portions of the driver, I guess you could say.
And so you aim towards what you can see.
Correct.
So that would be the upper part, as you say, you said the shoulder, you made I think it was your left hand pointing to your right shoulder, shoulder and up silhouette, as you say.
That is what I could see when you were driving at me. You asked me what I could see of you, and that is what I could see of you in the vehicle when you were approaching me.
The question now, though, is that what you aim for?
I was aiming at you. Yes.
At what you can see.
I was aiming at you in the driver's seat. Yes.
Shoulder, as you pointed to, and up, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Firing a weapon of your caliber, would any of those shots be kill shots?
Yes.
would it be fair to say that firing a kill shot at anyone would terrify him?
I'm sure being shot at is.
Some people are normal with it, man.
Yes, it
It's
is.
there every day. You know what I mean?
So it'd be fair to say you were shooting to kill.
No.
So would it be fair to say that, judging based on what you see that you testified to, a silhouette from about here that you pointed to, from the shoulder, using your left hand, you pointed at your right shoulder from here up, and you just acknowledged that any one of those 3 shots could have been kill shots. Would it be fair to say that you were aiming to kill? Shooting to kill, rather, not aiming to kill, but shooting to kill.
No.
So in your estimate, what do you think you would have hit if you just testified to saying that you aimed at the driver? What were you estimating to hit?
Well, my intention was to shoot you in the upper portion of the body. However, my intention was not to kill you. My intention was to stop the threat that you were posing to everyone in the downtown area at the Christmas parade.
Keep referring to the you again. Well, that's not a question. So by your estimation, acknowledging that those were kill shots, if you connected with any of those shots, is it possible the driver could have been killed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that's deadly force?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been possible to aim at the tire of the vehicle?
No.
Who's got the A? We want to be on an A-team situation here.
Would shooting the tire of the vehicle not stop the vehicle?
This guy's ridiculous.
No, it would not have.
So a blown tire would.
No,
your
because then you
estimation,
keep driving on blown
a
tire.
blown
You drove
tire
through
would not
people,
stop a vehicle from
you
moving.
raging POS.
No, it will not.
So obviously a tire is
So
not going to
it'll
stop
just
you.
keep on. It won't even slow down.
That is correct. I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle was not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again. Pretty clever.
Pretty clever. Oh, dude.
Could you have? Well, you testify that you're trying to stop the threat, and so would it be fair to say that that training constitutes shooting kill shots?
Well, we are trained in deadly force. And when we are presented with a deadly force incident, yes, we have to sometimes make that difficult decision and use deadly force.
Have you ever used deadly force before that incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You said you're trained to use deadly force. So would it be fair to say that anytime you shoot your weapon, it would be deadly force?
When it is directed at a person, yes.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
No, I was not.
And at the time, being where you were positioned at, you've already testified that you could not see what was going on during the parade route from your position. So why did you feel the need at the time, not knowing the full extent of what was happening, to use deadly force?
Because as I previously stated, based on the fact that the radio traffic for people screaming for ambulances, and as different officers were getting on the radio, and it was progressively moving further and further westbound towards me on the parade route, and then officers saying someone was hit, which I initially thought was a physical altercation, someone being hit, but it was a vehicle versus person hit. Based on that, the vehicle speed at which, yes, I could not see it down Main Street. I only had a couple seconds at most until the vehicle from where I saw it was to my location. So based on the amount of vehicle damage, I knew the vehicle had been striking pedestrians in the roadway. And because of that, that's a deadly force incident. So that is why I deployed deadly force.
So you said you knew what the vehicle had. You knew. You said it multiple times. You knew.
Yes.
How could you know if you could not see around the position that you were positioned in? How do you know that?
Because based on the speed of a vehicle on a closed roadway during a parade, and people running out of the way so they do not get run over right in front of me, between all of those things, I knew what had just happened, and that is why I had to take action.
And you knew based on the radio reports.
I would say everything that I had just previously described, all of that encompassing, yes, that led up to my decision making into, yes, now I knew what had happened. I did not know previous to that what was going on. I did not know there was a vehicle on the roadway until I
Again,
saw
I
it.
appreciate you guys sharing the
And
stream
it all
out,
made sense
getting
when I put
the
everything together.
When you
get some
saw
more viewers
it,
in
by
there
the
for
time you
good
saw it,
please.
as you said, it was a couple of seconds. So at that point, did you observe the vehicle strike anyone from the time that you saw it?
No, I did not. I was focused on the vehicle, so I just remember that there were a ton of little kids and adults on the sidewalks. I knew there were a lot of children right in the roadway right there. I remember seeing people like running, but I wasn't really paying attention to the people. I was just focused on the vehicle. So it was really all I was focused on at that point.
You weren't paying attention to
And
any
again,
other
share the
people.
stream if you would please.
That was not my primary focus.
As he stands there
But
dumbfounded,
you do recall that no one was struck from the time you
let me
saw
put this
the
fact
vehicle.
up here for you.
Yes, after looking back, after videos later on throughout the investigation.
No. From what you saw, from which you observed with your own eyes.
There were about 43,000
No, I
motor
can't
vehicle
recall ever
fatalities
seeing someone
last
hit
year.
right in front of me.
43,000.
No, I do not recall that.
So not thinking that a
Because the
vehicle
exhibit
can kill
videos that
somebody
you saw here today,
is
does
ludicrous.
anyone get struck in
43,000 people
those
died
videos that you saw today,
with vehicle involved
not that I
fatalities.
saw today.
So
and you still made the decision to shoot to kill.
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you would have been killed from that, that is a possible outcome.
he gave a shrug. He said, if ultimately you'd have been
You
killed from
testified
that.
there were kill shots. Did you not?
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways. at
Do
this
you
point.
recall what your shots hit? If anything?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation when I gave
No, at
my...
the time. Not later on, at the time where you fired the shots.
Mr. Brooks, you asked a question. He was attempting to answer it. So you have to
I
let,
was trying to give him clarification on what I mean.
but you have to let him answer the question that you asked. And if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey. And upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me. And during that conversation, I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
Oh, it's my computer
Stated you asked them
having to
for any additional information that they can give you.
juice up.
So
It's running a lot of
fair to say
processes
at that
right now.
time,
So
you
it's
still
the
didn't have a
waterfall
lot of
sound is
information.
that.
Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct.
Slide back.
I didn't know where my rounds had struck previous to that.
Did you ask them in the statement that you just testified to, Sam, you asked them if they can provide you with any more information. Did you at any time specifically ask about the shots that you fired when you requested if they could give you any more information?
I do not remember the specifics of what questions I asked in pertaining to what information they could share with me. I think it was sort of a generalization of what can you share with me at this point.
Thank you, Carol.
So would it be fair to say at that point that there's a possibility that you did not know the name of the suspect, nor did you know if you had shot the suspect at that time?
At that time, I knew I had not shot the suspect because the night of the incident, when he was taken into custody, it was relayed to me that he was uninjured and he had not been struck by any of my rounds that were fired.
You do recall just testifying to requesting more information from the detectives when you had the conversation with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that you don't recall asking them about if your bullet struck someone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the day I met with Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, that was, I believe, 2 or 3 days after the incident, Mr. Brooks was taken into custody the night of. So when I was still at the police department, I knew that he had not been struck. So I think we're dealing with the questions I asked of the detectives. That was not the same night of the incident.
I'm sure you asked, you didn't say it, but you said you don't recall the information that you requested. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't recall specifically what questions I asked I don't know specifically what questions I asked of them a year ago. I know it was a generalized, what information can you share with me at this point? Because I didn't know what was going on in the investigation or what leads they had, or essentially what had happened after my involvement, I guess.
So you didn't, it would be fair to say there was a lot of information that you still were unsure about at that time. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So if there was information that you're acknowledging that you had no knowledge of, which would be essentially the reason why you would ask if they can volunteer more information to you, then how would there be any way of knowing if you struck the suspect?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's a compound, confusing question for you to read. And I also think it mischaracterizes the testimony.
And you said you made a statement during your testimony that you had learned that the suspect was not injured. Do you recall who you learned that information from?
I believe when I was back at the police department after the incident, so after using deadly force, you're ultimately removed from the scene. When I was at the police department, I was with a support officer and another detective. And at that point, I was still answering questions for investigating officers for what I saw, what I knew, what I saw in the vehicle. And I believe Detective Stern was at our substation with Darrell Brooks after taking him into custody. And I was shown a photo at that point, and I know I had asked if he sustained any injuries or if anyone else had sustained any injuries from my use of force. And at that point,
Fair
I
to
was
say,
not
drinking
told that I
game
had
on
been
this one
struck
would
by
put us
my
all on the
gun.
ground. You know what I mean? We wouldn't
So you
survive.
just said you asked if the
Ground.
suspect or if
We
anyone else
wouldn't make it.
was struck by the gunfire.
That's correct.
So you weren't sure at that point?
I agree with capital
No,
punishment.
I was not certain at that point. It was, I can't describe it any more than it was just pure chaos. And at that point, I didn't
Here's it.
know
Oh, that's another
if
tough
anyone
one.
else was injured from my rounds, or up until I was confirmed that you were not injured.
Here we go with the you again. Watch.
No, I did not know if anyone was hurt until I was told that.
So would it be fair to say that,
Bella said she's gonna drink the bong water.
and as you just stated, you were unsure if the suspect or anyone else was injured? Would it be fair to say that there was a possibility because you did not know for certain?
Objection.
Grounds,
Sustain.
grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. Next question.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone?
I did not observe it strike anyone after it passed me.
Do you recall who you, well, I think you did. I think you said you gave your report to Officer Kirby. Is that correct?
Detective Kirby, yes.
I'm sorry, Detective. Do you recall telling Detective Kirby that you were unaware of a vehicle on the parade route and you were unaware of people being injured?
Yes, I previously stated that.
Were you able to make out a license plates from the vehicle when it
That
passed?
sounds like a bidet. That'd be a cozy seat right
I
now if
later
I was getting a little
learned,
splash of
that
the
I must
undercarriage.
have,
Be
but I
great.
do not recall that.
So from what you recall at the time that the vehicle was passing, you don't recall getting a license plate?
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I do not recall the license plate, but after I shot at the vehicle, I then responded up Main Street and started triaging victims. And after doing that, I met with officers, and because I couldn't get on the radio and give out as much information as I wanted to. So when I spoke with other officers, that's when I explained to them that I was the one that had shot. It was not a suspect shooting, it was me. And that the vehicle in question was a red Ford Escape. And I believe I was talking to Detective Casey, Specialist Moss, and I believe there might have been another officer there as well. And I must have provided a license plate to Detective Casey during that debrief on scene. I did not know about that until about 2 days later when I gave my statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, because that is when I was informed by Detective Casey that I had actually provided him a correct license plate, but I don't remember that.
Any reason why you didn't mention the license plate in your report?
Because like I stated, I don't remember it.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't remember it, then it's a possibility that you didn't get the license plate now.
I would say that if Detective Casey is telling me
Nope.
that I told him on scene during a traumatic incident that I provided him the license plate of the vehicle, I'd have to believe that Detective Casey is correct.
Egypt doesn't have that type of situation. They just
Do not
detain
remember
you.
during a traumatic incident. I believe that's because your brain prevents you from remembering everything.
To be clear, I was in Egypt, and
So you
a
would
guy tried
describe it
to
as a traumatic incident
hijack
that you
me,
recall
Shanghai me on a camel. So I took the camel.
using
He got it
deadly
back.
force and recalling
clear,
that you was
I gave the camel
aiming
back.
for, but not the license plates or anything else like that.
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that because you describe it as a traumatic event, that there was a lot of things that you probably don't recall about the incident?
I would agree with that. I would think that there's a lot of things when I started going up West Main Street and started seeing the absolute destruction. I know there's things that I did and saw that I don't really remember, and I don't really want to remember.
Will one of those possibly be the suspect that you keep naming?
No.
And how did you come to the knowledge of the make and model of the vehicle when on the exhibit that was shown, you only had interaction with it for a few seconds? How were you able to make out the make and the model of the vehicle?
Because that vehicle model has been out for quite some time, and I'm halfway decent with vehicles, and I readily recognize that it was a
Also, it's kind of his job.
Escape.
So you've seen many Ford Escapes?
Yes.
And yeah, that's kind of part of what a cop has to do is,
model
you
has
know,
been out for some
identify
time,
things
so
and whatnot.
what do you mean by that? Do you mean it
It's
was an older
2022
model? Do you
now,
mean-
and that Ford model was approximately a 2008-ish to maybe a 2011, 2010-ish. So yeah, they've been out for over a decade.
And how did you come to that knowledge of the estimate of the years that the model could have been?
Because he,
Would you agree that that's pretty difficult?
I see a
to know just
1988
off the bat?
Volvo. I'm going to know that car because I
No,
had
fair to
two of
say.
them, you know?
No,
So it would be pretty easy to tell the make and model in
Yeah,
year
Carrie,
of
it's
a
a
vehicle
process,
just
though.
by looking at it.
that is correct.
Jamie,
So
yeah,
it'd
this
be
guy's
fair to say
great.
if someone had a vehicle right here in front of you, you'd be able to tell just by looking at it for a couple of seconds the make, the model, and the year.
Depending on what vehicle it is, yeah, quite likely. I'm decent with vehicles.
What do you mean by decent?
I can recognize many vehicles that are manufactured. Part of being a police officer is dealing with vehicles. We run a lot of vehicle registration plates. So when you match the registration to a vehicle on a response, you become very well accustomed to the many different vehicles that are manufactured.
Did you at any time see the registration of the vehicle that passed you?
Like I stated previous, I debriefed with Detective Casey during the incident, and he stated that I gave him a registration number, a registration plate for it. I do not recall giving him that registration plate, but Detective Casey informed me that I provided him a correct license plate for that vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that a registration could, would it be fair to say that that automatically links to the make and model and year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you rent, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that, you will have to run the license plates. Would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
Okay, let me back up again. So if
Yeah.
you were conducting a
Other
traffic
people even
stop
laughing like, yeah, dude, this guy, man,
and
too
you
much.
pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
Yeah, that's exactly what
the
you're trying to do. Just muddy the
information
water. How do
registered to
you
that
send
vehicle
points
show
or
in your
stars?
computer.
if the license plate is actually accurate and current to
How
that
do you
actual
send
vehicle,
stars?
yes.
I
Just so we're
believe
clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
Facebook.com/stars, I believe, is what you have to do.
And
Or you go into the Facebook page, and I believe on there you can just
do you
contribute
have,
stars
a
on the
system
video
or
itself.
any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No, I was on foot with no other equipment.
I believe so, Paul, and I really appreciate it. Star button next to where you comment. There you go.
So is it fair to say that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another?
And again, thank you,
detective?
Paul.
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew what approximate. I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
You did testify that, and you can also see from the exhibit video that the front end of the vehicle was damaged. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And you can still make out the make and model and year of the vehicle with extensive damage.
That is correct.
Could you see the emblem of the vehicle at that point?
I don't recall if I saw an emblem or not. I know the body style of the vehicle, and I knew it was a Ford Escape.
Would it be fair to say that many SUVs have the same type of body build?
I'm sure some vehicles do look similar.
So that would it be fair to say that there's a possibility that you could not make out the make and model and year of the vehicle, especially with it being
Yeah, stars. You
damaged?
purchase stars.
No, I was confident that it was a Ford
But
Escape.
if you want to contribute going straight to Cash App, that's fantastic too.
Did you notice any tents on that vehicle?
Yeah. And again, thank you for the shares,
The front windshield that I looked through,
for the contribution, stars, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, helping keep the computer running. The little robot that's sweating it out and making all the water sounds, the bidet sound, if you will.
Not that I
Sorry.
recall. And if they were, they weren't that dark.
You don't recall though, for sure, if there were any tints to any windows of the vehicle you saw.
Well, all windows are tinted to some extent. It just depends on to what percentage of tint that they come with. So I'm sure there is tint on the windows because vehicles come from the factory with some level of window tint. So I guess to your question, was there any window tint? I'm sure there was, but not to a degree that would prevent me from seeing who was driving it.
Explain what you mean by tint percentage.
So there's different varying degrees of tint that you can put on vehicles.
Can you elaborate for the jury?
I'll check.
Rounds.
I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Brooks, please ask your question again.
You stated that all cars come from the manufacturer with some level of tint, but you made a reference to percentage.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on percentage? What would constitute a darker tint versus a lighter tint?
Well, you've asked two questions now, so which one do you want him to answer first?
The last one, I'm sorry.
So you're asking about
About
lighter
the 10
versus darker.
percentage, about the 10 percentage.
So like a 50% tint would be a lighter tint than like a 35% tint.
So the lower the percentage, the darker the tint.
That is correct.
Okay. You stated that you're pretty decent with making out make and model and years of vehicles based on your line of work. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Would you know of the make and model of the vehicle that you saw that day? Would you know if those model vehicles come from the manufacturer with any tint?
To be honest with you, I don't work for Ford, so I don't know if they come with tint, but I would assume, as most vehicles, when they come from the factory, they come with some sort of tint. I believe usually the front is approximately 50% tint and the rears are usually, I think, 25 or 30 or something like that.
So from your knowledge, the backer windows are usually coming from the manufacturer, maybe a little bit darker than the front.
Correct.
No further questions.
Very briefly, thank you. So the barricades that we saw at the intersection where you were posted, those have been blown over by the wind?
Yes. So when I deployed the barricades initially, standing upright, they kept on blowing directly, like right off the street. So I tipped them down on their sides so they wouldn't, I guess, catch as much wind and they wouldn't blow all over the place.
Did those barricades appear to slow down the SUV as it drove through them?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, given all of the cross.
No, it did not slow the vehicle down at all.
You discharged your firearm 3 times toward the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did all 3 rounds strike the vehicle?
Yes, they did.
Will we please put up for the jury exhibit number 3, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
We're going to start at the 2-minute and 59-second mark if we can, and we'll be working on that. Can we please clear the screen down? Thank you.
What exhibit is that?
3. We're at the 2:58-second mark on this exhibit number 3. Do you see a vehicle on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be the same color of vehicle you saw drive through the intersection where you were posted?
Yes.
Let's play from this second, please. Pause. We paused at 3:02. Does that appear to be the same make and model as the SUV you saw driving through the intersection?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's clearly
Yes, it
tinted.
does.
Is there a difference between this vehicle and the vehicle you saw at your intersection?
The difference in the vehicle is that there's no damage on this one.
Okay, let's play again from this point. Pause. Pause at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Did you see a person wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt in that clip?
Yes, I did.
Was the appearance of that person and their clothing consistent with the person you saw driving the SUV through your intersection?
Objection, speculation, 2 different incidents.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Will we please put up for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been received and published?
Go ahead.
Okay. You see the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a vehicle consistent with the one you saw driving through your intersection?
Yes.
The person seated in the driver's seat, does that look like the same person you saw driving that red SUV?
Yes.
Put up for everybody, please, exhibit number 9.
Yep, that's him. You know what I
Go
mean?
ahead.
Someone asked if there was a video or a picture of him driving the
See
car.
photograph
There you
on the
go.
screen in front of you?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw driving through the intersection of Wisconsin and Maine?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The
Wow,
witness may
man.
answer.
Jamie,
Yes.
man, that's
That appeared to be the
very.
same driver of that same
Thank you,
vehicle.
bro. Appreciate that very much.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Will you please put up for everybody exhibit number 169, which has previously been published?
Go
And you
ahead.
are very welcome.
Objection, relevancy.
I appreciate y'all being here, being a part of this community as well.
See the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
It definitely means a lot.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle that you saw drive through the intersection of
Thank you.
Wisconsin and Maine?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same driver?
Yes.
What's going on with that front passenger window?
Looks like it's,
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It's not leading, man.
Looks like it's
Figure out your
rolled down.
objections.
So if someone had, before this incident, painted that window black, covered it in a black paper bag, and taped it up with duct tape, and then rolled the window down, would that have prevented you from seeing through the front passenger window?
Objection, speculation.
no.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
And he
Who was the
did.
person depicted in exhibits number 120, number 9, and number 169?
Darrell Brooks.
Thank you.
Objection, I do not consent to being called by name.
He didn't say you. He said Darrell Brooks. You just, by default, acknowledge yourself as Darrell Brooks. He said Darrell Brooks, not
All right,
you,
well,
Darrell
thank you,
Brooks.
sir. You may step down.
This guy, man, I don't think he appreciates how much
I
he's,
appreciate the
you
patience
know,
of everyone. As
just,
we
you know,
concluded with that witness, we will now take our lunch break. It's 12:58. I'll give the jurors.
yeah,
have the
super
parties
chats,
come back
super stickers.
2:00, and the jurors probably shortly after that. So thank
And,
you, everyone. Please rise
yeah.
for the jury.
So I do appreciate you guys making those contributions, the super chats, super stickers on YouTube, the stars on Facebook, and then there's the direct contributions of Cash App, PayPal, VENMO, anything. And I know it sounds odd, but honestly, we're viewer funded. So the only way I'm able to make this happen is by generating funds from the viewers. Obviously, that's not how it always works because I'm having to work. Do a lot of work to make it happen. So I keep the lights on, but you guys definitely help make that happen. And as we get things going and we continue to pick up the momentum that we kind of fell off
All right,
with,
please be seated just very briefly.
that I
with
fell
the
off with.
parties. Just witnesses for this afternoon. I don't need to know who, just the numbers, and if
Give
there's
it a
anything
second.
else you are asking the court
come
to
on,
do this
cameraman, you
afternoon.
gotta. There you go.
We're behind schedule, Judge, but we'll keep moving along. We will certainly have a full slate of witnesses available for the afternoon. Do you know about how late you intend to go tonight?
I'd
3
like to
o'clock.
try to keep it as close to 4:35 as possible, given that
Say
it is
4
a
o'clock.
Friday. It's been a long week. Any
Yeah, it
idea
is.
when you'll be requesting the view of the vehicle? Will that be next week?
That will definitely be next
Oh,
week.
let me touch on
probably
that.
Tuesday.
Here in a second.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then that answered my question about scheduling, so everyone is aware of what we intend to do this afternoon. We are in recess. I'll see everyone at 1 o'clock, or sorry, at 2 o'clock. It's now almost 1.
All right, cool. So yeah, let me touch on what they just said about viewing the vehicle. Where we got over here? Boom, there we go. So viewing the vehicle, they're actually going to take the jury to see the car. So they're going to take them to the physical evidence, and I'm really curious about that. Just like PBS, viewer funded, benefits exactly. But yeah, so this is it's going to be really interesting how they do this. I'm hoping that they have a cameraman that goes with, and we're able to view the vehicle ourselves. As we've been able to see all the other exhibits that have been issued into the court as evidence, definitely, I feel like it'd be really interesting to see the car, which we've seen in other videos. You know, we've seen it multiple times in pictures and in other videos that, you know, depict Darrell Brooks Jr. or the poo emoji, as we're, you know, partially calling him because he has no name apparently. So we're gonna, you know, we've seen him in a rap video in front of the vehicle with that license plate, and it's just the car was identified on the scene via the license plate and through hundreds of eyewitnesses, as you know, with Darrell Brooks driving it, and the that car is seen in his own personal, where he's Meth Boy 83 or he's, you know, Tuki Love 94, whatever his rap name is. He's, you know, dancing around, you know, doing his thing with guns and talking about, you know, bringing cocaine to the gang and you know, and whatever else he's talking about. in front of that car with the license plate in full blazed view. So it's just it's astounding to me that this guy is still pushing this whole narrative that I don't identify as that person. But this officer, man, so Officer Bryce Schulten was perfect, man. I think that he did finally what I was hoping so many other people would do. He said, "You, Darrell Brooks, I know because you, the man in custody as Darrell Brooks, is the one we arrested in Waukesha post parade after doing a manhunt and found you, Darrell Brooks, the one on trial right now, whether or not you acknowledge that name because you're sovereign, was the one driving that vehicle that's, I'm thinking, registered to you, Darrell Brooks, through said crowd. And there's a clear view through that passenger window of Darrell Brooks driving. And that's one of the other things he was trying to work on this whole case was the whole can you see in the passenger seat? Can you see in the back seat? Do you know if there's anyone else in the car? And I'm thinking that we all kind of assume that his play on that is that, like, I was forced to do the driving. It wasn't me. First of all, it wasn't me driving, right? Throw that out the window, literally, because he hung out the window while he was driving. There's multiple eye accounts where he was driving the vehicle. He drove down the wrong way. They talked about this in one of the first days. And the witness, he pulled down the wrong way and went bumper to bumper with another car. And the guy was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "What are you doing?" And there's a gas station. He's like, "Hey, I'm back up. I need to get into the gas station." Right. So the guy was like, "All right." He backed up 5 feet and then he pulls in and rolls his window down. So that guy rolls his window down and they're looking at each other. And he's like, "I'm almost out of gas, man. What are you doing?" He was like, "I don't care if you're almost out of gas. You almost hit me going the wrong way down a one way. Go get gas." And then he didn't get gas. But that was one of the accounts. Eye to eye, windows down, face to face, looking at each other in a gas station parking lot. Then you have all these people who see him driving by, Darrell Brooks, Darrell Brooks, Darrell Brooks, Darrell Brooks. And then he does the whole like, "Okey doke. Haha. I shaved my head and cut my beard. Is it really even me?" Him, that guy, the defendant, the guy that you think that was the guy that isn't me, but could be the guy that is responsible, but not me, definitely not me, because I'm not Darrell Brooks. And then he pulls that and then he throws a mask on thinking like, all right, cool. This will confuse them. They can't see my face. Boom. And I mean, just the antics of the whole aspect of this guy's, like this showcase of assholery is just astounding. And, but then we couple that with the fact that he's doing all this ridiculous, showmanship, and all of this is for the cameras. It's all 100% for the cameras. He gives zero shits about anything else right now other than making sure he gets as much publicity as possible, pokes as many holes as he thinks he can in the case, which he's not doing. There's no holes being poked in the case right now. He's just badgering witnesses and doing his best to try to, get this like very, very cryptic, ambiguous argument, like, well, can you prove that from 20 feet you can tell where the sun is in the sky on the third solstice of the first year of a second century post-decade if you're not a Libra? Can you? I mean, just the most confusing nonsense. People are like, what the hell is this guy talking about? This makes no sense. And it's like here's the thing though, and this is what we got to remember. He's got an agenda. He's got a plan. He's full on strategy. He's on his game plan. It's stupid, and it's probably ultimately going to be very, very ineffective, but he's on a game plan here. And moving forward, he's just doing nothing more than just exacerbating the court and drawing this out and having people have to sit there and listen to him talk. And he's getting his jollies off the fact that he gets to sit in front of these people and get a last shot, as if driving through a crowd, killing 6 people and wounding dozens and dozens and dozens of others wasn't enough for him. He gets a chance now to sit these victims in front of him and talk to them. Say, hey, what's up? Hope you're having a good day. Let me ask you, and turn on that, some swagger. And I love that the officers, I'm sure that they're watching the case too. I don't care, but whatever, think what you will. Of course you're going to watch it. They're seeing this and they're all thinking the same thing. Like, dude, if I get on stand, bet, go ahead. Like if they put me on stand, I know without any question, I would be the most combative, argumentative, and in destructive witness for his case, because everything would be that, they'd have to strike probably everything from the jury's memory, which good luck. Act like you didn't hear what I just said, but I'm going to say it, and this officer is doing it. He's like, you, Darrell Brooks, the guy we arrested at the scene for driving through the crowd that we identified, your vehicle, your face, you behind the wheel. It's cut and dry. You know what I mean? Like it's an eyewitness situation, hundreds of eyewitnesses, but they're in it, but he's still thinking that somehow, he can poke enough holes that he can get something through the appeal in court. He feels like he's going to get some kind of appeal. Good luck. He's going to have a lot of time in prison to work on it. So pray God that it doesn't happen because of some things here. And I want to go ahead and touch on this real fast. And this is something that I found out yesterday. I didn't realize his track record in all of this, in just how bad things have gotten when it comes to how we've handled some of the, I guess you could say, housekeeping of crime. Says good question. I just want to make sure that I answer any questions. If you guys have any questions, make sure to pose them as a question. Do sovereign citizens deserve to have constitutional rights? No, Kelly. Not in the court of law. Well, they're allotted those rights because we give them to everybody, but they dismiss their claim to any jurisdiction by the courts that would provide them those rights. So it's convoluted and ridiculous at best. So, so one of the things that I found while we were on, in the show yesterday was, and I'm gonna read this to you guys because it blew my mind just how much of here, let me I'll put this up while I'm reading it, because it's not just me staring at you and you staring at me, but it's a chance for us to both see what's happening here. So let's do this. And this is the extensive background of Darrell Brooks. This is the the entirety. I won't say the entirety, but this is some of the stuff that that we've been dealing with. That we've had to that we're dealing with now because of this. Let me make sure I got the right one here. Yeah, well, this one. Maybe. I don't know. I'll try this here. This might look a little funky, guys. I apologize, but it is what it is. And here we go. Okay, so it's going to be picture in picture in picture, but we'll remedy that. Here we go. Boom. So let's just go here. Well, it's because you're looking at me now in the corner. I don't know how to make this stop doing that, but I will try my best. Anyway, let's do this. Anyway, so as we're looking at it, says, and I'm not sure what it looks like on screen because I can't see it, but it says, we read this through yesterday. I'm gonna read it through just real quickly. In '99, when Darrell Brooks was 17, he was charged with substantial battery with intent to inflict substantial bodily harm, Class E felony, punishable up to 15 years in prison. He pled guilty. The judge sentenced Brooks to 3 years of probation and 6 months in a correctional house. While he was on probation, he was convicted of a second offense, possessing THC, and sentenced to 50 days in that same correctional house. As soon as he got out, he was convicted of resisting an officer, Class A misdemeanor, punishable by 9 months in jail, despite the conviction for the THC for having that weed on him just months earlier. And he was still on some probation for the battery charge. Judge Raymond sentenced him to just 20 days. Apparently that stoked him up, as they say here, and feeling like he could just defeat everything and beat the law. He was then again charged with resisting or obstructing an officer, resisting arrest in 2005 in Manitowoc County. The commissioner at that point freed him on a $300 signature bond, which Brooks didn't appear for court on. They release you on the bond as you are guaranteed that you're going to come back for court, which he didn't do, which he never does. So at that point, a bench warrant was issued, but Brooks took off to Nevada. So now he's down in Nevada. He's hanging out in Las Vegas, where he was convicted in 2006, following this, of statutory rape of a minor. So in 2006, this guy that we're talking about here, this Darrell Brooks, raped a minor and got her pregnant. He raped a 15-year-old girl and got her pregnant, was convicted for it, and did 14 months in prison and was released in 2008. And then, like I said, while he was in prison, and maybe I'll show you this again while we're on lunch, he was a part of a documentary about meth addiction, a real short one called like Dark Crystal or Crystal Darkness. It's from 2007. It's like a 30-minute documentary, and he's in there for like 10, 15 seconds. But he kind of identifies himself as the monster that, he became. The following year, he came back to Wisconsin into Manitowoc County on the 2005 resisting charge. Even though Brooks had fled the state and got himself convicted of serious child sex crimes, the commissioner at the time inexplicably set the bail for just $100. Brooks predictably posted and then failed to show up for another hearing. Another bench warrant was issued after Brooks was convicted. The judge at that time sentenced Brooks to just 2 days in jail and ordered him to pay a fine, which, guesses, he never did. In 2010, Brooks was charged in Wood County with felony strangulation and suffocation with a previous conviction and misdemeanor counts of battery and criminal damage to property. After no contest plea, the judge sentenced Brooks to, who was facing up to a decade in prison at this point, to just 3 years probation and 3 months in jail, 90 days in jail. I mean, he's got this stack of things following him, right? The wake behind him of all of these things that he's done, and he gets 90 days in jail. Following that, the following year, Brooks was for the third time charged with resisting arrest in Milwaukee County, and in a terrifying bit of foreshadowing, turned his car on and shifted to drive while an officer had him pulled over, prompting that officer to believe Brooks would try to run him over. And mind you, it's the stipulation is that if you're involved in a traffic stop and your vehicle is used in any way, shape, or form, it's considered a deadly weapon. Like if the officer is like, in the car and you drive through him, that's considered a deadly weapon because it could potentially kill the officer or anybody. Obviously, like I said, 40,000+ deaths involving vehicles last year alone. A vehicle is a very dangerous weapon, as Darrell Brooks proved when he drove through the Waukesha Parade last year. While he was still on probation from Wood County, and had several prior convictions for resisting arrest and had several times failed to appear on prior criminal charges, the commissioner at that time freed Brooks on a $1,000 signature bond. When he was eventually convicted after a plea deal, the judge sentenced Brooks to just 37 days in jail. And we're talking 3 months, 37 days, and he's got felony strangulation and suffocation. He's got rape of a child. He's got the laundry list of charges this guy's racked up blows my mind. And yet still 37 days in jail. The conviction did prompt authorities, however, in Wood County to revoke his probation. But Brooks was sentenced to just 11 months in jail for strangulation with prior convictions. So now he's on 11 months in jail, not prison, because you do a year and a day and then you're in prison. So you go to the big house after 1 year in 1 day. So that's like the break point. So they keep him 11 months in jail, right? Which is better because for punishment wise, because prison affords you a lot more access to facilities, to better meals, to prison treatment, and to be clear, jail treatment and prison treatment, as far as the quality of life for the inmate is much better in prison because there's the longevity of their stay is brought into the account. The meals are just better. Prison is a long stay. Jail is just kind of like they give you just enough to get you by. They give you just enough food for your caloric and nutrient intakes for each meal as required by state. There's no recreation. I'm sure some jails are different, but 99%, I would say, or 90% of the jails in the United States are set up in a way where you're just simply there. It's a waiting room. You're in a waiting room until you're convicted and then sentenced. And if you're sentenced to under a year and a day, then you're sitting down. You might get moved to a different block, a different cell block, which will give you maybe some more amenities, or maybe you can get a job in the jail, being a porter, cleaning floors, doing food service, whatever. But for the most part, it's shitty, being incarcerated, shitty, but prison better than being in jail. So a lot of guys really would push for that year and a day. Anyway, 11 months. In 2016, Brooks was charged with failing to comply with Nevada's sex offender registry. So for 8 years, he didn't register as a sex offender for raping that 15-year-old girl and getting her pregnant for 8 years. He initially posted bail, but then failed to appear in court, and at some point skipped town and moved back to Wisconsin. Although state laws require him to register as a sex offender within 10 days of his arrival, he never did. All told, between the ages of 17 and 34, Brooks was convicted of more than a dozen crimes, including several serious felonies such as child sexual assault, but served less than 3 years behind bars. He had felony charges that were straight 10 years, 15 years potential. Had that child been 14 and not 15, we talked about this yesterday. Had the child been 14 and not 15, he would have got 35 years. So the difference is a couple months, but it's still a child, and that he got pregnant at 15. And I'm thinking that's when he says, I have children, Your Honor, that are being bullied and blah, 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 whatever he's saying. And it's terrible for the kids because, suffering out the child, what the father's done. But that child is the product of rape, which he was convicted of. And so check this out, though. And here's where things get real froggy. So because of the courtroom closures, check it out. In 2020, Brooks was charged with 2 felony counts of second-degree recklessly endangering safety through the use of a firearm, and 1 count of felony possession of a firearm when he took shots at his nephew and his nephew's friends at a party. Bail was set at $10,000, but 2 weeks later, he's using that speedy trial thing again. He issued a demand for a speedy trial. 2020, if you guys don't remember, July, we're just at the kickoff of our good old Rona, right? So what was going on there? They were treating and streeting, so sending people out. The courtroom closures because of COVID, the Milwaukee County Circuit Court system was unable to grant the speedy trial, and the judge lowered his bail to $7,500, and that was in July. In February 21, the speedy trial request was still unable to be granted. So now he's gone, 6 months? 6, 7 months? July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. Yeah, 7 months in jail. And the speedy trial was still not able to be granted because of course, COVID and the reduced staff and everything else. So the bail was lowered again to just $500, $500 from 10,000. And Brooks posted 3 weeks later, walked free. After getting 2 felony counts of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. Some of the charges he's facing right now, guys, if I'm not mistaken here, and I know this is a crazy view on screen when I do this, but let me give you a breakdown of the charges again, so you can see what I'm talking about here. Here we go. Boom. 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety. That penalty has a punishment of up to 12 and a half years. So mind you, he's got 61 that he's facing. 61 or 66? 61 counts of felony recklessly endangering safety. Could be 12 and a half years. He's got 2 of them right here, right? Felony recklessly endangering safety, right? So where are we at here? Could get 25 years for that. But instead he gets out because he shot a gun at people. He was shooting at people with a gun, his nephew and friends. And because of that, he ends up in jail, right? For 7 months. And then almost 8 months, maybe right in there, 7 to 8 months. And then he posts his $500 bail and walks out. I mean, you're looking at 25 years and you're like, hey, for $500, you can get out of jail, and flee, which he's done repeatedly. The following month after he posts his bail and walks out of the courtroom in February, Brooks was in court in Waukesha County on a child support case that dated back to 2004. All right. Brooks had for years refused to pay his child support while the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office asked for a contempt of court finding and jail time. The court commissioner waved off a 120-day jail sentence pending Brooks' payment of support. So he said, hey, listen, I was going to send you to jail for 120 days, but, instead of 4 months in jail, just pay your fines, man. Just got to pay your support. Just, get a job. I don't know what hardship he pleaded and what kind of, terrible situation he was in that made him so he couldn't pay his child support, which might be for the child that was born out of the rape that he committed of a child. Either way, obviously, you guys, there's no love lost here. I have zero love lost for this guy, so I have no problem just giving it the business in full tilt. So 2 months later, after not paying child support, Brooks was back in court in Waukesha County on, wait, the same one. 2 months later, on May 27th in 2021. This is the same year of last year, mid-year, before the parade attack. Brooks was arrested in Union City, Georgia, on yet another domestic violence charge after a man at a hotel reported hearing Brooks repeatedly striking a woman. The following day, he was released on yet another signature bond and again fled the state and returned to Wisconsin. So he's out on bond in Georgia for DV, assault, whatever it is, and whatever they tried him with there, or charged him with, or they were trying to charge him with, and then he leaves, comes back to Wisconsin after he gets out on a signature bond. That November, just 16 days before the massacre, Brooks was charged with running over his girlfriend's leg during an argument at a gas station. He faced felony counts of second-degree recklessly endangering safety and bail jumping, as well as misdemeanor charges of resisting or obstructing an officer and domestic abuse battery and disorderly conduct. His 2020 shooting case was still open, but Assistant DA at the time recommended just a $1,000 cash bail. Court Commissioner Cedric Cornwall agreed, and Brooks posted and was released on November 16th, just 5 days before the killing spree, which is the one that his mom posted. She posted that $1,000 bail. She said that she wished he hadn't been released, but when she talked to his girlfriend, she said he didn't do it. Which in situations like that, when you've got a domestic violence type thing, when you're in the close relationship, the criminal psychologists and just psychologists in general, that's kind of like that Stockholm syndrome, where the victim tends to feel like they've done something wrong and they do what they can to protect their assailant. And that's basically what they were saying happened in this case. She just was like, no, he didn't do it. He didn't mean to do it. It was an accident, blah, blah. But she told Darrell Brooks' mom in an interview, I can pull that up. She said, I posted the bail. I wish he wouldn't have been released. She said that, but I posted that bail because I asked his girlfriend and she said that he didn't mean to do it. He didn't do it. So she felt compelled. The same day he appeared before Waukesha County Court Commissioner David Herring for child support non-payment, prosecutors demanded that Brooks be immediately jailed, but Herring issued a stay and released Brooks on his own recognizance. So on this one, he said no. Not only is there no jail time, but he's not even have to pay a bail or for anything. We're letting him out on a good promissory situation that he's going to actually take care of the things he's supposed to take care of. His own recognizance. He didn't pay a penny, and he got to walk out. 5 days later, after following a long line of domestic violence incidents, Brooks allegedly, as we all know, Brooks slammed his SUV into the Waukesha Christmas Parade, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others. And just to wrap, this says the crime was unspeakable and made unforgivable by the fact that Darrell Brooks Jr. should have been in custody for more than 2 decades, but he committed serious crimes with little, if any, serious consequences ever imposed on him. Instead, the consequences of this leniency were imposed on all of us, and now we're forced to watch them play out in court. His psychotic ramblings, a daily reminder of how foolish we have been to trust our safety to people who see it as their mission to keep thousands of Darrell Brooks Jr.'s on the streets each month. We want to look away, to ignore his hysterics and the mockery he is making of the justice system, and not just the justice system, but to the victims of his crime. But the tragic reality is that he has been making a mockery of the justice system for years while we ignored it. We allowed this to happen, and now, at the very least, we should endure his painful spectacle, because as long as we allow the people we continually set, who continually set Darrell Brooks Jr. free to serve in the justice system, in any capacity whatsoever, we should feel the consequences of our actions. Darrell Brooks Jr. never did. That wraps up that article, and I think it's important that we look at what they're saying is that there is this, and I've been there, man. I've been with people out on marches, you know what I mean, and they end up outside of a jail, and they're like, nah, they're being wrongfully housed, they're being wrongfully jailed, wrongfully. I can tell you right now, when I went to jail, it's because I was wrong. There was nothing wrong. Best thing that could have happened to me, because it took me away from what I was doing, and it made me, first of all, sober up, which was well needed, and it also gave me a chance to think, slow down, and process instead of feeling like I could run and gun. And I separated myself from people while inside that would have basically insulated the thought that what I was doing was appropriate, you know. And at that time, I found my healing and I found my closure from the life that I was living. And I was able to get to a point where I accepted and acknowledged that I didn't want to end up like this. And so what I did was made a change so that I could end up like something else, which is the guy you're sitting in front of here, which I'm proud to be. Anyway, so that was the article that, and I know this is, remove that. So crazy stuff there, right? So that's Darrell Brooks, right? And it, you know, I wasn't able to see the comments while I was doing that. But yeah, that's, I'm sure that there was some chit chat in here. No, yeah. So that's him. So really, we have a bigger issue than just Darrell Brooks, right? We have a system that we need to look at, and I don't know what the changes need to be made. I'm not a politician, so I don't really know how to lobby for big change in our courts. I'm not, and honestly, I'm no lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I don't know the system well enough to know what needs to happen to make that a state. I do know that one of the things that I did start while I was inside was a men's group called Father, Sons, and Brothers. And it's geared on non-denominational, non-organizational men supporting men through the synergy of men. And the idea behind it was generationally. And I'll tell you this real quick. This is a quick story. Generationally, while I was inside, there was this guy, I'll call him Juan, who I knew from outside. While we were there, while we were inside, his little brother got arrested, came into the same pod as what we're in the same pod in the county jail that I was in. He comes in. I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. Both of you are here, you know? And while we were there, within a day or two, I remember I'm sitting at the table talking to both of them. Their dad came in. He got arrested. So he's in there. Their grandfather was in prison. And it blew my mind right there. I was like, holy shit, this is nuts. So your grandfather, and I can't remember what his crime was, is in prison. Your dad is now in jail. You're in jail. Your younger brother's in jail. And his younger brother and he had children. And all I could think was, we've built a legacy of embracing the criminal mindset and it's tragically failing our nation. And I mean, amongst the many things where we've bolstered and fostered up this incubated idea that people can do whatever they want. And that's okay, because that's your right. You can treat people, be as pejorative, be as destructive and terrifying as you want, but that's your right. And we saw that through 2020. We saw that through 2021. I mean, and Lord knows we're probably going to see it again as we move into these election years. But what gets me is that all I thought was, like, if at one point we would have stopped that flow, you know, if your grandfather would have maybe pulled your dad aside and been like, listen, son, this is not the life you need. Maybe he tried, but I'm saying, if the focus is, hey, we need to make a change. We need to do things different. This needs to happen in a whole different light. We can change our legacy. And that's what it came down to, legacy building, right? So the whole group was, and I had to wait a certain period of time before I'm able to go back to that county, which I'm good now, but I had to wait a handful of years before I can go back to the county and be a volunteer in that jail. You have to have so much time without having any arrests, and you have to have so much time away from your crime and all that. So, and so when I got out, and now I'm at a point where I'm able to go back, which is something I'm kind of on the side trying to restructure and figure out how to make this all happen. But what I'm looking to accomplish through that is not just a system that'll be in play, a group that'll be in play inside, which is, you have AA meetings, NA meetings, Bible study meetings. These are all things that happen in county jails that people jump on because it's a chance to just get out of your cell and do something different, because it's the monotony of your day in this solitary type environment which is definitely what Darrell Brooks is dealing with, because he's in 23-hour lockdown. But it gives you a chance to kind of talk to people and commiserate. But you get a chance, if you put the right people together, there's a homogenization that happens. People start kind of drawing themselves to one another. And if you have a positive core at that, and something that they're drawn to, you can create some real powerful movement and fundamental beliefs and ideology and thought process. And so it's all about generationally reaching back. It's about the old heads, about the older guys, that have done the crimes, that have lived that life, reaching back and reaching out and talking to these young kids that are coming in and coaching them in a different direction. And it's not a scared straight thing. It's a support thing. And you listen to people, when you're young, you're brash, you're tough, whatever, but sometimes you're not that tough. You're willing to listen, and you're willing to listen to maybe the father figure that you didn't have outside. There might be that type of figure, some people that you kind of adhere to that give you that type of feeling, that might have something positive to say. And this is, granted, it's a shotgun approach. We're not laser accurate in anything that was happening while we were there, but I really felt like I saw some changes in people. And at one point we were at I think it was like a Bible study or whatever. And I at the end, I was just like, hey, well, I got everyone here. Let me ask the group, how many of you guys have children? And this is after I'd started the little Father's FSB, I think, the round table. There's a handful of us that were doing it, but I was like, how many of you have, Courts and Recess, Patsy? How many of you have children? 90% of the room, I would say there's probably 18, 19 guys in there. I would say 15 of them raised their hands. I was like, all right, cool. How many of you guys are still involved in your children's life? And I would say all but like maybe 4 or 5 hands went down. They weren't involved. And then out of the guys that were left up, I was like, do you feel, in all honesty, that you're leaving a positive legacy and leaving a positive message and impact on your children right now? And if you do, keep your hand up type thing. But all the hands went down. And I was like, guys, this is the problem. It's right here. But the solution's right here too. All of you, all of us can make a difference. We can all make impact. We can all do something that's going to substantially change the course of these younger generations growing up in thinking that that's their only option. You know what I mean? My goal overall, and through the course of it, is to have an in-out program where when you get out of prison, you get released into programs, or you have to program. They have you behavioral restructuring classes, or like cognitive restructuring, and these just cognitive thinking type, like rebranding your thought process, so you don't attack someone for asking if you want paper or plastic at the grocery store, that kind of thing. But the programs are kind of defunct and stupid, and they've been written by PhD scholars from like 1982, who've never seen incarceration, probably didn't live much of a life of strife. And they drew up this program that this is going to solve the problems, because we've read the books and we've done the psychology behind it, and it's garbage. And it does nothing to help anybody. But if you can get people on the real level, on a street level, that are willing to help people when they get out, release them into a program where they've got support from people that were on the inside and on the outside, and we're able to get that bridge, and you've got now a chance for people to kind of talk through things in a way where it's understood. Because when you talk to other people, when you've been in drug addiction, you talk to another addict, you know exactly what you're talking about. Someone who's never done drugs or has never been addicted to drugs, when you talk about what that's like, that life, it's foreign, and it's wild, because sometimes when I tell some of these stories of what I went through for like the 8 years that I was addicted to drugs, people, you get that weird, that what, you get these crazy looks, and people just, I forget how mind blowing it is to people that live a normal life, hearing that life, which is crazy, because at that time when you're living that life, that was normal, and it's all not normal. It's all screwed up. Either way, sorry guys, the waterfalls are going to come back, so I got to keep my computer plugged in so it doesn't die on us. Anyway, yeah, so that's what that's, yeah. So there's a chance we can make a change, but addiction's a big problem, man. We got to work. We got to fight. We got to fight hard to really build a better community around supporting people in addiction recovery, to stop the relapse, and help people get out of that addiction, because it's killing all of them. It was killing me. In the totalitarian aspect of it, if that's a proper term, it's killing all of us. It's destroying our nation. It's destroying the world. I mean, people around the things that circulate around addiction is crime, and there's a lot of things that go into that. You know what I mean? And that person at the middle is dying and destroying themselves, but all the things around that are just they're cancerous for a community. You know what I mean? You're going to have break-ins in a community. If there's a drug house in a community, you're going to have break-ins. You're going to have drug addicts there. You're going to have a criminal element that's going to be around there at all times. And so, just by ignoring it, it doesn't go away. You can't just assume that because your neighbor across the street looks like he's having some issues, maybe that guy's just a straight up tweaker. Blah blah blah. We write it off. Yeah, but that's gonna grow. That's gonna develop because it might just be that. But just like I haven't been back here in 3 months to Washington. Been out in Kenosha. Much love to all my Kenosha people. Around the corner, you go 2 blocks towards the main, towards Pack Ave, and then you hang a left. You just 2 blocks that direction, and immediate left. Before I left, there's a couple of shady homes that are right there on the corner, right? There's like a trailer or 2 in this house, and they're all kind of built into this compound, but they're all separate, but they've kind of built this compound. They've kind of like gelled into this compound. And around that, there was like a couple broke down cars, but it seemed like they were doing work on them, right? So it was kind of like, but I know this cycle, and I'm like, that's the intro stage to what's going to end up being like a meth camp. It's going to end up being one of those things. I came back, you guys, I'll get some pictures today, and I'll try to post them tomorrow or on Monday or maybe later today, so you can see what I'm talking about. It's insane. Like I went to drive through there last night or night before last. I was coming home from the grocery store. That's just 2 blocks past that, and it was like there's no less than 15 cars. I mean, spray painted. There's parts of cars laying all over the sides of the street. There's people just milling around in the street that I had to like weave through. Like it was, the middle of the day, and it was 10:30 at night, probably. I mean, it was late, and it was just people were shoving another car into a corner, and another corner they were like taking tires off another car. There's tents set up, and I mean, it looks like something out of a third world country. And it just in a short 3-month period, it went from the beginning and then boom, and now. That entire block, basically, the business across the street totally shut down and fenced up. Like there's a daycare on the other side of that business. All of that's gone. You have to leave. You can't because that's just been allowed to develop into this entire like community of people that are sadly at the middle of it is drugs, and on the perimeter of it is destructive behavior. And it's crazy. It's just wild. It was wild to me to see how quick it changed. Oregon, you guys, Portland, Seattle, major cities. I haven't had a chance to go into Milwaukee or Chicago as much since I've been in Kenosha as I would like. I really want to spend more time checking out those cities, but I know that it's hard to compare anything to what you see here in Seattle and Portland. I mean, even the freeways, guys. The freeways are like parking lots. You drive down I-5, which is the arterial feed from Canada to Mexico through California. Runs down the whole coast. West coast of the United States. That arterial feed, much like I-90 that runs across, the Interstate 90, that, eventually hits, Wisconsin, goes through, all of those states, Minnesota and everything. I-5, you get towards Portland, right? You start getting in, they don't even bother. It's not even a matter of going in city anymore. It's the cars are just pulled off the side of the freeway up a little grassy embankment and parked. And then the tires are taken off. They cut the trees down that are there and build little like barricades, and it's just rows of broke down cars and tents on the freeway as you're driving, and just garbage cascading down these hills to the side of the freeway that DOT has to scoop up and clean up. And what's wild is they've got it figured out. What happened? Los Angeles, yeah, absolutely. I was down in LA 2 months ago, month ago, for a month, and same thing everywhere. LA is just it's a whole nother world down in LA. But what's wild is they have it set up for this DOT situation. So in order for them to get that's DOT property, Department of Transportation property. It's not private property. It's Department of Transportation's property. In order for them to get rid of the people that are there on the side of the freeway, they have to evict them, is how this is working out. So they have to establish that person as a resident of that spot and then evict them. So it's a whole court process then. So there's really no, and they've decriminalized drug possession, which to some degree I understand. But at the end of the day, so now I'm not kidding. Before I drove, the day I was driving to Kenosha, I was stopping at the pet store to grab some padding for the passenger seat for little Jitsi boy, who's doing great. He's back in Kenosha being taken great care of. Thank you, Sarah. And he is loving life. Got some new little friends. He's doing great. But I wanted to pat him up so we could look out the window. And so I hit McDonald's, right? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hit McDonald's. We're gonna hit the road, bud. In the line of McDonald's is a guy holding a sign, anything helps, whatever. And he's standing in the drive-through line, and he's actively trying to shoot up. He's trying to get a needle into a vein while he's holding the sign with that hand. And he's just walking as he's doing it up and down the drive-through line, just shooting up in the line. And that's just what it's come to. That point where there's no discretion about it. It's so open and blatant now. And that's the thing that kids are seeing. I mean, there's kids in cars that are like, Mom, Dad, what's this all about? What's going on over here? Does he have diabetes? Anyway, it's sad. That's my tangent. But Darrell Brooks, accountability. You got to take accountability for the things you've done. I did, and it changed my life. It made me the best version of me I've ever been. And I'm so happy to be who I am and to be where I'm at, to be able to do what I do. And I don't have it all figured out. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to be and what I want to do and how I want to get there. But I know that the person that's on that journey right now is wonderful and beautiful and splendid. And I fully embrace my soul and my being right now because I've survived things that sadly I've had to bury friends at the time for living that same life that didn't make it. And I know I'm here for a reason, to help push a better agenda, to help push a message, and to help. You know what I mean? There's no reason that we get called to go through the things we go through in life, the strife, the struggle, the pain, if not for an opportunity to learn, grow, and educate. And I think that's huge for us to remember, is that we don't go through these things because it's a punishment. God's not punishing you. It's a chance for you to become stronger. There's no loss, just learning, that kind of thing. And I adhere to these policies in everything I do in life. I don't allow myself to chalk up any L's on the board. They're all wins. They're all wins, because even if I do have something that comes across the board that's tough, negative, that's problematic, it's a chance to solve said problem. And just like a child, man, I'm working with little man Gavin, and he's trying to put his shoes on. He's saying, I can't do it. I need help. I can't do it. This is just a little side thing, made me think. And I was like, all right, well, let's work on this. And I was like, and normally I'd be like, figure it out, dude. They're Velcro. You know what foot they go on. Velcro them up. But it was one of those things where you're telling yourself you can't do it. While you're trying to do it, you're not going to be able to accomplish it, because you've already told yourself it's not an accomplishable task. What's the point in putting in the effort I need to accomplish that task? And so it was a mindset change. And I was like, how about you tell yourself you can do it while you're doing it until you prove yourself otherwise? But he did it, right? He was able to get his shoes on. It was a little victory and a little smile. And I'm like, see? So instead of I can't. Change your paradigm. Let's focus on what you can do, not what you feel you can. But that's a positive reinforcement you have to give yourself, that even if he's at a thing where I'm struggling, can't get this shoe on, something simple for a child, for a 3-year-old. In that moment, it's like for us in adult life, like I just can't get it. I can't figure it out. Like I'm struggling here, and it's dragging me down, and I don't know how to change it. Keep pushing positivity. Find yourself in a gratitude mode. Find things that you need to be grateful for, because it's a chance. I guarantee you're going to make it through. You always do. You're not dead yet. You know what I mean? No one listening to this is dead yet. So that being said, you've survived more than I'm sure you probably realize. You know what I mean? There's so much in your life that you've accomplished, and little victories that you can celebrate, that you've gone through and recovered from and dealt with. Maybe loss of family members. You maybe have fought a personal battle with physical illness. There's so many things that you've gone through that you can celebrate, and so when you're going through it again, just remember, like, this is just another one of those, and don't black book, don't black mark your book of history. You know what I mean? So many times we look back at the things we've gone through and we're reading through them like, oh, you scratch that. That was terrible. Terrible. And we write off all these experiences because like, oh, those are just bad times in my life. Those are the ones you want to highlight. Highlight those times because those are things you survived. You got through it. And here's where the next step comes in. You didn't just survive it. You learned something from it. And remember that lesson because there's going to be a time in your life where somebody else you'll be able to see peripherally, directly in front of you, or will come to you directly. Maybe a child, friend, family member, whatever it might be. And they're going to have that exact same problem or a version of theirs that's the exact same thing for you that you went through. If you black mark all those experiences in your life, you'll have no reference to go back to really remember how you did it. So in your mind, if you've been able to bookmark that and say, all right, I got this one on lock. When that person comes to you, you can say, hey, you know what? I can't tell you how to live your life, but here's what I did. And here's how I went through that. And here's how I accomplished, surviving that or accomplishing the goal that was in front of me or the task or the problem, whatever it might have been. But you can now become a teacher. And I think that's the best way to learn is to teach. If you want to learn how to be more patient, teach patience. If you want to learn how to go through a problem, teach it because you've probably gone through it yourself. So, and I'm kind of on a rant right now, but I feel like why not? It's CJ TV, so CJ is going to give you the business on this one. But sometimes the hug you give is the hug you need, And I think that the love you give is the love you need. That type of thing. You just need someone to keep it, give it to you back. So find somebody, give them that love. Just reach out to them, say, hey man, I don't know how your day's going, but I love you and I'm here for you if you ever need me. There's something I was talking to a friend about the other night, and it hit kind of hard. So my father passed away, and he dealt with a life of he struggled with drug addiction. An incredible guy, an incredible man, and the legacy that he left in me was one of love and my brother and sister. Of he's just very proud of his children, loved us dearly. But he had his demons, and he was fighting them, and inevitably through the course of the battle, it took the toll on him, and his body couldn't fight back, and it shut down, and he passed away. And I didn't know how to deal with it. As I became an adult, his physical problems and his addiction got to a point where it was distant because it was never in the forefront as I got older, but I didn't know how to process it. So I pulled back and I kind of just left it to him to kind of figure out what he needed to do. And I figured as a young man at the time I was just in a relationship, and we were raising a little baby that had just been born, for the girl that I was saying just had a child. I don't know how to be a dad. I didn't know how to be a man. I don't know how to be a grown up, I'm 20 years old, just came back from traveling over in Europe and gallivanting, being, this gypsy world traveler. And, but I never thought to ask my dad for advice because I had acknowledged it, like he was dealing with his own problems. But one thing I didn't do, and it hurts me sometimes to think about it, but one thing I wish I'd have done is just sat down with him instead of just not acknowledging what was happening, and just asked him, how you doing, man? Like, how are you? Man to man, like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? Like, how can I help? What can I do for you? And I already know his answer. Oh, I'm great, boy. I'm doing just fine. I'm working on, whatever I'm working on right now, and then cut through that bullshit. Like, Dad, I know you're not okay. I know you're having problems. I know you're dealing with some stuff right now. So you'll get me. But these are people in our lives, you know what I mean? That we can take a moment, stop, and ask them how they're doing. Unfortunately, I never got to have that conversation with my dad. And I feel like it's something that I need to remind myself of and have those conversations with people in my life. Just check in, check in. We just went through Suicide Prevention Month, suicide awareness, however you want to word it. And there's conversations that can be had face to face that are much better to have than casket to face. You don't say to a hole in the ground the things that you could have said to somebody when they were going through it, and keep them in a place where they're able to strive, and they're able to not just, we survive to thrive, So reach out to people in your world, man. Be a part of it. And I appreciate all the support in the comments, guys. I'm seeing it, and I really do appreciate everything you're saying, and thank you very much. I'm I'm kind of a sucker for emotion, so I definitely, I run through it, but that's what this community here is all about. The whole CJTV world is about building a community, a healthy, positive community that's going to help find change, and that's why it's been hard for me to stream as of late, because I've been avoiding things that have just been inherently negative, that have been just the same thing we've been seeing. And I said this a little bit a couple days ago, but I really want to focus on just things that are going to push positive change, things that we can make into the growth that people have been, throwing rocks through windows talking about, but not doing the work to make it happen on a human level. Like they want to, change is coming, right? Well, no, it's not. Change isn't coming to us. That's not how it works. And I think people got it confused. We create change. So it's projecting it, don't wait for it to come to you. Issues will come your way, problems will come your way, beautiful blessings will come your way, but the change is something that you and you alone are responsible for. So if that's the case internally, externally, that's how it's going to have to work too. So we collectively can work on building the change. Do that, let's do that together. Let's be a part of each other's change. Let's be a part of each other's growth. And in that, so anyone that's on right now, if you know people, and this is where we're going to build a whole nother version of our platform, or within the platform of the platform, whatever it might be, anybody, or if you yourself want to come on the show and do a one-on-one and just talk about your story, talk about what you've gone through, talk about what you're going through, talk about what you plan on going through, where you've been, the life you live, the job you work. I'm just curious. I'm curious about you as a person. And what I'm hoping to accomplish through that is building the common ground between all of us and allowing people to really see that we're not so different. And these are the things you figure out and you learn when you're at an AA meeting or an NA meeting, is that there's the addiction aspect of it that runs through all demographics, all people, race, color, creed, all of it. There are, every nationality is dealing with addiction. It's not discriminate. It's one of the few non-discriminate. I mean, physical ailment is sometimes more predetermined into certain different nationalities and different people. Drug addiction, however, you're not safe from it. You're not safe. And that being said, there's collectively, we can all work together on that one. But anyway, yeah. So it is now 1:54. I think 2:00. They were planning on coming back. I've been on my little rant here. Hey guys, yeah. So if you want to jump in, CJ at CJTV is the email you want to use. It's right there. Email me. I promise I'll return the email, which I haven't been very good at in the past, but I promise you I will. And if you feel like you want to come on the show, we can do a segment. It doesn't have to be long. It can be a short, quick little podcast version. We can do 10, 15 minutes. There's a message you feel is important. I know I've got, we're going to be talking to some folks about flat earth and just whatever, if you're a mechanic, if you're a cardiologist, whatever you might be doing in life, doesn't matter. I want to hear, not that I feel like there's a huge disparity between those two. I just two different things. Because whatever you do is important to what you do. And so that being said, email me, let me know, or if you know of somebody, Paul, I can. So here's the thing, and it doesn't. We wouldn't do this in person. You don't have to come into a studio or do that. I can do a split screen, and we would just have you jump on to. I would send you an invite to my studio feed, and you would just log in, and it would just be like a Zoom call or anything of that nature. So super easy to do, and hey, no problem, Bella. Have a good day. But it would be a lot of fun to get a chance to just talk to you, and. Yeah. Okie Patriot. Thanks so much. Yeah. I've grown a lot the last couple of years. And I say that only because I've learned a lot. Paul, yeah, definitely email me from just the life experiences that I've gone through from the stream, from being around things. And people thought that I was, so hardcore in one direction or the other. And really none. I'm very center of the road. I'm just very curious. And I'm very open to the humanitarian aspect of things, as in to say that whatever you do as a human that makes you a good human, do that. Keep doing it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I don't care if it's the person you choose to lay with. or how you want to be referred to, or what your I don't care. And here's the thing, and I used to have an issue with it when it came to things like pronouns and whatnot. I'm not going to fight you over that. Honestly, if you feel better being called they, them, I don't care. I'm not. I don't feel like I should be required to refer to anybody as anything. But um, flat out, like if it makes you feel better, like if it gives you a good feeling, I want you to have that feeling. I have no problem saying that to you, and just don't be an asshole about correcting. And that's where the problem comes in. I don't identify as. Well, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me know. Maybe I got you. I'm terrible with names, you guys. I remember faces. Terrible with names. I call people by I get it from my mom. I call people by the wrong name all the time. So if I get your name wrong, your pronoun's kind of secondary to that. You know what I mean? Because usually I'm not talking about you in a removed, like, third person. If I'm talking to you, I wouldn't want to say like, whoa, she did this. It would be you did that. Much like this Darrell Brooks things where he doesn't identify as Darrell Brooks. So, those things and any of the other things too. I don't care religious beliefs. If whatever you kneel to, pray to, worship makes you a humble, happy, healthy individual, great, man. Keep doing that. I grew up in a very Christian Mormon household, growing up. And, I feel like there's just so many different things that are looked at through all these different religions that people forget, like, it doesn't matter. Like, cultivate your spirituality through your experiences. You know what I mean? Go to Catholic church, Protestant church, Lutheran churches, Baptist churches, Christian churches, Mormon churches. Go to the church of Satan. I don't care. Learn, educate yourself, and then build your spirituality. That last one might be a little bit of a far reach, but you get what I'm saying. So Buddhism. I mean, I learned a lot when I was overseas from a lot of the Muslim folks that I spent time with, and a lot of Buddhists that I met, and that was coming from like the household, Christianity. And I was like, wow, okay, well, there's a lot more here. Do whatever you have to do to live your best life. If you're not hurting people in the process, and you're not detracting from the growth of society and the world around you, man, it's good. Do it, man. Live that life. Live it. Travel the world, or whatever it is. If you're not hurting people and not hurting yourself, because you got to get self-love. Live that life, man. Do you. You know what I'm saying? Just do you, boo boo. I'm just checking in on the trial here. I want to make sure that we are keeping up, and it looks like they're not back in yet, so we're not missing out on anything just yet. So I appreciate you guys just chilling out while I'm just on this rant here. It's not a rant, I feel like we don't have a ton of people in here, a couple hundred, maybe 100 and plus, and all of you count, all of you matter, all of your opinions, all of your thoughts, all of your views. I appreciate you being here. I want to be known as, see, I don't care what someone wants to refer to themselves at all. I call everyone honey because I can't remember names. But yeah, it's when it becomes a demand. We're talking about the pronouns. When they say you have to call me this, I don't have to call you anything. I'll call you pal, chief, buddy, skip, whatever, Mostly I'm probably going to do that because I'm trying to make a point that I don't care. But really, if someone's going to be combative about it, I just don't have to talk to them. And that's what the world, you don't have to put yourself into any situation where the energy is not something that you accept. And I'm very big on that in my life now. I won't subject myself to things that aren't good for me. I don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to allow people into your circle that are going to take away from you, that are going to be negative, that are going to break you down, that aren't going to positively build you. Keep your circle tight, and your circle will get strong. In that tight circle, you want to keep people in there that are going to reinforce your views and your beliefs and your growth, that are going to reinforce your thoughts on how you can become better in your life. Those are the ones you want, your rah crowd. You know what I mean? You don't want just yes men, but you want people that'll stand beside you, that'll hold you accountable to the things you say you're going to do, that are going to make your life better. And I can testify, if you will. If it does, Tanisha says, if it doesn't bring you peace and joy, let it go. Let it go. When I got out of the joint, my best friend Emil, I had done a phenomenal job of just destroying that friendship that we've had since we were like 11 years old. And it was the hardest thing to deal with because he was my guy, like my right-hand man. through everything that we'd gone through. I mean, he was right there at the side, my graveside when my father died. He was right there on my bedside when I got stabbed. He was right there on my bedside when I had lung failure. Like and beyond that, like we've been there for each other through all the things that we've gone through. Through my drug addiction, I'd ruined that relationship. So after I got out and, my life was changed, when I'm sober, and the one thing he said, he's like, you need to be 100% transparent with me. If this is going to work, you have to be 100% transparent, no bullshit, and show up 100% of the time and minimize the people that you allow around you. Because if I feel like you've got people around you that are going to take you down that road again, I'll let you know that I'm going to step back because I'm not going to fight you on it. Then I was like, you know what, whatever you say is best for me. It probably is better for me than what I was doing. And I made it a point. I kept my family close, worked on rebuilding those relationships with my sister, my even with my brother, all these people, and then my close friends, people that I knew were there and wanted to see the best for me. They were there before I wanted to see the most for me. And I kept that circle tight, very tight. And then it was the best thing I could have done because I realized like these people are going to be here before they're here before, they're going to be here after, but they're the ones that through it all loved me and maintained. So that's what I would recommend, do that. And we'll all be better off if we could just sit down and appreciate that we can have good people in our world that, are going to do well for us. But we're back in sesh. So thanks for listening to me while I talk there. And let's do this here. Which one is it? This one? Yes. I'm gonna turn the volume up. I don't know how the volume's been. It seems like it's been pretty good, but again, CJ at CJTV.live. Hit me up and let's talk.
All right, I'm told first of all, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I'm told the jurors are done with lunch and
good job, Shelly. I'm glad you got that
available
place.
for us.
Yep.
So I
And
presume the
pre-dog.
state's able to call its next witness.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for letting me share.
We'll have the jurors brought out.
Speaking of sharing,
We'll go tell them since I had Madison.
share the feed, guys. Let's get the viewers in here. They've got 21,000 people just watching this over on the Law and Crime channel for whatever reason, just because it's no interaction other than with the chat. And I think we can do better.
Was my ICF received?
I have not looked at my mail today. I can't tell you that.
We could definitely do better than that because this is a better place for them to be, right? You can talk about it, be involved. You don't have to just sit and stare at the screen.
Also, for the record, I'm appearing by special appearance on behalf of my client.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't hear you. Could you
Oh,
start
now
that
it's
over?
just a sovereign thing.
Oh, that's what happens when I send you on errands.
He's doing the sovereign thing. You're saying I'm appearing on
All right,
behalf of my client.
The audio is now on. I did call the case earlier. Just noted that the appearances are as they were before. The jury is on its way in. And I just
Here
will
come the
state, in case
judge.
It wasn't clear. Mr. Brooks asked.
Drink
for
water,
the
guys. Drink more water.
application form. I have
Do
not
that.
reviewed my mail today, so I can't tell you whether I've received anything. But I'll take a look, and at the next break,
Don't dump it on
if
yourself,
need
though.
be, we can address that.
And I just wanted to state that I'm here. I'm here under special appearance on behalf of my client with all rights reserved.
That copyright not to be used without express consent from Ricky
All
Bobby.
right, I'll rise for the jury, please.
So yeah, we're back in sesh, guys. We're post-lunch session here. They're planning on ending early. I'm hoping it ends early. I can't sit through another 9-hour stream any more than I would want you guys to have to do that. So it's wild. He's doing little things like standing up, being somewhat supportive. Yes, half your body weight in ounces. Ooh, I'm 250 pounds. I got to get 125 ounces of water in me. Well, Kelly Allen. You listen to this. That's productive
Thank
already.
you, everyone. Please be seated.
Ashley, he's
Statement
pro
called next
se.
Witness.
He's defending himself, which means that his
Thank you, Judge. State calls
Officer Christopher Moss.
he's representing
Officer, if you would please
his
make
client.
your way to the witness stand, which is on my right upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
Guys, look at that Halloween theme we got in the
Who's on my
background
left
there.
will swear you in.
Not too shabby.
That the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Him and Darrell Brooks have like
First
the
thing
same
I
suit
will
on.
ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
It's the same
First
guy.
name is Christopher, Christoper. Last name is Moss, Moss.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
Currently employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I've been a sworn law enforcement officer for 14 years.
All of your time was spent with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Who else did you work for?
6.5 years was spent working for the City of Oconomowoc Police Department, and a year, or just over a year, was spent working part-time for the Village of North Prairie Police Department.
Were you working for the City of Waukesha on November 21 of 2021?
I was.
Do you recall participating in the Waukesha Christmas Parade that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was your role, please?
For that event, I was tasked with the City of Waukesha Police Department's Honor Guard unit.
Well, you had what you got to
Specifically, I
show.
was
Thank
part
you.
of the Color Guard, which is the group that leads the parade carrying the American flag and the state of Wisconsin flag.
And so you were there right at the beginning of the parade, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you remember about what time the parade kicked off?
Approximately 4 p.m.
Objection. will
Did
be
you
our
march the
reading
entire
part.
route of the
Our
parade
drinking word
I
will
did.
be objection, but I'm encouraging it to be water
Yes, I did,
or a sip of coffee.
without incident?
without incident.
And after you completed marching the parade with the color guard, did you go someplace?
Yes, upon completion of the parade route, as we were the first entity to finish,
I'll try to
since we
keep
led
up,
the
but it'll
parade,
be-
I subsequently returned to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And why did you go back to the department?
That evening, I was assigned to late power shift, which is from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m., and I was designated to work area 308.
Okay, so you marched in the parade with the color guard, then you were going to go work a full shift that evening.
That's correct.
As
Full
you
day.
were
It's a
back at the
full-
police station,
So loud
what
on
do you
there.
recall happening?
As I was changing out of my honor guard uniform into my new uniform, I heard multiple police sirens emanating from the downtown area. I subsequently checked our reporting system and observed that there was a call for service that officers were responding to an emergency fashion reference a subject with a knife.
And where was
He's
that
gonna
response
cross-examine, he's gonna
directed
have
to?
this
What
knife talk,
location?
man.
I believe that response was directed to the area of Frame Park in the City of Waukesha.
Did you do anything at that point?
I was still technically off duty, so I would continue to get dressed quickly in the event that they needed additional resources to that location.
And did you ever get called to that location, sir?
No, I was never called to that location.
What happened next?
As I continued to monitor my handheld radio while still getting dressed for duty, I heard via our primary channel fellow officers screaming hysterically on the radio, requesting people to respond to the downtown area and the parade route.
What did you do?
Got dressed as the fastest I've ever gotten dressed before, and subsequently sprinted out of the police department, entered a fleet, and responded in emergency fashion to the downtown area.
Specifically, where did you go?
I arrived in the area of Clinton and Main Street.
And can you briefly describe for us what you saw when you arrived at that intersection, sir?
Upon arrival, to describe what was just absolute chaos. As I exited my fleet, I looked east and westbound on Main Street. There were civilian subjects lying on the ground in every direction I looked, screaming, yelling, etc.
Did you attempt to render aid to these individuals?
I did. I ran in a westerly direction between Clinton and Maple, attempting to render aid to 2 elderly female subjects.
Did you at some point leave that duty and speak with Officer Skolton?
Yes, I did.
Where did you speak with Officer Skolton?
In the vicinity where I was, I ran into Officer Skolton, who approached me from a westerly direction. Upon making contact with him, he advised that he had fired rounds at a red Ford SUV, specifically an Escape. I asked him if he was okay. He stated that he was, and he subsequently said that we needed to find the vehicle.
And did you in fact set out to try and find this vehicle?
I did.
Prior to Officer Skolton telling you that, did you have any vehicle description?
I did not. The radio traffic was complete chaos with people screaming about injured participants of the parade being all over the downtown area.
So where did you go to look for the vehicle?
As I was moving my fleet near Donny Boy's Tavern on Main Street, I subsequently observed a male Hispanic running towards me, waving his hands frantically to garner my attention. And as I asked him what he needed, he subsequently stated he knew where the vehicle was.
Did you understand what he meant by that?
I clarified with him that he was speaking of the vehicle that was indeed involved in the incident in the downtown area, as well as the vehicle that Officer Skolnick had fired rounds at. He confirmed this, and I subsequently told him to get into my squad car and began traveling with him.
Do you know the approximate time this was occurring?
The subject approached me at approximately 4:49 p.m.
And so you took the citizen with you in your squad?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did he direct you to a specific location?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Where did you travel?
From my location where I met up with this individual, we traveled westbound on Main Street and subsequently made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on Maple Street. We traveled approximately 2 blocks to the area where I subsequently located the vehicle in the driveway.
How did you know it was the vehicle you were looking for?
Based off what Officer Skolnick had previously described to me as a red Ford Escape, I observed a heavily damaged red Ford Escape in the driveway of 338 Maple. This particular vehicle was heavily damaged in the front end. I also observed that there was clothing embedded in the hood, as well as a headband with blue lighting hanging from the side mirror. Additionally, I observed a bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
Did you secure this scene?
I did.
What did you do?
As I exited my fleet, I drew my firearm to clear the vehicle to ensure that it was clear of persons that could potentially harm me based on the information that I had garnered up to this point. And after that was done and rendered clear, additional resources that came to my location, we secured it by taping off the entirety of this particular residence as well as the street.
When you cleared the vehicle, were there any subjects present inside the vehicle?
There were not.
After you had secured the scene, did you have an opportunity to take photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what device did you use to capture these photographs?
So each of our City of Waukesha police squads are assigned a cell phone. I believe this one in particular was an iPhone. We utilize that to capture photographic evidence as well. So I utilized the cell phone from the squad.
Right, I'm going to ask that exhibit number 99 be put up for the witness, please. Go ahead. Sir, do you see exhibit 99 on your screen? If not, it'll be up in a minute or so. Just let me know, please.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize the photograph to depict?
It depicts a heavily damaged Ford Escape in the driveway.
And where is this location?
338 Maple in the City of Waukesha.
Is this a photograph you took
Yes, ma'am, I took this photograph.
using your iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 99 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The objections overruled.
Sir, is this what the vehicle looked like when you first observed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had testified earlier that you were able to see some articles of clothing on the vehicle. Do you see those items in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please point them out? And that's a touch screen in front of you so you can mark it with a dot or an arrow or whatever you choose.
So here on the hood, near the windshield, was a hat. And then clearly seen hanging from the driver's side mirror is a headband that's partially illuminated.
What do you mean illuminated?
This particular headband had multiple, appeared to be blue LED lighting.
Okay. The front of the vehicle, it appears to me that the front bumper is laying on the ground. Is that accurate, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
May we take the annotations down?
Yeah, we could do that. Thank you, Judge.
Boy,
So to your knowledge, no one had touched or disturbed this vehicle, at least since the time you were present, before you
Objection,
photographed it?
objection, speculation.
Overruled, you may answer.
To my knowledge, no, there was no manipulation of this vehicle prior to my arrival.
Okay. And at some point, did you look inside the vehicle? And I don't mean just to clear it of persons, I mean take a closer look inside the car.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was your purpose in doing that, sir?
Due to the nature of what was happening and the exigency of trying to identify who may have been inside the vehicle, I did locate documentation of identifying in nature.
this is Officer
Do you
Christopher
remember
Moss.
the name on that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Brianna.
What was the name on the paperwork inside the vehicle?
The name on the paperwork inside the vehicle was one Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., male black, date of birth 2/21 of 1982.
In fact, was there more than one piece of paper inside the vehicle containing that same personal identifying information?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, there was more than one item.
I don't see a front license plate in this photograph. Do you, sir?
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
No, ma'am.
Where's the license plate?
May I draw?
Yes,
It was determined later that this is actually the license plate
okay.
on the front.
Not from the photograph, but from your recollection, was the rear license plate clearly visible?
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, the rear license plate was clearly visible in the vehicle.
I need a straw.
Did you attempt to run the license plate for this vehicle?
Yes, I did via police radio.
What information did you learn about the registration of this vehicle?
The vehicle displayed a Wisconsin registration plate of A. Adam D. David P. Paul 9256, which listed to a Don L. Woods.
Yeah,
of
I'm not
the
sure if he
city
was
of
the
Milwaukee.
first officer. Don
Do you remember
Elwins.
the approximate location of the
I'm not sure if it was the first officer
street
to get to
where
the
Don
vehicle.
Woods lived?
Objection.
Overruled,
Irrelevant.
the witness may answer.
No, I do not recall that information.
You just remember City of Milwaukee?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And the vehicle was registered to Don Woods solely?
Objection. Leading. Relevancy. Who's it related to?
You just asked.
Um,
The vehicle registration, you clown.
Objections are noted. I'll sustain as to the form of the question and ask Attorney Upper to rephrase.
Was the registration only in one person's name?
From what I understand, it was.
Do you know the relationship between Don Woods and Darrell Brooks?
Objection. Speculation.
This is gonna be a tough one.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, ma'am, I do not know the relationship.
At a later point, as you were, well, strike that. Let me ask this. Did you remain with this vehicle for some time?
Yes, for some time.
And were other resources, law enforcement and other resources called to
God,
the
that's
area
just
to deal with this vehicle, sir?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And as that was occurring, are you aware of other police activity?
turn her
that
down
was
on my own
occurring
headphones.
nearby?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was that, please?
I had heard via police radio, Officer Luling advised that he was out with a subject in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is just a couple blocks away.
And did you hear Officer Luling indicate a name for the subject that he was out with?
Yes, I did.
And what was that name?
Officer Luling aired over police radio that he was out with a male subject identifying himself as Darrell Brooks.
All right, sir, thank you. I don't have any other questions. We can take down 99. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one other question about 99. I apologize, Your Honor.
Objection.
Overruled, she may answer. She may ask.
Do you know what time you snapped that photograph of Exhibit 99?
Yes, ma'am, I took that photograph on the date in question at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You're cross, Mr. Brooks.
You stated that you were flagged down by a Hispanic male running at you waving his hands. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Do you recall his name?
I do.
And would you state it for the jury and for the record?
His name is Abel Liscano.
And do you recall if Mr. Liscano gave you any additional information during your traveling to where the vehicle was located?
I don't understand your question.
You stated that Mr. Liscano got into your vehicle and you traveled to where the vehicle was located. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Liscano? How do you say it, Liscano?
Liscano.
Liscano. Did you learn during your travel to where the vehicle was located? Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Liscano?
Not while we were traveling to the vehicle.
So you traveled to the vehicle in complete silence?
No, he was trying to direct me with the location of the red Ford Escape.
Did he say he saw anyone driving the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So all he told you was where the vehicle was. He didn't tell you if he saw anyone driving it?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
The witness may answer the question as long as he does not answer with hearsay. Go ahead.
Can you restate your question, please?
So all that the Mr. Liscano already told you
I can't keep
was
up
the
with the
location
drinking.
of the vehicle, not if you saw anyone driving?
I'll
Question
tally it
calls
up.
for hearsay response, Your Honor.
I would agree hearing that again. Sustained.
Can't do it. Can't keep up with it.
Did he at all tell you that he saw someone in the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
It's hearsay. To ask him what Mr. Liscano told him would be hearsay.
So all Mr. Liscano did was just direct you to the vehicle.
That's correct.
That's all you guys talked about during your trip to the vehicle.
Objection, asked and answered.
Grounds.
Asked and
Sustained.
answered. That's the
It was
grounds.
asked, and I previously sustained the objection. So next question, please.
When you were able to locate the vehicle, where did Mr. Liscano go?
Once the vehicle was located, I had Mr. Liscano stand by in my fleet until other officers arrived to assist me, and then I transferred him over to someone else.
Do you know if he made any report at that time?
Define report.
Did he make any report to law enforcement at that time?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Like how he just repeats the same thing he said, as if that's going to clarify it. It's like when you're talking to someone who doesn't speak your
Do
language,
you recall
you just say it to them
Liscano,
again, but
yelling
louder.
that there were subjects standing outside of the
No
building?
more is it easy to
Objection, Your
understand.
Honor.
The
Hold on.
vehicle
I'm going
was,
to excuse the jury while I take up a legal issue. I'll rise for the jury, please.
Oh, it's happening. The judge is gonna snap. Oh, don't turn off the mics, man. We got to hear what's happening in here. Oh, Judge, don't block us out. We want to be a part of this process here. We want to know what you're saying.
Thank you. Be seated.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Brooks, before I have you question this witness any further, it sounds like to me that you are attempting to offer through this witness the statements made by Mr. Liscano. If that is what you are trying to do, you may not do that. You will have to call Mr. Liscano as a witness if you so choose, if he's on your witness list. But that your questions are seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness. That's why I had the jury removed so I could explain my ruling and why I'm going to direct you not to ask this witness questions about what Mr. Lascano may or may not have said.
I'm reading directly from his report.
That would be double hearsay then. Because it's
Two kinds
not
of hearsay.
leave
What?
Mr. Lascano here to say what he told this officer. If you are attempting to offer it for the truth of the matter asserted, which is what I believe you are doing, you're attempting to establish the veracity of something Mr. Lascano either said or didn't say through another witness. That is hearsay.
So it's not hearsay for the prosecutor to bring up.
I'm not going to talk about other rulings. There's been an objection by the state, and I'm sustaining the objection, and I'm directing you not to ask this witness questions that would call for this witness to say what Mr. Lascano said. That is hearsay. That is textbook hearsay.
Textbook hearsay.
I don't think it's fair for me to object to hearsay from the prosecution along the lines of the same type
Yeah,
of thing.
I'm not going to have a debate on what may have come in previously. I know you've made a number of hearsay objections, many of which the answers that were being provided were not hearsay. But I would direct your attention to 908.01 of the Wisconsin statutes. You have that book in front of you that I provided to you a number of days ago at the beginning of this trial or near the
She have a
beginning
whole
of
book
this
of what
trial.
to and what not
There's the
to.
definitional
you know?
section of the statutes, which defines hearsay. It also, and then if you go on to 908,
That's where he got these new.
that's obviously one you may want to look at as well. And then 90803 has the exception. So unless you can give me an exception, sir, as to why this witness should be allowed to answer those questions, I'm gonna again direct you not to ask
directly
these
from
questions.
his report, the report that he wrote. Nothing is coming from. I'm reading directly from his report. That's what I have
Doesn't
to
change
say.
the fact that it's hearsay.
You said what?
That doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
So
It
his
actually
report
creates
is
another
hearsay?
level of hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
Yeah.
So
Not this witness made, but what another witness made.
Yeah, you can't
So
testify
you
to what
have
someone else
to-
said.
So I can't read from his report that he wrote.
You can't ask this witness questions that call for a hearsay answer unless there's no objection from the state. Or you can convince me there's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies. Do you have an exception you'd like to offer to the court?
So I might as well not read the report that he wrote then if I can't
You're right, you
question
should.
him about the
Because it
report that
does
he
nothing
wrote.
for you.
That's your misunderstanding, sir, what is hearsay. And I all I can tell you is I'm sustaining the objection. I'm going to bring the jury back out, and we'll go from there. All right, Madam Clerk, bring the jury out, please.
Clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, I understand
I
you
don't-
may
I don't
disagree
consent to
with
or agree to
the,
being called that name. For the record, again, I'm here as a third-party intervener on behalf of my client. I don't know why that's not understood by now. So I guess I can't bring up the plaintiff either, huh? Tacit agreement.
All right.
thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Continue with your questions, sir.
Well, I gotta tread lightly.
Yes, you do.
Jury will disregard that last comment.
I don't know why.
And that one as well. It's not your opportunity to testify. You'll be given an
I'm not
opportunity
testifying.
should you choose
I'm
later,
not
sir, but
testifying.
please
You're not there to just
question
chat.
the witness.
If I could ever get to it, I'll do that.
And again, the jury will disregard that statement. It's not evidence.
It's getting to him. It's getting to him. He can't handle the fact that he's being boxed in and being told that he has to do things a certain way, like follow the rules, you know? Sucks for him, but, you know, it is what it is.
You made reference to a hat being on the hood. Can you pull Exhibit 99 up again?
Are you asking the state to do that, sir?
Yeah, can it please be pulled up and
Sure,
published?
it can, and it will.
And it will. She's into her mode.
The jury can let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please.
Very pleasant. Very pleasant of her. Man. Yeah, Okie Patriot. I'm looking to go back and watch the
All right.
beginning of the day,
It's in the jury box.
but it's hard to do
Continue,
in these live streams. So hopefully they're cutting and
You
clipping
testified
something
to
for
this
me to
being
take a
the
look
hat,
at.
right?
That's correct.
Let me see what I can find.
And from this picture, can you tell what that is?
Not specifically.
So how do we know if that's a hat from looking at this picture?
Because I've seen a hat.
From looking at this picture, it would be difficult to determine if that's actually hat.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what that is.
Educated guess, right?
Based on this picture, you're
Based
right.
on this picture.
Based on this picture, I'm not able to determine what that item is.
Would it be also fair to say we can't even determine if that's outside or inside of the vehicle at that point?
I would disagree and say that is on the exterior of the vehicle
And how
between
would
the
you make
hood.
that assumption if you can't tell what it is?
You need to let him answer.
Grounds.
Dude, every time he says grounds, I want to punch him in his throat. Like, shut up.
Clear
She
that.
gives the ground. She says objection, and then why?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, that was aggressive. I apologize. All in all,
You can
throw a punch.
definitively say from this picture that you can tell where the item is based on this picture.
Yes,
Are you going off what you found or what you can see from the picture?
I can see from this picture that that item is on the exterior of the vehicle between the hood that is destroyed and the windshield.
So it's on the hood?
It is between the hood and the windshield of the vehicle.
And you can tell that from this picture.
Objection as an answer,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained as to both grounds.
I see the one you're talking about.
And from this picture, you can tell what this is,
I'll have these videos all queued up for
Yes.
us.
just from the picture.
Yes,
And how do you come to that determination?
based on the fact that it's hanging on the exterior of the vehicle from the driver's side mirror, that it is in the shape of a headband and it is partially illuminated in this photograph with LED lighting.
It could be fair to say that it's anything. Would you not say that that's fair? Just from looking at the picture, it doesn't necessarily say, or it's not 100% identifiable from this picture. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Just from strictly looking at this picture, you can't positively say what the item is.
And that's a mischaracterization of his testimony.
Sustained.
She's got him. She got the same book apparently that Darrell Brooks had about objections. So
Clear.
good luck on that, pal.
Clear the photo.
Only she went to school for it. So
Here,
where you're
can I
pro
get the
se,
piece
Clear
of
the
there?
photo.
assuming that you know
Mr. Brooks,
how
I'd
to
ask that
defend
you show
yourself
some
in this.
deference to my clerk
Like an
and
attorney.
not bark orders at her and use simple courtesy. Thank you.
She actually
And
is.
thank you, Madam Clerk.
Will I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
You don't get any awards here,
Please
pal.
ask your next question.
There's
sir.
no honorable mention for being a
Please
normal
ask your
person.
next question.
You're a raging
I
piece of crap.
will. I just want to know if I'll be worded
I have
worded the
been.
same.
Thank you. Please continue.
Of course you will, pal. Of course. So you got the same I think the same suit and tie that the officer has on. I think. Officer
Did you
Chris
talk to
Owens.
anyone who lived in the residence?
No.
I don't recall the specific persons I talked to or where they resided.
So it's
Yeah,
fair to say
Debbie.
you talked to someone.
Obviously. Right.
There were multiple people outside of the residence and in the area at that time that I spoke briefly to.
But you don't know if any of them was the renter or owner of the driveway.
I do not recall.
Do you recall asking anyone if the vehicle belonged to somebody who may have stayed in that general area?
I do not recall asking that question to anyone.
You did state that you cleared the area. Would that be fair to say?
No, I stated I cleared the vehicle, not the area.
Did you clear the area?
Eventually, we did clear the back portion of the residence to ensure there were no suspects or victims.
Who is we?
Persons of law enforcement.
And did you wait until law enforcement came before you started to do that?
He is law enforcement. You do realize that.
Start on your own kind of way.
He is an officer of said.
Upon arrival to the location of the suspect vehicle,
Just saying.
I was by myself, so I initially cleared the vehicle to ensure that there were no potential threats to myself. When I advised dispatch that I had located the suspect vehicle, numerous officers came to assist me and were there relatively quickly to help me secure the area.
So would it be fair to say when you found the vehicle that you didn't locate anyone inside the vehicle?
Correct. No one was located inside the vehicle.
You were on the front porch of someone's house eating a sandwich
You also
on the
stated
cell
that you
phone.
cleared the vehicle for possible threats to yourself. If no one was in the vehicle, what did you need to clear the vehicle? What would be the threat?
Based on, again, as I earlier stated, what had occurred in the downtown, plus the fact that Officer Stone had fired rounds at this vehicle, I was unsure who or what may be inside the vehicle. Given the time of day, as it was becoming dusk, it was getting harder to see outside. So to ensure my own safety, I cleared it the way I earlier stated.
So would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up. You took this photo, correct?
That is correct.
So that would mean you were, at least by that time, sure that no one was in the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So did you clear the vehicle before taking the picture or afterward?
I cleared the vehicle before I took the photograph.
Did you find any threats in there?
After I initially cleared it, no. It was deemed to not be a threat to my person.
I wonder if he had a gun, and when he ditched the vehicle, he like hid the gun, got rid of the gun as well, because he'd have a previous gun charge from not too long before that.
Did you do
He didn't spend any
any
time in
other
prison for.
investigating after you had took this photo?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you do any other investigating after you took this photo?
After the photographs were collected of the vehicle in place from multiple angles, I did locate identifying information inside the vehicle.
What I'm asking is, so let me back up. So that was the extent of your investigation was finding whatever you found in the vehicle at that point.
Correct.
Grounds.
I'll address.
Thank you.
Correct.
I don't know if they did, Brianna, if they did a toxicology report. I'd be interested to.
So
Somebody gotta check out.
when you were clearing the vehicle, would it be fair to say that you could have done the same investigational work at that time?
No, that would not be fair to say.
And why not?
Because when you're clearing a vehicle to ensure that there are no threats to you, you're not looking for anything specific as far as evidentiary value.
No,
You're looking for a threat to your person.
Guns, bombs,
So you
knives. They thought it might have
clear
been
the
a terror
vehicle of
attack.
threats
So, it's been
after
unraveling
being
for a
in the
while.
vehicle to
Amber.
do
Yeah.
that, and then go back into the vehicle and look for, or start investigating rather.
Correct.
Why not do them all at once? Is that a procedural thing or
Asked and answered, Your Honor, I object.
grounds?
Sustained. Next question.
Is it usually procedure to investigate later on after clearing for threats?
Yes, you always want to ensure that where you're working on an investigation is clear of threats and that you are safe.
Would that be the same protocol if you were searching a home?
Objection relevance.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Relevance.
Oh, it's a joke, he says under his breath. I know. Drink, you guys. Every time you get that objection, drink some water. I'm swimming right now. I got if you want. I'm
I
saying
guess I
gotta
would say
hydrate.
touched or between the time that you were flagged down with the location of the vehicle until you actually observed the vehicle, you stated that you don't believe the vehicle was touched in any way in that time?
Objection, that's in the statement of his testimony.
Grounds, he said something similar to that.
Sustained.
He says grounds, and she says the
Are you
grounds
sure that the
for
vehicle was
the
not touched in the time that you were flagged down
objection.
about the location
Every
of the
time.
possible vehicle and observing the vehicle?
I am unaware if the vehicle was manipulated in any fashion from the time that Mr. Lascano flagged me down and to the time that I located the vehicle.
Yeah, there's no damage. Someone went out to your car and
Do you
kicked in the
know
front end on it.
Approximately
After you
how
parked
long
it.
it took you to get to the vehicle when you were initially flagged down about the location of the vehicle?
I do not know how long it took me to get to the vehicle upon being flagged down.
So it's possible that it could have been manipulated.
Yes, it's possible.
At the time that you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect identification or name?
Can you restate your question, please?
At the time you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect or name of suspect?
No, I was unaware of any names of any suspect involved in the incident at the time I located the vehicle.
And when did you learn of that information, if you learned of that information?
I only learned the information of a possible suspect upon locating the identifying documents inside the vehicle and subsequently providing that information to dispatch.
At the time you found that information, did you immediately regard that information to be the possible suspect?
Yes, since it was in the vehicle that was heavily damaged, the red Ford Escape with the bullet hole in the windshield, yes, I believe that that information indeed belonged to a suspect.
It's okay.
And at some point you ran the license plates number. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, I did.
And you also stated that it was registered to someone that was not the suspect. Would that be fair to say?
As far as I know at that, or I'm sorry, as far as I knew at that time, I did not know if the person registered the vehicle to was a suspect or not.
You also stated that you found identifying paperwork in your investigation of the vehicle. Did that information match the identity of who the vehicle was registered to?
No, the identifying information again for Mr. Brooks that was inside the vehicle did not match the registration on file with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation for the registration of the vehicle, which was Don L. Woods.
For the record, I don't identify by that name. Yet again, stating that for the record.
For the record, the jury will disregard that commentary by the defendant, and it also mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
It does not. I was just stating for the record.
Yeah, and tell the judge she's wrong about what she
The
said.
jury will disregard
Yeah.
that
So-
commentary as Mr. Brooks is not presently testifying.
The information you found in the car. The vehicle was not registered to that person, correct?
That's correct.
So there's a possibility that at any time, multiple people can utilize that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation, sustained.
Would you agree that a vehicle registered to one person and information found by another person constitutes that more than one person used the vehicle?
Objection.
Grounds.
Speculation.
Go ahead, you're.
Grounds.
The question was, does that prove that more than one person could drive the car? That's an improper question.
That wasn't the question.
Rephrase the question.
Sustained as to the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
It's also hearsay, like,
Say that last part again.
what I said.
It assumes facts not in evidence, your question.
There you go. Something.
Your next question, please.
Is it fair to say that people leave all types of information in family members' vehicles at any time?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Ask your next question, Mr. Brooks, please.
May I have the grounds, please?
Because
The
it's
objection has been sustained. Ask
Sustained.
your next question, please.
you can't
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
someone why they agree. It's because they agree.
The court's
It's-
not answering that.
They don't have to because they
The
sustain.
record is self-evident.
Is that a tacit agreement?
Sir, I don't know what a tacit
Here's what I
agreement is,
found.
so
What was
please
that?
keep going.
Someone's phone's left on.
Clearly know what it is.
He's about to get hit with it. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to make it, Jeanette, because I'm in Washington right now. But I appreciate the invite for the Arnogin in Kenosha for the anniversary party. It looked like I saw the flyer. It looked like a lot of fun, but unfortunately, I'm not able to make it. Sorry. But again, I do appreciate the invite. If anyone has any information about events happening in Wisconsin or anywhere else, shoot me emails. Let me know. I'd love to cover it all.
Would it be fair to say that at some point you've left items in other people's vehicles?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained.
I would love for him to answer. Nope, never done
Next
that.
question, please, sir. I've sustained this question multiple times, multiple
wasn't
ways
the
you've
same
asked it.
question.
Next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
90611, sir.
There you go. 90611.
Next question, please.
That's all she has to say.
Is it to relevancy? Is it to
Under
hearsay?
90611, ask your next question or I will cut off your cross-examination. Please ask your next question,
You
sir.
have to give the grounds, though, Your Honor.
No, she doesn't.
Especially if I'm merely just asking for the grounds of the sustain.
Sir, ask your next question.
That's not how it works, you tool.
What's the point of me asking questions if I can't answer anything?
The jury will disregard his commentary
Can't even
that he
answer
just
anything.
stated right now.
So yeah, thank you, Karen. 906.11 is mode and order of interrogation and presentation controlled by the judge. The judge shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogation,
Do you recall speaking to
witnesses and presenting evidence as
well,
so as to
you
do
said you
all
spoke to a
the
few
following.
people you didn't know if they
that you guys read.
were the owner of the house or the driveway, the renter. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's
Thank you,
correct.
intern.
Did anyone you spoke to give you a description of a possible driver?
I was given multiple descriptions by multiple parties of multiple suspects that had fled the vicinity of the vehicle.
And what do you mean by multiple descriptions of multiple suspects? 2, 3, 4 people, 5?
I was given information that one male black suspect that was taller, wearing blue pants and black, had run southbound on Maple towards College. Additionally, I was given information that 2 shorter male blacks wearing gray sweatpants had run in a westerly direction from behind the residence at 338 Maple. And then later I was also given another description of a male black, unknown height, wearing like a gray sweatshirt and pants.
You said medium height for the last description?
Unknown height.
Unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. Unknown height. Did anyone you talked to report the sound of a crash?
No, no one I spoke to at this location reported anything regarding the sound of a crash.
Did you see any signs that there may have been a crash once you and other officers were securing the area?
As far as the vicinity around the vehicle or the vehicle itself?
The general area.
As far as the general area, given the time of day, I was unable to determine if there was any signs of a crash in that vicinity.
When talking to the people that you, while talking to the people that gave you the descriptions, did they identify themselves as living close or living in any of the houses in that area?
No, due to the chaotic nature of the event, I did not ascertain where these individuals lived or if they were associated with any neighboring residents.
Do you know if they made any other statements to any other law enforcement that was there present with you at that time?
Not to my knowledge.
Why do you think you received so many different descriptions of suspects?
Multiple people from multiple angles observed different things, and there was a lot of people there. It was a very chaotic event. Even this particular scene was chaotic and hectic with numerous people coming to and from. So it was difficult to determine that information.
Did any of the people that you spoke with give any reason to why the suspects that they identified were run from the scene?
Speculation also calls.
Someone had
for
asked
hearsay.
about the toxicology
Sustained.
report, and one of the defense
Next
experts
question,
that was
sir.
going to be called by the defense team that he let go so he could defend himself was going to testify that Mr. Brooks' blood results was showing Delta 9 THC. That's as far as they got, but that's before he let go of his defense team. The state appointed two defense attorneys that he had. So, but one of those, they had his mom, they had someone from a accident reconstruction company, and then a toxicology consulting firm, a doctor with a medical pharmacology. Sorry, I'm having some lighting issues here. But that doctor was going to
Do you recall
testify that he had positive results for
any of the officers that were
Delta 9 THC.
securing the scene with you having a K9 present?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what officer that was?
That was Officer Bausman, who was a canine handler with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
No, Delta 9, whatever, weed doesn't make you go crazy. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
And eventually you left the scene where the vehicle was found and started searching the area?
Goodness gracious, this guy.
Yes, I transferred command of that location to Officer Buttrin, had him remain at that scene for scene security with additional City of Brookfield officer. And then myself, Canine Officer Bausman, and numerous other police officers from various departments conducted an area search as we were conducting a canine track. Based on the information I had obtained of multiple suspects running from the area.
And do you recall what time you went back to where you initially observed the vehicle?
I do not recall what time I made it back, but it was some hours later.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
I do.
May you state for the jury and for the record?
Yes, upon arrival to the police department, I was directed to make contact with District Attorney Sue Opper.
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yes, that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray cardigan.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Attorney Opper.
No objection, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
And do you recall what the nature of the contact was with Attorney Opper?
Yes, I was directed to locate Attorney Opper in the downtown area at the scene of the parade incident and subsequently transport her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So I'm assuming make contact with her at the parade. So you went and picked her up?
That's correct. I picked her up in the area of Maple in Wisconsin. Correction, I'm sorry. The area of Maple and Main Street.
And did you continue that contact after picking her up? And let me back up. Where did you go after picking up Attorney Opper?
As I stated, we once I picked her up, I transported her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And did you continue to have contact at that point?
I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
District Attorney Opper and I worked together to draft a search warrant for the 2010 red Ford Escape SUV that was in the driveway of 338.
He's just questioning procedure as if to say there's something wrong with
search
it.
warrant?
That's just the process that you go
Correct.
through, you know?
Initially, when you secured the vehicle and then investigated the vehicle after securing it, what did you need to search for at that point that you needed a search warrant?
After I cleared the vehicle and located those items of identifying nature, that was done due to the exigency of the event and identifying any outstanding suspects. After that was done and photographed in place, I resecured the vehicle and it was no longer touched at that point. So therefore, later on, it was required to have a search warrant to continue processing that vehicle for items of
And
that
again,
nature
they're
value.
I believe on Monday or sometime in the beginning of next week, they're going to
So
take the jury
you just
to
stated
see
that the vehicle wasn't
So
touched
that'll be
between
interesting.
those times. So what, if anything new, did you need to search for?
Objection, argumentative.
Ground.
Overruled. He may answer.
The basis of the search warrant was to ensure that, again, any items of evidentiary value I may have overlooked due to, again, the exigency of trying to find identifying information of an outstanding suspect, as well as clearing the vehicle for safety reasons. That is the purpose of the search warrant, is to do a more slow, methodical search of the vehicle for said items of evidentiary value.
But it would be fair to say that after initially clearing the vehicle, as you said, for any possible threats to you, and investigating the vehicle further a second time, what did you feel would be of evidentiary value at that point that you hadn't already observed before?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds, I'm referring to him stating the evidentiary value.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
So what was the evidentiary value that you were looking for
Same
with
objection.
the search warrant?
It's the same question a different way, so I'm going to sustain it and ask it's been answered.
Can you give an example of what evidentiary value is?
Something of evidentiary value can really be anything that's pertinent to the case. An example would be like a shell casing or a spot of blood that can render DNA results. Things
Or
of
a
that
vehicle
nature.
that's been smashed up from driving
Did you
through
find
people.
any of those things when obtaining the search warrant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Well, that's factually inaccurate, Your Honor.
It assumes a fact not in evidence. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
Did you find, upon obtaining the search warrant, were you able to find anything of evidentiary value?
Same objection. Assumes a
Ground.
fact not in evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. It assumes facts not in evidence. Please rephrase and establish a foundation related to whether this witness performed that subsequent search.
After obtaining the search warrant, did you yourself go back and search the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall what officer was dispatched to do to execute the search warrant?
No, I do not know who ultimately searched the vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
Do you recall if the vehicle was then towed from that area at some point?
Yes, the vehicle was removed at some point. I do not know when or by whom.
Do you recall where it was moved to?
I do not know where the vehicle was moved to.
You stated earlier that you did observe a gunshot in the windshield. Did you notice any other bullet marks?
No, the only mark that I observed related to a gunshot was the bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
And was that, you said on the passenger side, was it to the passenger side window, the passenger side chair, the passenger side dash?
Windshield.
Passenger
Passenger side windshield.
Oh, what?
That's what they said, right?
As I previously stated, it was in the windshield, front windshield on the passenger side.
Let's get these questions.
Were you at any time given a copy of the search warrant?
Yes, upon completion of the search warrant, I was given a copy. The original went over to the command center.
Is it standard protocol that, being that you were the one that obtained the search warrant, is it usually a thing where you don't have to be the one to execute it? Any other officer could execute it?
Based on the requirement of the search warrant to process this vehicle for items of evidentiary value, that's beyond the scope of my training and experience. So therefore, it was relayed to persons that are capable of actually doing that.
But you can, You said it's beyond your level, or something? I didn't catch where you said it was beyond your level.
You just
or
said it.
something.
How'd you not catch it?
It's beyond my scope of training and experience.
Beyond your scope of training. The actual writing of the search warrant isn't above your scope of training. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
But the execution is.
Of this particular search warrant, yes.
What made this particular search warrant different than any ones you've ever written or obtained before?
This particular search warrant was for a search of the vehicle involved in the Christmas parade incident. And given the gravity of the situation and the resulting effects of what this vehicle was used for, persons that are highly skilled in collecting items of evidentiary value are obviously the people who want to do that rather than a patrol officer.
And you were able to get that search warrant signed, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember by whom?
Yes.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
At that time of the search warrant, the on-call judge was contacted, and the on-call judge was the Honorable Jennifer Darrell.
That would be the judge right now in the courtroom.
Yes, that's correct.
The last part of that was that makes people feel high. It's just weed. Delta 9.
Did
It's
that complete
weed, yeah.
your part of the investigation for that incident at that time?
Yes, upon getting the search warrant, I was relieved of my duties.
Did you ever come back into the investigation in any way after that point?
After that point, no.
Like Lori said, like hair stuck in the grill, blood on the hood, evidentiary findings. Well, he's gonna go for everything, Debbie. He hasn't even. You guys remember? He hasn't even opened his case yet. This is 100% the prosecution's case right now. They're presenting their witnesses and
after your
opening testimony.
investigation
So
ended, were
once
you
they
able to obtain
rest,
any more
then he
information that
starts.
you didn't know the night of your investigation?
Objection, vague, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Please ask your next question.
Do you recall having any more contact with Attorney Opera after that initial night?
No.
When were you aware that it was a possibility that you could be called to testify in this matter?
When I received a subpoena to testify in this manner.
Excuse me, I mean,
When I received a subpoena to testify in this manner.
was that subpoena served to you by the district attorney's office?
Yes, it was.
Was it served by Attorney Opera?
I don't recall who served me directly. I believe it's via electronic.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was a few months ago.
So it's pretty recent, but a little time since you received it.
Yes, that's fair to say.
Would you by chance know who the plaintiff is in this matter? Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance. That's the grounds. Objection.
Ever
Relevance.
seen or talked to the plaintiff? Had any physical interaction
Here
with
we
the
go.
plaintiff in
Let's
this
say
matter?
this line. of
Objection, vague, and compound
Grounds.
Grounds.
question.
Vague. She's saying,
Sustained.
oh God, this guy is just.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same question. Yeah.
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know who filed the complaint in
I
this
wish the
matter?
judge would tell him to shut up. You say When they say objection, they
The
give a
complaint was
chance
filed by
to
the
say
district attorney's
the
office.
reason for the objection.
Do you know
That's the
if it was
grounds.
filed by Attorney Opera?
I don't know particularly who filed the complaint. I just know it was by
Hey,
the
if you're in
Waukesha
here
County
watching,
District
would anyone
Attorney's
hit
office.
like a heart, thumbs up, thumbs down, smiley face emoji? Just I'm curious to see how those
And
things stack up.
during your time in
on
law
any
enforcement-
platform, if you leave like some type of a spam a heart
Would it
or
be fair to say that
whatever.
whoever files the
just want to
complaint
see
is
if
a
these
party
numbers
to
are
the
registering
matter?
right here. So let me know.
Grounds.
Beyond the scope of the witness's
Grounds.
knowledge, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question. please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
No, there's one. There's three.
Any
Okay.
reason
there
why
we
the
go.
state of Wisconsin would be identified as the plaintiff when they did not file the complaint?
4, 5.
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative, misstatement of the law.
Okay, they're
Grounds.
coming
Sustained.
through. He just keeps saying grounds. All right, cool. Yeah, they're coming. Keep them coming,
Grounds for the
guys.
sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next
Facebook,
question, please.
YouTube, Twitch. Send them through. So it does. So Danielle, you did 4 of them. I think it did register 4.
Was that the grounds?
That's cool.
Next question, please.
Yeah.
The jury deserves to know this.
Jury will
It's a
disregard
long
that
day of
last
dishes, Julie.
statement. Sustain the objection, sir. Ask your next question, please.
I'm aware that it was a sustain. I'm
I
good.
appreciate you
I just
guys.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
know the grounds. Can't keep hiding stuff from the jury.
Mr. Brooks,
Oh.
the court is not hiding anything from anyone, and the jury will disregard that last statement. It is not evidence in any way in this case.
Would it be fair to say that any case has a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Lack of foundation beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
Sustained.
Would it be, can I rephrase the question?
Go
Nope.
ahead. I can't say whether it will be answered or not, but you can go ahead
But
and
I can't,
rephrase
I
it.
can't rephrase, just so we're clear. Whether it's answered or not, I can still rephrase it.
Rephrase away, dude.
I don't know what the question will be, sir, so I can't make a ruling that's advisory.
No, there's
So
definitely
ask
no
your next question,
marches
please.
for this
Are
guy.
you aware
No
that-
BLM or anything like that, Angela.
In any case brought into a courtroom, there has to be a plaintiff.
Objection.
Grounds.
Same question.
Grounds is
It
not
also
the same
misstates the law, so sustained.
question. There's no plaintiff, how's their case?
Move to strike.
The state is the
jury will
plaintiff.
disregard the last comment and statement made by
No, there's no people supporting him, Angela.
There's a
it's a
defendant, there has to be a
misstatement of the
plaintiff.
law.
He is
It's not
on an
relevant.
island
This
by
jury will be
himself,
the judge
being a
of the
complete
facts.
garbage bag human being.
Court is the judge of the law. Please continue, sir, or under 90611, I will stop the cross-examination.
If there's a defendant, there has to be a plaintiff.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. The jury will also disregard that statement. It's a mischaracterization of the law. It's a misstatement of the law.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
And I'll address that with Mr. Brooks once again after the jury has been excused. One final time, you may ask another question. Otherwise, I will, and it must not be along the same lines or under 90611, I will ask the state whether there's any redirect.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Grounds, relevant. That's what it
It's
is.
also vague, so I'll sustain it.
So the grounds is vagueness.
And relevance.
Is it vague or is it relevant?
Sustained, Mr. Brooks. Next question.
So since your initial night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter.
Correct.
And have you seen any news reports?
Objection,
We-
relevance.
Can I finish the question?
You can, there's been no identification, so under 906.11, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question. I don't see how it would have any relevance. I'll let you make an offer.
Yeah,
of
he's
proof
just,
after
this,
you're outside the
what do you
presence of
do?
the jury,
You know,
and if
what do you do?
necessary, you can recall this witness. Next question.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions, I would like to finish at some point.
Sir, finish your cross-exam as to
Just
that
said
limited.
no further questions.
Okay, but as to that limited topic. only.
Yeah, I mean,
If there are
he's
other
facing
things
over
outside
900
that
years
topic,
and 6 life
please finish
sentences.
your questioning.
I
So,
just said 2 times, I'm gonna say it again, no further questions.
All right, thank you then, sir. Do you have any redirect?
No, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may be excused.
it's got to feel so good to finally get excused, like,
I'm
oh,
going to
geez.
excuse the jury momentarily to take up a legal issue with the parties, and hopefully we'll have you brought back out
He's
shortly.
about to get the
Use
business.
this opportunity for a comfort break, though.
He's about to get the business.
Please be seated. You may make an offer of proof, sir, as it relates to why or what questions and what information you believe this officer would provide about news reports that he's seen.
So the offer of proof would just be to that one question.
What would the question be?
The question was, would have been, if I was allowed to finish it, had he seen any news reports directly connected to the incident?
But what's the
The
relevance
same
for
thing
him?
the same thing that many other witnesses have been asked, and it was never sustained in. It was never even objected to. So it was the same. It was
Let's
essentially
focus
one of
on
the same
the
questions.
specific objection that was posed and my
And what was the grounds for
willingness
it?
to give you an opportunity to provide the court with an offer of proof. This was what relevance would this particular witness seeing news reports have to his testimony?
The same thing that any other witness that was asked the same question.
Which would be what? You have to be specific, sir.
I
I'm not
was
gonna
specific.
assume I understand what you are saying.
Have they saw any reports related to the incident? That's the same question that's been asked by numerous
Well, there would
witnesses.
be a follow-up to that. So how is it relevant to this witness's testimony?
It's relevant to anyone who gets on the stand's testimony.
What's the legal basis you believe it's relevant to his testimony, sir?
It obviously forms an opinion.
Again, you need to explain to me, sir, the legal basis why you believe I should allow that witness to be asked that question and then any follow-up based on his response.
What would have been the follow-up?
I'm asking you,
got
sir,
asked and it would
you're
have got
the one
answered.
who's the proponent of this particular testimony and this questioning and the evidence. So explain to me your legal basis for why you believe it's relevant to ask, or any other reason, any legal basis you believe that I should allow that question to be asked.
I don't understand how you want me to answer that. I've stated the reason why I asked the question.
No, you stated it's obvious, but it's not obvious to me, so I'm asking you to explain it.
I also stated that I just clearly stated, that it goes towards biasness.
I'm
That
sorry,
would
it
be
goes to
relevant.
what? Wait, it goes to what?
Biased.
Bias?
Biased.
No, bias, B-I-A-S. There's no T at the end. Bias. I want to make sure I understand your reasoning correctly, sir. So it's,
Wow.
you're saying it goes to bias. How does it go to bias
Bias.
of this witness, sir?
She just
How would it not go to if you see something in the news?
It's not a proper legal argument, sir.
Okay, well, I don't know how you want me to answer
How
that.
would what he saw subsequent to his investigation impact either what he did beforehand or his testimony here? You have to make an offer of proof as to that. Without that, I'm not going to allow it.
You didn't allow it anyway, so what do it matter at this point?
I'm giving you the opportunity. It's called an offer of proof.
Okay,
I said I would
I'm
recall the
well
witness
aware-
if I
I'm well aware
determine.
what an offer of proof is.
Okay,
I'm well aware.
so make your offer of proof.
I don't need to. It's clear. It's very clear. I don't see anything funny either.
It's not funny, sir. It's just, it's a circular argument. You're telling me that
referring
it's
to you.
clear.
I wasn't referring that to you. The person that it was referred to know who they are.
Well, let's stay on task, please. So
I'm trying to.
you're
but it's
claiming
hard.
it goes to bias,
May I
but
say
in
this?
what
May I say
way?
this for the record, Your Honor? It's hard to stay on task when it seems like
is it hard? Is it
the
hard? Is life
prosecution
tough?
can ask essentially
Is it-
anything they want to ask.
Mr.
But
Brooks,
then when
I
object-
had.
'Cause they know how to
objection
ask the
before.
questions
Here's the
before.
thing. You want to go off target and you want
It's
to
not
bring
off
up
target.
things from the past. I can't explain to you why sometimes the state has an objection and other times they don't. But when
That's not what I asked.
when an objection has been made, it is my obligation to rule on it. And so there was an objection.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. But I'm also aware of the fact, and it's clear that I object quite often, and every single time I object is just thrown to the side every single time.
Well, I would disagree with that characterization, sir.
And why
I
would
make
you
my
disagree with
rulings
that?
in this
Why would
case
you disagree
based.
with that?
I'm like
Can
an
you point out
umpire.
one time?
I'm like an umpire in a baseball game, sir. I call and see the legal objections as I see them. That is my role, and that is what I do. And
Are you kidding me?
that's exactly
Your
what I
Honor.
do. I'm an umpire, sir.
Your Honor.
I am a referee in this trial.
If you're the
And
umpire
let me
with custody-
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish,
Okay.
Mr. Brooks.
I
Okay?
apologize. I'm letting
So-
you finish.
Sometimes parties make objections, sometimes they don't. There can be a variety of reasons. You make a lot of objections in this case.
This guy, man.
From my perspective, okay, you make a number of objections. I rule on them and you disagree with them. But that doesn't mean I'm casting things aside. I'm making a call based on the rules of evidence. So for example, if there's a relevance objection,
Yeah.
I'm going to analyze that, okay, based on the objection that's been made. Sometimes I might think there's another basis for something to either come in or not come in. But my rule book, okay, is the rules of evidence, which are the statutes, which once again, I'll point out, I gave you, sir, near the beginning of this trial, so that you would have a better understanding of what those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine. But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand what they are. Your ignorance of the law
Man.
is not a defense.
Your ignorance of the law is not a defense. I'm writing that
Okay,
down.
and
That's
you getting frustrated
beautiful.
with me because you don't understand that, I mean, it's just what it is. But I'm calling these legal shots as I see them. And I've asked you repeatedly for an offer of proof. You want to ask this witness who had limited involvement regarding a part of an investigation related to that vehicle. I don't see the relevance, even to bias, for which I will allow him to answer that. You haven't given me a legal or factual reason to overrule the objection and to bring the witness back on the stand and to question him about his viewing of any news reports. So with that, We are going to take a very short break. The jury's been out for a little bit, but I recognize it's 3:25. It'll be a good opportunity for a comfort break. And when we come back on, the state should be prepared to call the next
Can I
witness.
release at least rebuttal to what you just said since you
I
actually
don't need
got
a
to
rebuttal, sir. You may not agree with me, but I've made
It's not
my
about agreeing. You
record.
just told me not to interrupt you and I didn't. So I at least deserve the chance to put on the record a rebuttal.
What would you like to put on the record as it relates to the specific issue for which I was giving you the opportunity to be heard? Not anything else, not subject matter jurisdiction, not
Now you
whether
said
the
that.
state's doing
I didn't
other
even bring
things.
that
I'm
up, Your Honor.
only asking you to address the offer of proof.
No,
If
I
you
want
have
to.
something, go ahead.
I wanna-
Only as it relates
I
to
want to
that.
address your position because you said you're like the umpire, right?
Well, I'm not getting, okay, go ahead, sir. I'm not sure why you need to respond to
Because-
that.
Because it needs to be on the record. If you're the umpire, that means you're the referee.
That's what I'm doing here
when,
today, sir.
and when you're not reffing fair if the jury's not allowed to hear things that's important for them to know.
I respectfully disagree, sir. Again, just because you believe the law means you have a right to question all these witnesses about who the plaintiff is and about subject matter jurisdiction,
I
doesn't
didn't
make
question
it
anybody
so,
about that.
okay?
That
It
was
doesn't make
between
it
you
so.
and I. That didn't have nothing to do with a witness. I've
You
never
wanna
once
question
questioned a
these
witness about
witnesses,
subject
sir,
matter
about
jurisdiction.
whether they are aware of complaints. And the funny thing is, sir,
Man, I
I
wanna
sometimes let that question
Clip
be
all this, but
answered
I'm trying.
for reasons that are completely different, I believe, than why you want them in. I am not going to explain that
You
because I don't
can't
have to
say
explain that.
what's my reason for asking it.
Well, I believe you've made it very clear, sir. So here's the bottom line.
I don't.
One of my roles is to be the umpire.
Then you got to
All
be
right.
fair, Your Honor. You're a public
I
servant.
am fair, and I'm
No,
going
you're
to follow
not.
the
You're not
rules
being
of
fair.
evidence,
Your
sir.
Honor,
That
this is
doesn't
why I
mean
say that.
unfettered questioning
This is
of
why I say that.
witnesses that are not relevant or that call for hearsay or for a variety of other reasons that are speculative. There's a whole host of reasons in the rules of evidence, sir, that require me to make those determinations.
You're not being
I
fair.
respect
You're not
that
being
you
fair,
might
though.
not think it's always fair, but
It's
I
not.
disagree with the characterization. I think it has more to do with your lack of understanding of the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure, which you knowingly and freely and voluntarily and deliberately made a choice to represent yourself. And
And you
as
keep
I
saying
warned
that
you at
because
that
it sounds
time,
good
sir,
on the
you did
record,
that
but
at
it's
your
not.
peril.
It's not accurate. You accepted when you gave me the paperwork, Your Honor. I
I'm
gave
not-
it back to
I'm
you.
not going in. I didn't
I-
say that, sir, so we can go back and rehash all of those things.
But you know you accepted
right.
the way that I gave you the paperwork back. So once
And I
you
made
accept that,
findings on the record, which I will stand by, sir. So
and I'm not,
with that,
I'm not
we're going to
arguing.
take.
I'm not
take a
arguing your
break.
findings.
I
I'm
need a
not
comfort
arguing the
break.
findings,
I'm sure
Your
you
Honor.
need a comfort.
They finally just cut it off. You said that's enough. We've had enough.
I would like to.
Oh,
take
no,
some
they
more
didn't.
You got it.
witness today.
You got
Thank
it. You got to
You're
call
off
it
the
fair.
record, sir.
You got.
They can't figure out if they want to keep him running or cut him off. That's hilarious, man. He's just this guy. Love this guy, man. He doesn't get it. Like she said it. Your ignorance of the law is not an argument. You're just that's all there is to it. You are without the ability to to defend yourself appropriately. Apparently, is what he's trying to say. I can't do it, and it's not the case at all. But hopefully that clip. I'm going to see if I can't pull that up here. Let me see if I can share that. I'm so glad that I'm glad that like the officer, was willing to jump in and say what he said, and that that at this point that the judge is finally even saying like, hey man, enough is enough. That's garbage, and I need you to shut up because you've said too much. You said too much. And then she's finally hitting on some points too. Like, hey, listen, man, you keep bringing up garbage arguments and I'm letting it ride, but I'm not going to keep doing that. Well, you let the prosecution talk. That's because they know what they're saying and they know how to say it. There's a certain way you have to approach things in the court of law. That's just how it goes, man. It sucks. You can't just get in there and argue like, hey, all right, we're going to sit down. And then everybody just they have like a talking stick. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? When you have the talking stick, you can say whatever you want. That's not, that there is not the case. But the, okay, let's see if this works. So, just this last little clip. Hopefully it does. I want to. All right, let's unmute that, and then we'll full screen there. And yeah. Sorry, we can't do that. All right, cool. Let's remove it. Here we go. Okay. And what are we at over here? Oh man, it's not doing it for me. Oh, it's because it's pulling up a little bit. My bad. Okay, remove that one. That's not that screen. We'll present a different screen for you. Clutches. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, here we go. I don't know why I just was playing and seeing if I could click this, and it looks like it worked out. So good. Thanks, Judge. Thank you for this moment.
Those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine. But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand what they are. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense for any of this. Okay? And you getting frustrated with me because you don't understand that, I mean, it's just what it is. Those rules are. If you choose not to read them, that's fine.
It's just what it is.
But you cannot then claim that there is somehow foul play because you haven't read them and you don't understand what they are. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense for any of this. Okay? And you getting frustrated with me because you don't understand that, I mean, it's just what it is.
It's just what it is. I love it. It's just what it is. You know, you be as frustrated as you want, but I'm wearing this flashy black gown here, and you're an a-hole. So that's just what it is. You know. So the judge gave him the business there, which is good because it needed to happen. Yeah, the guy is, you know, just a world-class, you know, POS, safe to say. What we're gonna do here though is let's see if we got, yeah, that's okay, cool. I'm keeping track of the court, make sure that when they come back in we'll be able to jump in and make that happen. But I do in the interim here, let me see, we got so this was earlier today. So this was probably right at the beginning of the day, I think, was. And this is the kind of defiance that he's had from the jump. So there's another video for you guys of what this judge has been dealing with from Jump Street. And here we go. Sorry, it's a whole jump around process that I have to go through here. But it's just because we've got a minimalized amount of technology at my disposal at the moment. But we're making it work. We're making it work all the same. And here we go.
Jury's here. Please show respect and decorum.
According to this document, this is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter. I'm starting the trial.
Right here that says it's a civil matter.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
session
case.
trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
Nobody does.
Right,
all right, I'm going to excuse the jury right now, given this disruption. All rise for the jury.
She spelled, you guys, I don't know if you thought, she spelled bias out. You kept saying biased.
Before the jury even comes out. That's why I tried to properly address it before we even went on the record.
Mr. Brooks, stop.
I'm not gonna, this is,
You are
I
not
was
being
given
respectful
this
to this
paperwork by you,
proceeding
Your
or
Honor,
to
with all
this
respect.
jury. No,
With
it's
all
not.
due
With all
respect,
due
with
respect,
all due
stating that
respect,
doesn't make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you
Mr.
from
Brooks,
Monica Paz.
stop talking
the
till the
clerk of
jury
court.
is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
so why can't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it.
That was
Bottom
the time
line.
to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addressings before the jury comes out, before we start the matter.
Please
I
be
was trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr.
this-
Brooks,
it states that
you
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
On what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday
She's
as
just
a
not putting up
courtesy
with
that
it.
was provided to
Today's
you
not the day.
so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But
charge
from
you.
now on,
Write that-
I am
write that
not
letter,
going
bud.
to be the messenger and give you documents that you request to the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up.
It should-
All right. It is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
because
need
it
to be
was-
noted, sir.
You
All right. The
gave it to
jury's
me- you
coming
gave
back
it to me
out,
in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for
Mhm.
being disruptive,
Mhm.
and for bringing up irrelevant
Mhm.
matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination
Boom.
of this witness.
I object to
Did
that,
you
Your Honor.
hear what I said?
No, I did not. I object to that, Your Honor.
He
Well,
said,
you can
I-
object, and your objection is noted, but if you
For the
interrupt
record.
when this jury
For
comes
the
out,
record.
they will go, I will remove, I
Come
will
on,
have
man.
them
I
taken
object to
out
that.
again, and
You
you will
just-
be removed to the next
But-
courtroom.
You gave,
Oh.
what is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the
And-
other cases that
and it
I've
doesn't
cited
say
previously.
anything.
I'll
Illinois
make
versus Allen,
the
write it down.
appropriate record. Stop interrupting me. The jury's coming out. We're continuing with this trial
I
despite
object.
your repeated efforts
I don't like that.
to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
mischaracterization
sit
of the
down.
record.
Yesterday alone,
Wow.
sir, 17 interruptions, not including the opportunity that I
17.
gave you where you spent 15 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations and requests not based in law or fact. I was abundantly patient with you yesterday.
Oh,
You still haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said.
none of
Your
that
Honor.
is required, sir.
Because it
and
is. You can't verify.
Your
any proof.
belief
Where's
that
the
that's the
subject matter-
law
where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the law and doesn't make it so.
It's
So
clearly
again,
relevant
he's like,
because
yes, it
you didn't
does.
come
I'm
because
to
I
going to
say it
step off
does.
and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off.
I'm
And
not-
when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm not
out,
angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
You all can be seated. Mr. Brooks, just make your statements. What do you want to advise the court today?
I want to first state again for the record that I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to being
This is
called
him
that
challenging the court
name.
proceedings.
Your Honor, with all respect, I'm merely asking you, do you have the full judicial power of the state, or is this military power?
And so this
I'm
was,
I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
nobody does.
I'm asking, is
And on what
this,
legal basis are you making that request?
I'm asking
Okay, again, this is him
for the record,
basically bringing up his sovereignty.
is this a common law court or an admiralty court? What are we in here? And I'm requesting
And this is
an
how part
affidavit
plays into the sovereign
that you, Your
claim
Honor,
that he's
have
making, right?
no bias, no conflict of interest, or no interest in the
BIAS.
outcome of this case. And the reason why I want to state this clearly for the record, mainly is because of the bias that's been shown. I have not been getting any certified copies of any requests that I've made, which I was told by this court to address inmate communication forms for anything that I may need. I've done that. I've complied with that. Every time I've needed something of the court pertaining to documents, I've done it the way the court has asked me. And I've always stated that I wanted everything to be certified. I have yet to even get that.
Oh man, that's
my
rough.
court docket sheet was not a certified copy. When I asked your honor of your oath of office, I asked for that to be certified.
Her
You
oath of
stated
office.
for
So
the
he's
record
even
that you would
questioning
not
if the
give me
judge is allowed
a certified
to be a judge,
copy of your
basically.
oath of office, which you are required to show if I ask for it. I've brought up my Sixth Amendment constitutional right that has been pretty much
Look at her,
discarded,
just like
and
really.
that is based on the fact that I have the right to face my accuser, which would be the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, in this matter. They have yet to show that a claim is I mean, a living human being can only make a claim. An entity cannot make a claim. I've requested for the complaint to be provided. The complaint from November 23 of 2021, the amended complaint from November 29th of 2021, the second amended complaint from January 12 of
These are
of
just
this
all
year,
the things that he's trying to bring
2022.
up to this judge.
I have
as if
yet to
say,
see
like,
those.
Judge, these are things you need
There
respect.
was no record
You know
of
what I
a
mean?
bond in my docket sheet. I asked for that to be verified by proof. That hasn't been provided.
This was
There's so many
yesterday.
biases, clear biases in questions that are not being asked based on judicial determinations made by your honor.
But he keeps going. This was crazy. Is
you look at the discrepancies.
He keeps going, which is wild.
And I think they're clear.
Reciting his rights in the court.
Think at minimum,
while at the same time
deserve
saying he's sovereign
for the subject matter
doesn't
jurisdiction
recognize the
to be
courts as
verified
having
and
jurisdiction
proven.
over him.
I've raised that issue numerous times, pretty much every day, every time I come before your court, your honor. I address that, and it has yet to be proven. My filings have been disregarded, even though they've been filed into the record, even though they've been time stamped. I haven't got the original copies of any of them, which I'm supposed to get.
Assault
and
chocolate factory. That's where we're at.
Sit
with
here
it,
today.
I mean?
I'm still not even understanding the nature and cause of the charges. That hasn't even been proven. Can that be provided in any way? I'm basically sitting here confused because I don't understand
why you're on trial.
These proceedings are allowed to continue when there's so many things that have not been provided. They haven't been provided in my discovery. They haven't been provided to me by being brought to my power around house
so
in the
much
jail.
Time in and out of jail
without so much information.
This is kind
valid
of
information
course. He just got this
to this matter, and I believe that it should be verified and it should be proven for the record. And if not, I move for this case to be dismissed for failure to appear by the plaintiff and failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted.
Yeah.
Everything that I'm saying, it has merit.
We're gonna move past this.
Validity.
Okay, so we already know how he's doing
here
this,
today.
right?
I'm
he's still confused. He's still confused. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's confused. He's confused because he's an idiot. You know what I mean? And he thinks that he understands all the intricacies of the law, and he feels like he's owed these rights. Right? He's quoting all these rights that he's being that are being misappropriated to him, that are not getting afforded to him. At the same time, he's backdoor saying that under this, and I'll put it up here for you guys. What sovereign, what the whole sovereign identity says. It says a sovereign citizen or someone who claims sovereignty from the nation, whatever, is a member of a political movement of people who oppose taxation, question the legitimacy of government, and believe they are not subject to the law or courts. But he's sitting in court saying that they're violating his rights, his civil liberties, his civil rights, as they are, written out in, the letter of the law. Well, how about take it up in a civil court that doesn't exist in your world? How about that? Because that's basically where you're going to end up with that one. But I'll tell you right now, though, it's crazy of him to think that he's going to have any other results. You know, what's funny is I was wishing we had more time, but they're back in session, so I was gonna. I had some Schroeder moments that I was really excited to share. We'll do that later. I'll give you guys those moments later. But that definitely is something you want to watch because man, that Judge Schroeder, no jokes with that boy. He was not playing at all. You know what I mean? He's ready for the business. Make sure I got the. What do we have right here? All right. Is this? Are we live? This is live? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry guys. We're in here. Alright. And we're going back in. This is it. Sorry guys, I'm having a little bit of a hiccup with my that's the problem. All right, good. We're in here. They're just bringing the jury back in, and then we will we'll be back up and running. There we go. And we're in there now.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement calls next witness.
State calls Carlos Arachiga.
That was the name you
Good
had a real
afternoon,
issue with.
Mr. Arachiga, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up near me, to the right of me. It is up one riser.
I'm going to write this
When
down.
you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Carlos Arachiga Velasco. Is my second last name. Carlos, Carlos, and then Arechiga for Achiga, and then Nolasco, Nolasco.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, back in November of 2021, were you living here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
What was your home address on November 21st of 2021?
338 Maple Avenue, second unit or upper unit.
Okay, that's a duplex?
It's a duplex, yeah.
Were you home at 338 Maple in the upper unit on the afternoon of that day, the 21st?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point hearing a noise or something that was out of place outside of your window?
Yeah, during that time I was sitting down, and to my left is a window that looks down to the driveway, and when I was sitting down I heard like a big scratch, sort of kind of like just a rough scratch of either metal or whatever. And as soon as I look out, because the window's right there, I just peeped open the blinds, and I was able to see that there was a vehicle that I had never recognized. And as soon as I looked over, I was able to see just somebody being able to get just jump over the hood of the car, kind of dash away. And when I saw the car, I just saw that it was really beat up. And my first instinct was like, who is this? I hope our cars are okay. Wasn't really sure what was going on. Sorry.
Could you describe the vehicle for us that you saw in the driveway?
It was a red vehicle, SUV, bigger, not a sedan, not a truck, not a pickup truck. It was
Thank
just
you,
a red
Danielle.
SUV.
Yeah.
When you looked out your second story window at the driveway and you saw the vehicle, at that time, could you see whether there was any damage to the vehicle?
Yeah.
Overruled.
Said it was
May
beat up.
answer.
Yeah, I saw damage to the vehicle. It was mostly at the hood of the car. You can see damage to the front windshield as well. I was able to even see sort of kind of like a lit up headband on the rear view mirror or the side view mirror, kind of hanging right about kind of inside or on it, I guess you can say.
When you looked out the window
Dude, that
Had the
headband
SUV
came
already
off of
come
the person that
to
he
a
hit.
stop, or was it still moving?
It was at a complete stop when I looked out the window.
The person you described earlier, where did you first see that person?
Welcome back, Owen.
Already outside of the vehicle, like I said, jumping out mostly over the hood of the car. And as soon as that happened, I instinctively kind of just shut down the blind. And since we live in a duplex, I thought it was somebody from downstairs that maybe crashed into one of our cars. Maybe they caused an accident, and I tried contacting the people downstairs right away. So I wasn't really in much of a threat, I guess you can say, but I was just confused at the moment.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I want to ask you a couple more questions about this person that you saw. Was this person directly below you in your vantage point, or was it off to the side?
It was more
relevancy.
Overruled. He may answer.
It was more towards the side. Wasn't really below me. Sort of leaving my point of view from the window.
Did you see what direction that person went after they jumped over the hood of the SUV?
It would have been sort of straight ahead, kind of towards the left of the driveway, so I couldn't see them anymore. We have two windows, one in the bedroom, one in the living room, and if I was in the bedroom, I would have been able to see exactly where they went, but they just went left from my point of view.
So would that have been toward or away from Maple?
That would have
been
been
a witness.
Hold on. If there's an objection, wait until I rule on it. And overruled, the witness may answer.
It was towards Maple Avenue.
Did you see that person reach Maple Avenue?
No.
Why not?
The point of view from the window doesn't really let me see towards Maple Avenue or Maple Avenue altogether.
Okay. After the person went out of your field of view, is that when you tried to contact your downstairs neighbor?
Yeah, because I assumed that it was maybe somebody they invited over because I really didn't recognize the person, and I tried contacting them to make sure they knew who it was or who the person was.
From the moment you first looked out your window and saw that SUV until the moment that the person we've been talking about went out of your field of view, did you see any other people outside your window?
No.
Did you at some point go downstairs to investigate?
Yeah, that was during me going downstairs. I was trying to contact the people downstairs because they always invite people over. And that was a vehicle I've never seen in my life. So I assumed maybe it was one of their friends, somebody. So when I went downstairs, I sort of came to the front of the vehicle. I was able to see the damage up front. The hood was really beat up. You could see it steaming a little bit. So when I contacted the neighbors, they one of them actually told me that they'll ask around. He came back to me. He said, "That's nobody's car." They all came out. We were all kind of surrounding it, and we were still confused as to why the car was there. And at that same time, when we were looking at the damage of the vehicle, people were leaving downtown Waukesha from Maple Avenue from the library going the other way. And some of them were running. Some of them looked scared. Some of them, one of them told us to call the cops. We were kind of confused as to why. And mostly because we saw the vehicle. And we tried not touching it. We tried just leaving it be. One of the people from downstairs called the cops, and we waited a little bit. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to go back inside, and I was sort of inside for the rest of the afternoon until the car was removed.
When you first started standing around the vehicle with the other people you talked about, do you remember approximately how many people were standing around the SUV?
It would have been the three main neighbors that we have from downstairs, two of their girlfriends, I believe, and then two of their other friends would have maybe been around like 6, 7. And then my mom was also down with me, and then I was there with her. But we tried not really interacting with the vehicle. We were telling everybody not to interact with it.
And was it at that time while you were standing with those people around the SUV that you saw other people running down Maple?
Yes.
And what direction were they running?
They were heading towards sort of the restaurant La Estacion. heading towards kind of like the train tracks, leaving from the library from Maple Avenue.
So would that be running north or running south?
I guess if you're looking at downtown Waukesha, I guess that would be north. I guess if south is heading towards downtown, north would be heading away from it.
Okay, let's put up. Can we please display for the witness only exhibit number 130?
Go ahead.
And can we zoom in on the right middle of the screen?
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Well, I'm gonna ask you to show the witness the map that does not have the annotations. So I'll sustain your objection. So want to tell me you want to turn it back on?
Sure.
Objection, what's being looked up that's not already in the exhibit? Look like something was being looked up.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Is it exhibit,
Looking for an,
I guess my objection would be, is there an exhibit being shown or is there being
there's
something
nothing shown to the witness right now. It's off. Is it exhibit 130? It's not there. Was it ever received? Not yet. So you objected, I sustained the objection. And so I told the state not to show the map with annotations.
Okay.
So whatever they're doing in response to that, I can't answer.
Something popped up on the screen to look like they was trying to Google something, and then now my screen is off now. So that wouldn't be an exhibit.
I didn't see anything, so we can take that up later if need be, but let's keep going with the questioning of the witness, and we can deal with that later, outside the presence of the jury.
Just for the record, I know it's 140 exhibits, so it shouldn't be no more than that. You can't create exhibits right now.
Well, we'll get to any legal issues later, so if the state can continue, please.
I'll try to clear this up without any more exhibits for Mr. Brooks. When you are standing in your driveway facing Maple Avenue, if you wanted to go to downtown Waukesha, would you go left or right?
Objection. That was asked and answered. He asked north or south, and he already answered that question.
This question has not been asked or answered, so your objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
And I'm sorry, you can answer that again.
It was left. Yeah.
And if you wanted to go to La Estacion or the train tracks, would you go left or right?
It would be right.
So the people who were running past your house on Maple, were they running towards downtown or were they running towards La Estacion?
Towards La Estacion.
Sorry, was there an objection?
Asked and answered.
It was clarification, so his answer may stand. The objection is overruled.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were standing around the SUV with those other people, how much time had gone past between that time and the time that you first heard the noise and looked out your window upstairs?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
I would say that it was maybe around 2 minutes, not even that much, because I still had to get my shoes and everything. I wanted to go downstairs, and at the same time I was texting the neighbor from downstairs. So I would say a little bit of time passed by before I went downstairs.
Okay. Can we please show for everyone exhibit number 65, a video which has previously been received?
Go ahead.
Just wait for a thumbs up from the bailiff. Okay. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yeah.
Tell us what we're looking at here.
Right now we're looking at sort of the side of the building that's or from Les Paul that's facing my house and facing Maple Avenue. That house in the corner is my neighbor's house. I know them as the Loxes, and over there to the left where the perimeter of the fence ends, that's my house with the brick sort of kind of pillars and balcony. That'd be my house.
Okay.
So I know I could see what the witness was pointing to.
We're gonna have Matthew.
So very well. I just wanted, it's kind of difficult for me to put that on the record. So if you can have some further questioning, that would be good.
Sure. That screen in front of you is a touch screen. As long as you use your
Okay.
finger. Can you circle your house for us?
It would be right here.
And we're at the 0-second timestamp on this, just for the record. And then if we could clear that, please. Now I'm gonna ask Ms. Gussie to pull up the Zoom tool again. And we've zoomed in on the top left quadrant of this photo, of this video. If we could play here from the beginning.
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Overruled. It's been admitted already. He testified his house is in it.
Pause. At the 27-second mark, we pause there. Sir, do you recall, well, let me just back up there. Did you see on the video there a figure emerging from your driveway?
Yeah,
Could you circle that figure for us?
right here, and
Okay,
then
thank you.
right there as well. Where
And what's the second thing you circled?
just a vehicle.
Okay, let's clear those two circles, please. Does that figure, understanding the limitations of how far away this camera is, does that figure appear to be consistent with the figure you saw hopping over the hood of the SUV?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
At the time of my sort of testimony, when we got a visit from detectives, I told them that I did see a figure. I remember saying that he had a hoodie. At the time, I told them that I wasn't really sure of the color of it, and when I was asked again the next morning, I just told them that maybe it was like a gray, a white, but I told them that maybe it was part of the stuff that I saw on top of the car. I remember seeing scarves on top of the car, that headband that was white with colors. So at the time, it was like a flash, and I was, what's it called? I can see that I was sort of correct because it was a year ago. And when I gave my testimony, I said everything I could, like that I remembered at that time, which was person I saw had a hoodie on. Wasn't really able to see them face to face, but I can see that they were sort of leaving the car, jumping over the hood of the car. Just kind of, yeah.
Okay. And you did not see that person's face?
No.
Okay. Let's play just a couple more seconds here before we hit play, though. I'll just ask you to focus on the figure we've been talking about. And pause. At 31 seconds. Based on what you've seen so far in this exhibit, does that figure appear to be traveling in a path consistent with what you remember?
Yeah.
Objection, hearsay. You say you can't see the street from the window.
Overruled. He may answer the way that that question was phrased.
When I mentioned the direction of the person that I saw leaving, facing my driveway, obviously there's an exit which connects that entryway where all the cars are parked, and then our driveway where our garage is, and sort of the way that I saw the person leaving was towards the left of my field of view, which would be heading towards Maple Avenue.
Okay. I'm now going to show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 66. you recognize the photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the side of my house that faces kind of the other side of Maple Avenue, I guess you can say.
Okay. Are we on the same side of your house as the camera angle from the last exhibit?
No, we're not.
On the other side?
Yeah, the other camera on the school building was facing the right side of the house. This is facing the left side of the house.
Is this how your house appeared on the night of November 21st, 2021?
Yeah.
Move exhibit 66 into evidence and ask to publish.
Exhibit 66 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Do you see a vehicle in your driveway in this picture?
Yeah, it's the red SUV that I described.
We'll show now for the witness only, please, exhibit number 67. You recognize this exhibit?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at my driveway, and then my house is to the right. And sort of, this is kind of like the area that we were sort of looking at the car from. We approached a little bit closer, but that's sort of what I saw that night. That is what I saw that night.
And actually, Judge, just to be a little more efficient with time, I'm going to move through the rest of these photos and lay the foundation and then move them all in at once.
Go ahead.
All right. We'll show the witness only, please, 68. You recognize that photograph?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the car, or the SUV, sorry, that in my driveway. To the left, you can see a little bit of a kind of like a stump, a log, and I recognize those logs from the backyard of my neighbor's house, and it was sort of dragged all the way to our driveway as well.
We'll show the witness now, exhibit 69, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the other end of the driveway where all of our cars are. We can see to the left one of our vehicles, the white SUV, and then the two vehicles, the blue SUV, and then the sort of the brown sedan. Both those cars are not mine; they're our neighbors' vehicles. But one of them's in the backyard, and one of them's in the driveway.
Exhibit 70 for the witness only, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah, that's the other vehicle from our neighbor's house. So all three, those are all their vehicles. And if you look further down, you can see the other set of houses that are what's it called? Or the other set of houses that are on the same street from my neighbor's house. Our backyards connect.
Let's show the witness number 71, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of all these photos?
Your objection to relevance is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
Do you recognize what we're looking at in 71?
Yeah, that house, the White House, or sort of the one that's not to the side, to the right, that's my neighbor's house. And then to the right, that's sort of the back part of our house, first floor.
We show the witness number 72, please. Do you know what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, right here, those are sort of some of the logs, or as I mentioned before, one of the logs that one of them was actually dragged into our driveway, and they had a few of them sort of for, I'm assuming, sitting down, and this whole area was kind of messed up. This part of the yard is not our part of the yard, it's our neighbor's yard, but they had logs over there, and they were kind of just as decoration. Looking at this area, when we went to go see, one of them was missing, and everything else was kind of beat up in that part of the yard.
And finally, 73 for the witness only, please. You recognize what we're looking at here in exhibit, I'm sorry, there's an objection.
Where's the relevancy of this? What we're looking at?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. I believe the witness is going to explain.
You can see sort of remains of like some of those logs that they, or like those stumps of logs that they had. and seems to be a car part from the vehicle as well.
Do exhibits 67 through 73 accurately portray your driveway, your backyard, and your neighbor's backyard as they looked the night of November 21st?
Yeah.
And you went outside and looked at these things yourself, correct?
Yeah, I did. When before the cops sort of arrived, when we were sort of hovering around the car, and my neighbors were contacting the police, I was trying to see if any damage was done to our vehicles, because that was our main concern, since we had no idea what happened with the parade or anything. We just tried to go see what happened to our driveway, what we needed to worry about. But yeah.
I move exhibits 67 through 73 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection. No relevancy.
Court notes the objection. It's overruled. Exhibits 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
Okay, we'll start publishing number 67, please.
Can the jury let me know if the monitors are on in front of you? Not yet? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So you previously testified about what's in this photo. That's the red SUV we've been talking about, correct?
Yeah.
And we are facing, if you're the person taking the picture right now, are you facing towards Maple or away?
Away from Maple Avenue.
Okay. Let's take a look at 68, please. This is just a close-up view of that red SUV.
Yeah.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What is this?
It is the red SUV in my driveway, all beat up.
And you referenced a stump earlier when you were describing this photograph. Can you point that out for us? Maybe circle it for us?
Objection. Relevancy as to a stump. What does that have to do with?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That stump of log would be sort of on that part of the picture.
The left side of the picture?
Yeah, the left side of the picture.
Can we please clear that, Madam Clerk? Was that stump in that position in your driveway before you saw this red SUV?
No.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. It's relevant. The witness may answer.
No.
Okay, let's take a look at exhibit 69, please. So what direction have we moved as we go from exhibit 68 to 69?
We have moved more back of the driveway. We have moved looking, instead of the left side of the house, we're looking at the left back side of the house.
So we're moving away from Maple?
We're moving away from Maple Avenue.
Okay, and you already talked about these three cars. Can you just remind us what these three cars are?
That white SUV, that's one of our vehicles. The blue SUV is one of my neighbor's vehicles, as well as the brown sedan as well, as we can see from this picture.
Do you know if any of those three vehicles sustained damage on November 21st?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. He was asked if he knew, not what he heard.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
From when we were looking back during that area, when we saw our neighbor's yard, when we saw everything, I couldn't really see like damage right away from any of our vehicles. However, it's not in this image. It's in the other image that I was shown earlier. There's a black SUV to the right of that brown sedan. That vehicle did have a little bit of a sort of some damage. What's it called? But apart from that, no, everything else was fine.
Let's move on to exhibit 70, please.
Objection. What's the relevancy of this?
The exhibits have been received, so the statement, question the witness on them.
What direction have we moved from the last picture to this picture?
We are now towards the back of my building or my house.
And did the person who took the picture, did we turn to the right or to the left or not at all?
We moved a little bit more towards the left, just getting a better angle of the back side of the house.
But now we're facing to the right?
Oh yeah, but
Objection,
now we're
lady.
facing right.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead.
Do you know where Prospect is?
Prospect, yeah, Prospect is it's a one-way street. You can't enter from Maple side, but you can enter from the back side of Prospect.
Do you see a street light in this photograph?
Yes,
What street is that street light on?
that's Prospect.
Okay.
The one-way street.
And the the black SUV you talked about a moment ago, is that in this photograph?
Yeah, that SUV right there.
That's the SUV you described as having been damaged?
It was honestly not that much, just sort of kind of like the front of the SUV. There was a vehicle, however, from if there was another image as well, looking at sort of the area, sort of the path that was between Deluxe's house and the backyard. That one did sustain some scratches.
If we go to the next photograph, exhibit 71, please. Okay, see the street light again?
Yeah.
Is that the same street light we saw in exhibit 70?
Objection. Answered that already. Same street light, same question, basically.
Different picture. Your objections noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
It is.
You see an orange cone in this photograph?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do.
What, if anything, do you see in the immediate vicinity of that orange cone?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
In that sort of area, I see the black SUV. Right in front of it, I see some of those stumps of logs that I mentioned before. One that we saw previously was in my driveway, but some of those were kind of left behind but moved from place from their original spot. Yeah.
Can we zoom in on the middle of this photograph, please? Do you recognize an object within a few inches of that cone?
Objection,
Yeah.
speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do. Well, what's it called? I can see what it is, but I don't personally recognize it.
When you say you don't personally recognize it, what do you mean?
Leading. Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I've never really seen it. It looks to be like a beanie, but I've never really seen it. Our family doesn't own it. We don't own it. It's
Okay.
not ours.
So you've never seen it in that backyard before?
No.
We zoom back out, please, and move to exhibit 71. Excuse me, 72. These are the stumps you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
What direction is the photographer facing now?
Whereas we were facing sort of turning right, or I guess we were facing the left side of the building. Now we're facing the right side of the building, the same side that the video camera from Les Paul was facing in the previous video.
Okay, where's Prospect in relation to the photographer?
Prospect would be behind the photographer.
Is this what these stumps looked like earlier in the day on November 21st, before you saw the red SUV?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
They do not, no, or they did not. They were set in place on the ground, and they were sort of a little bit more together because they were like a seating area for my neighbors.
Okay. Let's move to exhibit 73, please. The car part you referenced earlier, is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And to your recollection, was that car part in your neighbor's backyard before you saw the red SUV on November 21st?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No. My neighbor's backyard is pretty well kept up. They have a really nice backyard, and they don't have any garbage, nothing in their backyard.
And we now, so just for the witness, exhibit 143. You recognize the vehicle in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the vehicle that I mentioned that sustained a little bit more damage, and it was like I mentioned before, it was through the pathway that that sort of connected to Lox's house and sort of their collection of or sort of their parked vehicles as well.
And where in the vehicle do you see damage? The front, the back, both, or neither?
Leading, objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It is on the back side of the vehicle, towards the left or towards the driver's side, back left.
Can we show the witness only, please? Exhibit 144. You recognize this photograph?
Yeah.
You see the same vehicle?
Yes, it is the same vehicle.
And what are we looking at here?
We're looking at now the driver's side still, but the front side of the vehicle.
And now the witness only, please, 145. You recognize that photograph?
Yeah, this is sort of the like I said, the SUV, and to the right of it, you can see another car. They have more vehicles sort of parked in that area, and to the left, you can see sort of a balcony area. That's sort of like that little area. I guess you can see a little path that connects that sort of driveway or parking area towards their yard. It's narrow.
Are exhibits 143, 144, and 145 accurate photographs depicting the scene as you recall from that night?
Yeah.
Move exhibits 143, 144, and 145 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection.
Relevancy.
Are we
to this matter.
surprised?
All right, the exhibits are received. That's 143, 144, 145. Permission to publish is granted.
Permission is granted.
Okay, we're looking at 143. This is the vehicle you described?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got it up on the jury screens too. Now we'll take a look at 144, please. This is the front of that same vehicle.
Objection. Relevancy to this matter.
Overruled, the exhibits have been received.
It is now this is the front part of the vehicle, driver's side still, closest to the house.
145, please. The balcony on the left, that's your next door neighbor's house?
Yes, and then to the right of it is one of their vehicles, and yeah, to the left is their balcony. We can still see it in a previous image that's facing Prospect as well.
Okay. And this is the same, this Infinity we see in this photograph, that's the same vehicle we saw in the last two photographs.
Objection. We
Overruled. Who may answer?
It is, yes.
Prospect is where in relation to the photographer?
objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
The photographer Prospect is to the back of the photographer.
So if you were to drive a vehicle between that porch and that Infinity vehicle, straight through that alley that we're looking at right now, you would be driving toward or away from your house?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
If you're driving in between, if you're driving away from
the spicy
Prospect,
times, bro.
in
What do you mean
between
exactly?
the balcony, in between the SUV heading that way, where the camera is facing, you'd be heading towards
For
our
a little bit,
backyard, our driveway,
Yeah.
or the backside of our driveway.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
So seeing the damage to the SUV that was parked in your driveway, it would be fair to say that the hood was pretty jacked up. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
He's a jacked up.
If we're
I would
talking
have
about
objected to that.
the red SUV.
The the vehicle in your driveway?
There's multiple vehicles in my driveway.
The one that's specifically
Oh,
in your
absolutely. It looks
driveway.
different here. Yeah, it's gotten worse. Mom of one. It's gotten a lot worse.
68. Exhibit 68. Where is it 68?
Only you would know, sir. Only you would know.
You see on your screen, Mr. Burke?
Yeah,
Is that the
yes.
one you want him to talk about?
Yes.
Go
yes,
ahead.
yes.
68 is published.
And for the record, I do not identify by that name or consent to being called it. For the record. Can you see it on your screen?
Yeah, the image I can see two SUVs, our white SUV and then the red SUV that I mentioned is that's pretty well beat up.
It's fair to say that hood is pretty beat up.
You can say it, yeah.
And you said you observed the driver of that vehicle jump over the hood.
I wouldn't say necessarily jump over the hood. Like I said, sort of jumping over the hood. You can say like kind of like leaving, kind of going, sort of. It's a little bit hard to explain, but not necessarily sliding over the hood. Sort of going in front of the vehicle, sort of evading it.
So what would you characterize as a jump?
As a
Maybe just
jump,
hopping over those bumpers
I
that are
guess you
hanging
can
off.
Say, definition wise, jumping is just jumping up and down, but colloquially, I guess we can say jumping over the hood of the car. It could be sort of evading the vehicle, going.
I don't believe so.
Staying close to it, but sort of still being able to move in a quick fashion.
So what
If
did
you can
say
say
to
jump loosely, you can say jacked up
evading
loosely.
the vehicle. Well, let me back up. What do you mean by evading? Would that be
Evading.
trying to distance themselves from the vehicle, or what would you define as evading?
Jumping over
Evading
the hood.
would be sort of trying to get away. So if you have a certain path, you can try to move to the side, step aside, kind of jump over it, I guess you can say. And from the image, we can see that the damage not only is attached to the vehicle, but there's some damage that's sort of spread out from the vehicle as well. So jumping over it, stepping to the side of it, sort of falls within that same definition of jumping over a car, sort of evading it.
So that falls in with your definition of jumped over the hood would mean. Would that be fair to say?
You can say.
And you said at one point when observing this, you closed the blinds at one point.
Yeah, our blinds they were closed. We really don't have like anything to look at apart from the building, apart from our driveway. So when I heard the vehicle, or when I heard, obviously I wasn't really sure if it was a vehicle. When I heard the big scratch, sort of a halt, a scratch. As I looked out, as I peeped over the blinds, I was able to see the vehicle, and I was able to see the person sort of evading, jumping over the car, going away from the car.
You said you heard a scratch. What would you define that as?
Obviously not a scratch that you can say, maybe not like a chalkboard one, but sort of if you can hear maybe like metal or maybe something on concrete. I guess you can define it as a scrape. I guess you can say a little bit better.
Was it a loud crash?
You couldn't really say it was a crash.
You already described what it is.
You can hear the sound that I heard. I defined it as a scratch, or I guess you can say a scrape, because it was
metal on metal is what he said.
Because it was more. It was a little bit longer than just kind of like a big crash and it ended. You can hear something scraping.
So like a scrape.
Yeah.
If he has to repeat what the dude
But
said,
not
as if it's
loud
him.
like bang.
Not necessarily.
He's thanking himself on this, because what he's proving is that the car was smashed up before it got there. All it did was scrape the other vehicle.
And
that wasn't done on impact.
how
when
long
it
would
pulled
you
in.
estimate you were observing before you closed the blinds?
I would say I would give it like a good 6 seconds.
I would say
I
long
would say
enough.
5 seconds.
How old are you?
Um,
Old enough to party.
Yeah, it wasn't that long because, like I mentioned, I thought it was somebody from downstairs. I wasn't really. I was more concerned about what happened in our driveway, just because I wasn't really sure what was going on.
Did anything get damaged in your driveway?
In our driveway, there was, I guess you can say, damage in however you may define it, like that log that we can see in the image was sort of dragged into our driveway. There was oil left in our driveway. There was debris left in our driveway as well. And if you could sort of count our backyard was pretty well beat up, sort of like you can see with our neighbor's backyard. The grass was sort of kind of beat up. Nobody really drives vehicles through that area, so it's pretty well kept.
So it's more like oil, logs, pieces of wood, that sort of thing.
Yeah, things were out of place from when we usually look at our backyard or how it was that morning.
And you stated that you can tell the general direction of Maple Street from your window, but you can't actually see it.
Yeah.
So that'd be fair to say.
Yeah, because you know, I know where my house is located, and I know what street it's facing, and I know what street or what is to the left of my house, and I know what's to the right of my house. So I know what general directions are around my house.
So if leaving your driveway, going towards Maple Street, if someone would to go right or left at that point, you wouldn't be able to tell.
From, if we're speaking specifically from my driveway, if you're heading left away from my driveway, not towards the garage or towards that sort of garage area, if you're heading left, you are heading towards Maple Avenue. There's no other way from it.
And once coming from your driveway, if someone was headed that way, once they got to Maple, would you be able to see them at that point?
Not on Maple Street, no. Like I said, I know where the general direction is.
If after getting to Maple, they got on a cab and they drove to an airport, is it safe to say you wouldn't know what plane they got on?
The window that's to the left of my window is sort of closer to that street, but I wasn't there.
And you didn't get a description of the driver?
What was the question? Sorry.
You didn't get a description of the driver?
Of the driver? Yeah. When we were questioned, or when I was questioned by the detectives that visited us, I remember giving a good description of the driver. I said that he had a hoodie on. I remember mentioning that it was either a light gray, a white. Like I mentioned before, since it happened in a flash, some of the white that I saw was part of that scarf that you can see on top of the hood. And in a previous image, we can see something hanging from the side view mirror, which is also a white, I guess you can say a white accessory that has sort of like a light colored band. And so at the moment, those are some of the colors that popped up during my recollection when the detective showed up. And I could describe the driver as being very able to run, move from the vehicle. I was pretty sure as to it being not someone very young, maybe not an older individual.
Kind of a guy that looked exactly like you.
Physically capable of being able to run away and sort of still present within the moment of realizing what happened and sort of leaving the situation.
And you made that determination just by 5 or 6 seconds of observation out of your window?
Yeah.
You have 2 seconds to catch the human eye on a billboard driving at 70 miles per hour. but it's enough for
Seeing-
people to spend billions of
You
dollars
saw
in
someone, but you
advertising
didn't
on
see
those
him face to
billboards.
face.
So 5 to
That'd be
6
fair to say.
seconds. Let's
Yeah.
count that off here. And 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000. 6 seconds. I can tell you damn near anything that I'm looking at
The
right now in 6
logs
seconds.
that ended up in your yard,
Catch up, Sham.
You-
He's
you
playing.
stated
He's
that
claiming that he's
they
sovereign.
came from your neighbor's yard. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know what they used those logs for?
That they were sort of placed around. They have a few decorations around their yard. They have a fireplace. They have some seating areas. Those logs were sort of just there to sort of sit down because they're little stumpy logs. They had some sort of, I mean, as you can see from the image, they're sort of put together by some metal band. So they're not really just there for use, but more they were just kind of put there for them to sit around.
So pretty much just if they're out there in the yard, they may use them to sit on some of that nature.
Correct. Yeah.
You recall how many logs were out there?
Not necessarily. I can say maybe 4 or 3. I knew they were there, but I couldn't really tell you the exact number. But I have a general idea of what's in their yard.
And you stated at some point, you and friends or family member, I'm not sure which one you said, but y'all kind of gathered around the vehicle at some point.
Yeah. When I was the first one to head on down because I was the first one to see sort of the vehicle. When I went out, I tried contacting my neighbors from downstairs. They tried investigating, like if anybody had a red car, a red SUV or anything. And he came back to me and said no. And I told him that there's a vehicle in our driveway. And so everybody came out, everybody was sort of looking at the vehicle and everybody was pretty confused because nobody recognized it as theirs or anybody they knew.
So it was more of a, let's go see what he's talking about and figure out if it belongs to anyone type of thing.
That was the main purpose. We were trying to figure out what was going on because we never recognized the
Smart
vehicle.
bet, Mo.
We've never seen it before, or I've never seen it before. And as soon as I described it to them, they've never seen it before. And
Shama would stomp me
they have
out.
quite a few people around that visit them, or they had quite a few people that used to visit them a lot. And even then, they couldn't recognize the vehicle.
So what did you guys do from that point after coming out and kind of all collectively observing the vehicle? What did you do from that point?
As soon as that happened, not that long away, we contacted the police because we were concerned of like sort of the vehicle as to why it was left there, or who left the vehicle there. And so when we started seeing people leaving or heading down from Maple Avenue away from downtown Waukesha, we started kind of maybe speculating that it was probably involved in because everybody knew that there was a parade going on, and we started maybe recollecting that maybe it was part of the parade or maybe something happened, especially because when we were looking at people leaving the parade, some of them looked scared, some of them were kind of walking faster than usual, some running. We were a little bit concerned. We were just trying to figure out what was going on.
So it'd be fair to say at that point, it was just confusion, no knowledge of anything happening at that point.
Since we weren't at the parade, no. At that moment, we just saw a vehicle in our driveway, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Do you recall what you were doing right when you looked out the blinds? Like what were you doing leading up to hearing the scrape and then looking out the blinds?
Like I said, since I was, when I explained first when I heard the vehicle in the first questioning, I mentioned that I was just kind of sitting down. We have a chair, or not a chair, but we have kind of like a recliner couch, and I was just kind of just having a regular afternoon, Since I'm right by the window, as soon as I heard something, I was able to try to investigate what was that noise or what that noise was.
And at the point that you called law enforcement, do you recall how long before law enforcement came to the scene?
I personally didn't call law enforcement. Like I said, our neighbors called law enforcement. So I couldn't really say an exact time, but they were there fairly quickly. And as soon as they arrived, we were just told to get inside, back in the building.
I'm sorry, can you clear the exhibit? I forgot it was.
It happens.
I forgot it
It's
was.
late.
You're
Do you
crazy.
recall who took the photograph?
Shut it.
The photographs, no.
Were they part of the collective group that all kind of met up to figure out what was going on with the vehicle?
Nobody was actually taking photographs during that time. They were the neighbors downstairs were sort of, what's it called? They were just kind of inside the building, and as soon as I left the building, we were just kind of looking at it. We were trying to figure out what was going on. At the moment, we were just trying to see if we can get help because we weren't really sure what was going on.
So the photographs that you saw on the exhibits today, was this your first time seeing those photographs?
The photographs specifically, yes, but the vehicle and the whole scenery, no.
No, just the photographs. Was what you saw today, was that your first time seeing those photographs?
These photographs?
Yes.
No.
So you've seen them before today?
Like I said, I was able to see sort of the what's it called? The whole situation, and I was able to sort of be aware of what was going on.
I'm asking specifically about the exhibits, the photos. Had you seen those before today?
Before today, yes.
And do you recall who showed them to you?
It was mostly just detectives trying to figure out what was going on, sort of that line of questioning that I went through.
And you did say you don't know who took the photographs. Do you recall if the law enforcement that came to the scene took the photos?
When we were asked to go back inside, yeah. When they were trying to investigate what was going on, there was investigators taking photographs and people trying to figure out what was going on.
So to the best of your knowledge, you do know who took the photographs?
Not personally, no. There was people taking photographs.
To the best of your
So
knowledge, you do.
multiple officers.
Yes.
And that night of the incident, when the vehicle was found and the law enforcement officers were taking the photos, did you see the photos at that time?
No.
They had to send them off to Kodak to be developed to get that 2-for-1 print with the white borders. You got to pay extra for that, but it's worth the investment. Trust me, your pictures will pop. Like really, really, really pop.
And would it be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to come and testify today?
Oh, here we go. By the state.
I was
Watch,
subpoenaed
he's
to
about to-
come testify.
Do you recall by whom?
Here we go.
By the
Identify
by
who called you.
what would you say? Just by this.
You can say no. No, I don't know.
But the city of Waukesha, or the town of Waukesha.
District Attorney's Office, an officer, or
Just when I received the subpoena letter, it was just from Waukesha.
Why don't people just say no?
Not
I feel like they
really.
feel obligated to
I don't
answer. You're allowed to
recall
say
any
whatever you
name
want.
specifically.
You don't have to recall
but
anything.
I
No.
just remembered I was being subpoenaed by.
I have short-term memory loss. I don't remember.
do you
I don't
recall
even
when you
remember
received that subpoena?
getting here today.
Maybe about maybe like a month
Glossy or
before,
matte. That was
or
the
maybe 2 months before this.
Gotta hit
before
that
this
matte
happened,
finish.
or before.
Before today, you mean?
I wouldn't say exactly before.
So yeah, he
today,
feels
but
like he's
maybe before
cornered
the
into
trial.
having to answer these questions,
sometime
which
in
he doesn't
August.
have to. Well, he doesn't have to give a specific answer. He can say whatever he wants. You know what I mean? You can flat out be like, you know what? I don't know. I have no idea. Do you know the plaintiff? Yeah, here we go, Mo. You got it.
The neighbor whose
Oh,
As we saw in
we already
the
knew that was going to go.
photos in the exhibit, there was a neighbor whose car had scrapes. Do you recall if they filed any claim in regards to the scrapes?
In regards to the scrapes, no, just because they weren't actually there. I think they were actually at the parade.
I don't
And
think the
since
fifth would apply, Cahoots,
since all of Maple was kind of shut down as soon as the police showed up,
you know it'd be an objection
I
anyway.
think they had trouble getting in,
Object to him
getting
pleading
to their
anything.
house. So they got there late as soon as everything was cleared up. And the day after, they were able to see the damage to their vehicle, and they were able to sort of after that whole situation, they sort of knew what had happened, and they probably figured that the damage that was caused was probably from the vehicle that was in the parade. So I don't think filing a claim was probably their main concern at the moment, because yeah.
Do you recall having any conversations with the owner of the vehicle at some point? Maybe they may have wanted to ask if anyone heard what had transpired. Do you recall having any conversations with him about what happened that night? Grounds.
Well, the way that he asked it is just, did they have conversations? I'll let the witness answer that specific question without disclosing the content.
To the best of my
Did you have
ability, I don't recall.
conversations?
After it was the day after the incident that I talked to the neighbor.
Was anyone else present in your home the night of the incident that may have seen anything to your recollection?
Not necessarily. Like I said, our neighbors were downstairs, and I had to contact them to let them know what was going on. I told, like I said, my little brother was there, but he has autism, so he's in his own world. And my mom was also in the buildings, and then she was sort of confused as to what was going on, because I had to go tell her, like, hey, like, someone caused damage to our cars, like, let's go see what happened. And what's it called? As soon as I did that, everybody was aware. But yeah.
Was your family vehicles damaged?
Our vehicles, no.
After you contacted your neighbors who were downstairs, do you recall anyone telling you that their vehicles may have been damaged in any way?
At the moment of the incident?
Yes.
No, they were all at the moment of the incident. Like I said, we were all sort of looking at the vehicle, and we were sort of walking around. There was a select few of us that went back, and then we were sort of seeing some of the damage that was made to the yard. And what's it called? We as soon as they were calling the cops, none of them really, said that they had like damage to their car. I could see part of the black SUV that was sort of a little bit touched up, but it wasn't as bad as the Infinity that was in my neighbor's house.
I think we've fully exhausted the question of this
After
individual.
the law enforcement came to the scene, I'm sure that you had brief conversations with him. Did anyone from law enforcement ever contact you again after that point about additional information that maybe you missed that night?
At the exact moment of the situation, as soon as law enforcement showed up, we were told immediately to head back up to our house, back inside. A little bit after, we were contacted by some detectives, and that was that same night. We were just contacted once, and then the day after the incident, we were contacted again.
So anytime after the day after, did you have any contact with any law enforcement about the incident of that night?
That day after I did, yeah.
And then after that, man,
After that, yeah.
was that
I'm turning him down a little bit just because
a
he's
ways
asking the
off
same
of
questions, but
a
we'll
little
read to see
time
what it looks
after,
like.
or
Because he's always going to keep asking the same
relatively
question,
close
but
to the
in the defense
So
is something that came
the
through.
first time that
Said
I
when Darrell
contact-
Brooks
or that I
decided to
was
defend himself,
contacted by
his
detectives
attorneys
was the day
submitted a
of,
motion of withdrawal. They got pulled
the day
back.
after.
On September
And,
28th, Judge
the-
Darrell
and I was
ruled that
contacted
Brooks can
later
defend
on,
himself and waive his
by,
right to an attorney.
Sort of victim help,
And then it
but we never really
says,
reached out, but
it's a
her
decision
father,
Brooks' own mother said is a
yeah.
bad idea, calling her
And
son
then,
unstable,
I was
quote unquote.
contacted again, before the
Judge
trial
Darrow
was done,
found Brooks suffers from a
to be
personality
somewhere
disorder
closer to the trial.
and faces an uphill fight against the
you just
experienced
said
prosecution
victim
team,
help.
but is
Can you
competent
explain
and
real quick
coherent.
victim help?
Now, mind you, a personality disorder could just
Well,
mean that he's a
I couldn't
narcissist,
really
narcissistic
specify,
personality disorder. That's
what
NPD
it
right
is,
there.
'cause I've really never reached out.
Sounds like exactly what
We
this
were
guy's all
reached out
about. It's
by,
all about him, his world,
by-
right?
by,
She did note a number of
I don't know if
post-outs,
it was one of the
past outbursts in
organizations
court
or
in her
from,
ruling,
from
but
the county.
he initially
Those
pled
people
not
that
guilty for reasons of
suffered
mental
from
illness,
and we were
for
also
mental
reached out because
disease,
we were
which
involved
could
in a
have
situation,
resulted in him being sentenced to a
just
mental
because
institution rather than
our-
prison.
our
He withdrew
house
that
was,
plea in September without
sort of
explanation. Darrell said in
whole-
court on September 28th that
in the whole
psychologists
mess,
found
and,
Brooks
we
has a
sort of-
personality disorder,
Found in your
but is
driveway.
mentally
we were
competent.
sort of
So
pretty
she let him know, hey, your odds
shaken
are
about the situation too,
long
so,
odds against you if you're going against
when
Opera and
we
her
talked to
assistants. But
detectives, we were all pretty shaken
without a
about
finding
the
of mental
situation.
incompetence, she said she was legally bound to allow him to proceed.
Sort of frustrated too.
Anyway, that's where we're at.
So, why didn't you follow up with victim care if you had, a few concerns after the incident? What prompted you not to follow up with victim care?
Objection.
Grounds.
On relevance grounds, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, right. Ask more nonsense questions. Thing is, again, I'm going to say he hasn't started his case yet. Right now, this is the prosecution's case. This is them presenting their witnesses and their examination and their testimonies and evidence. When prosecution rests, the state rests, then whoever he is representing, and he said this before, I'm representing as a third party.
And are you aware
defendant
who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Here we go.
Yes.
Who is
And
that?
Who would the
Objection.
plaintiff be?
Plaintiff being sort of, or I guess you
All
could
the
say
victims.
defendant,
The defendant would be the plaintiff?
or not the defendant, but
Yeah,
plaintiff,
plaintiff.
or I guess what's it called? Could you kind of sort of
The plaintiff would be who is actually bringing the claim.
the plaintiff bringing the claim?
Who's bringing the claim would be the plaintiff.
That would be this city of Waukesha. Sorry.
The city of Waukesha?
He's trying to get him to
confused
say
by
the state of
questioning,
Wisconsin.
if I'm going to be completely honest.
And I'll object and move to strike the line of questioning for relevance.
Answer.
He answered it. May stand. Next question, please.
Yep, ask and answer. Move on. Here we go. He's going to ask the same question, but in a different way. Is it safe to say, can you see the plaintiff in this room? Because like Veronica was saying, he's saying that the state doesn't have any jurisdiction over him. The federal government apparently does for sovereign.
And you stated that at
individuals.
that time you didn't, there was confusion about what was going on. So just so we're clear, you at that time you didn't learn any
I'm confused.
information about what had transpired at the parade at that time.
At that time, specifically, can you specify what time?
At the time that you observed the vehicle in your driveway and then had the initial, I guess, friends and family kind of like.
Oh, during that time window.
During that time, yeah.
During that time window, like you mentioned, as soon as I witnessed the vehicle, I had no idea what was going on in my driveway or what led to that vehicle being left in my driveway. And like I mentioned before, as soon as we being our neighbors from downstairs and my mom, we all went downstairs and we kind of looked at the vehicle, and then we started realizing what was going on as soon as we saw people leaving the parade, leaving away from downtown Waukesha, and we were able to sort of figure out what was going on, but not necessarily like exactly what happened.
And you stated you saw people running from the downtown area or from the other way. I can't remember which one you said, but you said you saw it was kind of like people were kind of all over the place.
Not necessarily all over the place.
It's
I would
moving
say
at a
there
fast
was
pace.
a cohesion as to the direction that people were.
If you guys want a full
leaving
breakdown of what a
or,
sovereign
heading
sovereign
towards,
citizen
it
is,
looked like people were heading towards.
I'm going to post a
not towards,
comment.
but more
Just go into the
away
comments and
from
then cut and
downtown
paste
Waukesha, so
because
Is
it
it
won't
like
let me
a
give it to you as a
library
link.
coming
So
from the way of
I'll
a
try it as a
library or
link.
something?
But
the library is closest to the
Give this a
downtown
shot.
or to the downtown Waukesha area, so they were heading away from that sort of general direction.
You made a reference to they was going towards the direction
maybe
where
this will work
train
now.
tracks were.
Yeah, so that'd be going away from Waukesha or downtown Waukesha.
Do
this
you
shows up
recall
as
if
as a
the
link.
do you recall how many people it were? Was it a lot of people?
The link
Was it-
works. All right, cool.
There was quite a bit of people, yeah. It wasn't just one person, two people. There was people. There was some people carrying their children. Some other people kind of with strollers and stuff.
Generally like a crowd.
I guess you can say, but they were all sort of still in the street, sort of still walking with all their belongings. Yeah.
Did any one of them mention what had happened at that time that you recall?
We
Grounds.
Hearsay. That was the grounds. You
Does call for
ridiculous
hearsay.
asshat.
Do you want to ask him that? You just want to know
I
if he
was
talked to them?
asking, did he, to his recollection, did any one of the people that was moving away from the area, did they say anything that he recalls?
Calls for hearsay. Do you want someone to sustain the objection?
You could sustain.
Okay.
Thanks for the go ahead on that one. That's very gracious of you. It's very gracious of you. See, he's got moments. He's just man can be a real nice guy. I'm more inclined to show you guys some of the short clips on what a sovereign citizen
Do
is.
it. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Can we please put up exhibit number 66, which has previously been published, asked to publish again?
Go ahead.
And while we're waiting for that to come up on the jury monitors, I'll ask Mr. Arashiga, from the moment you arrived downstairs.
We're
and saw
hoping
the
he calls
vehicle in your
himself to the
driveway,
stand so
to
he
the
can
moment
run
that
back and
the
forth
police
between the
arrived,
desk and
were you
the
standing
stand.
near the vehicle that whole time?
I then object to himself.
So when the officers arrived, the first responders, I guess you can say, when they first arrived, we were not necessarily like right by the vehicle, but we were sort of in that general area, right by the balcony area. And as soon as they showed up, we were told to just get back inside. So we just walked back inside the building. But yeah, we weren't really right on top of it. We were just kind of by that area.
When you say balcony, you're referring to the front balcony closest to Maple?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
When you say balcony, what balcony are you referring to?
I guess I say balcony, but more like porch. In a previous photograph or in another photograph, we were able to see some chairs in that porch area. And that's sort of kind of where everybody was hanging around. And as soon as the cops showed up, they told us to get back inside.
So you're talking about the backyard.
Objection, lady.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What yard are you talking about?
The yard that we were hanging around.
Yes.
That would be sort of the front yard when the first responders showed up, because as soon as they showed up, they told us to get back inside, and we went back inside right away.
From the moment you got downstairs until the moment the first responders arrived, did you see anybody else walk up to the vehicle?
Objection.
Aside from your group. Just hold on a second. We have
There's
to
an
address
objection.
Speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
Sorry. So on the vehicle. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I forgot about it. I'm sorry.
Aside from the people in your group, the people you knew, from the moment you got downstairs and saw the SUV in your driveway until the moment that the first responders arrived. Did you see anybody else walk up to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled, he may answer, excuse me.
So yeah, so between that time, no, nobody else approached the vehicle. All the people that were around that area were people that were with my neighbors, and then just me and my mom as well. Nobody else walking from the parade.
Can we zoom in on the house and exhibit number 66, please?
Objection. Relevancy.
It's previously been admitted.
Do you see the window that you were looking out of on the second floor in this picture?
Yes.
Can you circle it for us?
It'd be right about here, or yeah.
Can we please preserve that annotation, mark it as 66A, and I'd move that into evidence?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Your objections noted, 66A is received. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Was he on your list of
Maybe I was
subpoenas?
on my bad.
I
No.
don't believe so. I don't believe so.
It's on this road. It's not
Then
relevant.
he may
I had
be
just looked this up, Veronica,
excused,
and I guess
sorry.
it says that you can use both. Relevancy is an older version
Okay,
of the
ladies
term
and gentlemen
relevance.
of the jury, I have the instruction once again to read to you.
Oh,
Please do not
thank
begin your deliberations and discussion of
Lord.
the case until all the evidence is presented, and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all
Oh,
forms
it's-
of electronic.
Yeah, you guys, that sound of the
Do not use any electronic devices
is
such as a
my
mobile phone
computer
or
cooling
computer,
itself off because it's
text, or
running
instant
hot,
messaging
pumping
or
all this
social
data
networking
through it.
sites to send or receive any information about this case or
Thank
your
you, Shelley.
experience
Yeah.
as a juror.
All of your
You come in
contributions make a
contact
huge
with the
difference, everybody.
parties,
Cash App,
lawyers,
PayPal,
interpreters,
Venmo,
or
stars
witnesses
on
do not
Facebook,
speak
super
with them.
everything's
For their part,
on
the parties,
YouTube.
lawyers, interpreters, and
Um,
witnesses will not contact or speak
It's
with
it
you.
means a lot. And I
Do not
appreciate it.
listen
It
to
helps
any
keep
conversation
the
about
lights
this
on,
case.
keep
Do
the
not
computer
research
running,
any information that you
and
personally think might be
yeah,
helpful to
it
you in
makes it all
understanding the
possible.
issues
So thank
presented.
you,
Do
everyone,
not
for
investigate this case on your
being
own
here
or
for
visit the scene, either in person or by
comments.
any electronic
Keep
means.
it civil,
Do
keep it
not
friendly,
read any newspaper reports
and
or listen to
entertaining
any
when we need
news
it to be,
reports
so we
on
can get through
radio,
this ass
television,
hats
over the internet,
entire
or
case.
any other electronic application or tool about this
Yeah.
trial. Do not consult
Thank you very
dictionaries,
much.
computers,
And
electronic
yeah, you can now send
applications,
super chats right here
social
on
media, the
YouTube.
internet, or other
Press that little
reference
dollar
materials
symbol
for
in the lower
additional
right hand corner and
information.
donate.
Do not
So,
seek information regarding the
um,
public records of any party or witness.
I'm
in
willing to
this
sit in the
case.
chair here for you
Any
guys. You
information
know what I
you
mean? I'll
obtain
put it in here,
outside
put in the
courtroom
research
could
for
be
you while we're on the
misleading,
show and
inaccurate,
do what
or
needs to be done. I'll
incomplete.
actually be on
Relying on this
with you while the
information
show's
is
live,
unfair because the
so
parties
we
would
can
not
interact and I
have
can
the
get questions
opportunity
answered.
to refute,
Um,
explain, or correct it.
which is why I
Do not
recommend you come here and
communicate
watch
with
the show.
anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronic applications or tools with
He's reading the
communication
Bible.
capabilities
Shut
to
up.
share any
Shut-
information about
Do you guys see
case.
this?
For example,
This
do
fool
not communicate
is
by
really
telephone,
just picked up the
blog
Bible.
post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer.
Sorry.
Do not permit anyone
Come
to
on.
communicate with you about this matter, either in
Just-
person, electronically,
that's-
or by any other means. If anyone
I
does
gotta-
so
just look at a
despite your
screenshot of
telling
that,
them not
like,
to, you should report that to me. I
Uh,
appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the
let me see
evening
if I can do
to
that.
discuss
That's
this
the-
case
that's
with
the wrong
another
one.
member of your household, but you may not do so.
Which one is it?
This case must be decided by you, the
There
jurors,
we
based
go.
on the evidence
And-
presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence,
Snap a
and
shot
it
of
is
that.
improper
There
for
we
them
go.
to influence your deliberations and decision in this case.
Wow.
After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to ensure that
That's
jurors remain impartial throughout the
rich.
trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers.
Thank you.
You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the weekend. We will see you Monday morning at 8:30. All rise for the jury.
Wow. He's just sitting reading the Bible. Wow. Just the best, man. This guy, man. This dude is he's real. I mean, I'll talk. He's a real raging piece of shit. Just sorry to put it out there like that, but that's really 100% what this guy is. You know what I mean? And then he's playing this. He's playing at it. It's a game to him. It's a whole, you know, this is his chance to be a famous, you know.
All right, I'll see everyone
famous
on
case of
Monday
Darrell
morning
Brooks.
at 8:30. We are in recess. Thank you, everyone.
You know, acting like he's something else, you know, something above the law, something that, you know, we should all sit in awe of this guy over here, you know. This guy over here is also, just a reminder, and I've said it a couple of times, this guy over here is also responsible for raping a 15-year-old girl and getting her pregnant in 2006. And has done collectively less than 3 years behind bars for over a dozen felonies, and with decades and decades and decades of sentencing that should have gone his way. So, yeah, let's appreciate who we're dealing with here. But this clown up here is a raging POS. And again, he's kept separate from everyone else in the jail, because if he wasn't, they would serve him up. And once he makes his way to prison, which he will, they will absolutely handle him, especially if he ends up in Wisconsin State Penitentiary. And there's going to be, this is it's televised. Everyone knows about this case, right? He made it a point. He has to make sure it's televised. Even the tornado, he's like, oh, let's shut it down because it might interrupt with the equipment that you have here for televising this case. And it's a televised case, which I need it to be, so that people will, you know, recognize that, you know, I'm a celebrity. And, but what he's done is expose himself to the fact that all these other guys, there's other guys that are in the joint, are going to see him and be like, oh, this clown's coming to our prison. He murdered 6 people, including a child. And beyond that, he raped a 15-year-old little girl and got her pregnant, and then fled Nevada after doing 11 months. Or what did he do? I'd have to double check on the sentencing he got on that one, but not enough. And that was a couple months away from the cutoff at 14 that would have got him 35 years. So he just barely chuckled his way out of the fact that he should have been sitting in prison for over 3 decades. Yeah. So this guy is, and then he had charges for not paying child support, which I think he might have been required to pay for one of his 2 children that he has. And one of them could very well be, if I'm not mistaken, the child that he has with the little girl that he raped. These are facts, folks. These are facts. This is not me just looking to throw shade at this fool. I don't need to. He's done it himself. This is the life he's lived. You know what I mean? This guy is just a raging douchebag. So I have no love lost for him. I do appreciate that the judge finally snapped back. You know what I mean? Gave him some of that clap back today, because he needs it. He needs to know that he can't just walk all over. Someone made a comment about it, you know, about the fact, what if it's a male judge? And I'm not saying any divide between men and women, but the way he looks at the presiding authority in this case is a male might look at it different, might not be so, as Judge Schroeder would say, brazen. Yes, it's a term. Debbie. So it could be Erica that he raped. His ex-girlfriend might have been the one that he was raped and tried for and convicted of statutory rape of a minor, of a child, mind you. So who has it? The same one he's beaten up, the same one who has restraining orders against him, the same one that continue. That he ran over with his car, the same one. I mean, this guy continues, you know. And yeah, and you guys remember I showed you that clip of him in that documentary. While he was in prison, he did a little cameo in a documentary called Crystal Darkness. And I showed you guys that little 10-second clip of him being Darrell Brooks, talking about how he became the drug. Yeah. But while we're here, because I figure we'll give it another couple minutes, I figured what better chance for us to see what happens when judges snap. And so I have the top 5 angry judge moments in court, right? I was going to pull that one up, but we've got, I just want to see, this is Binger getting shouted at by Schroeder, I believe. Let me see if this one will pull up for us, because I'm going to send us out on a different vibe this time, because, you know, screw Darrell Brooks, man. guys, we don't get to go into the weekend with that. Let me pull it up for you real quick here. Yeah, they're trying to restart this guy right here. Not that one. And so this is, if you guys remember the Rittenhouse trial, of course, this is Judge Schroeder apparently yelling at Vinger. I haven't seen this one. I was watching some of the clips of the other judges cracking on people, but just Judge Schroeder, man, another one of those Wisconsin judges, not taking the smoke, but giving it all out.
You indicated that at no time
I believe
did this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that.
Before the shootings.
Correct.
And you're welcome.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
You did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So,
please listen to my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over.
Correct.
You'd agree you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself, to use deadly previously in
We're going to skip through this a bit.
You had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please.
Ooh.
Please don't talk about the case.
When do they go to the library? Give it a second.
Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Mr. Binger?
Sorry, it's a bad
First of all, Your
recording.
Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
Oh, here we go.
For me,
Oh,
not
yeah.
for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed any motions to reconsider in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives,
defense attorneys are trying not to smile.
Well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
I don't know what you're
We
up to.
filed another acts motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argue this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using the exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue. No. Your argument's of record. My comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor,
he just
there
like
have been
tapers off
things in
into
this
like
case,
you should not have
testimony in this case that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I didn't. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
Oh.
He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes.
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about
saying like
something when you haven't got a
man,
gun.
I wish someone would punch you in the
And
face, you know, that kind of thing.
threatening
Isn't saying that
someone
I'm
when
going to punch
You
you.
know,
in
it's
the face.
interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was
I
unarmed.
want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want,
May I
look,
respond
look.
to what
Schroeder
you
would
said,
not
Your Honor?
have
I'd like to
Brooks
respond to
throw. He
what
would
you
beat
just
him
said.
up.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without
Even the reporter
anyone
said, "Slow
interrupting
down."
me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I made that more relevant.
Sorry,
you would admit it, or at least consider it it's an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
his statements to, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force.
He didn't say you can't threaten, actually.
So now I'm impeaching him on that.
He said you can't use deadly force.
Which,
to be clear,
the court
you know what I
see
mean?
no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns. And I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Boom, he dropped it on him.
You knew very well. You know very well that in terms, you
before the
don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Oh, God, I can watch that 100 times.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Oh, like the seat adjusts. Like he's hiking his
you
pants up
knew
ready to
very
whip some
well.
ass.
You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one.
That's
number
bularchy.
two. This is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now.
Judge Schroeder, man.
I see no similarity
What a rock star.
between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you can take fire rounds at these to be shoplifters. The incidents of these cases, which are not. There's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was shooting somebody.
Man.
Or reflecting upon the shooting for vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. Those
all sound like chicken joints that I would eat at, including Colonel Weinstein's.
Or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's.
You guys, this is just Judge Schroeder from back in the day.
You have an incident where he's making.
What's funny is Binger and I crossed paths in the court when I was dealing with that restraining order that I was filing, and I was like, "Hey, what do you feel about doing some pro bono work?" And just like, I know you, buddy.
Whether
I might have said a few things about you.
Premeditated
you know what's up.
Or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in. No matter what you think.
Oh, it comes with that whip.
Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr.
Binger still doing
Richards
his
has
thing?
said about
Pickles, yeah.
the progress of the trial.
Oh man.
And when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished.
Don't do it.
That would have been an issue.
Oh, he's
so
the
I don't want to have
best,
another
man.
issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear? It is. Thank you.
So you could have just said that. Oh, just the best. Just the absolute best, man. That Judge Schroeder. He kept it interesting, man. I'll say this about the Rittenhouse trial. It was entertaining to watch. You know what I mean? Not to take away from the loss of life, because that is terrible. Much like this Darrell Brooks trial. This one is infuriating to watch. However, because of how incredibly drawn out this whole thing is with Darrell Brooks representing himself. At least if it was just, an attorney on attorney action, then we could have some proper court proceedings. We wouldn't have to deal with all this nonsense. But because we're having to deal with some jackass thinking that he can play attorney, this is where we're at. And that's what we have to deal with. But you guys, yeah, what are you going to do? I appreciate you guys joining me today and joining me this week for the trial. I know it's been kind of choppy in and out, but again, with travel and, lack of ability to get to like the setup where I can get, studios dialed in. It's a lot going on. But I appreciate you guys donating those stars during the stream on Facebook, the super chats, anything that came through over on YouTube. Attorney on attorney. It's a new genre to explore. Yeah, right. But yeah, you guys come back next week. Set up anyone here right now, set up notifications on Facebook, YouTube, both of them, Twitch, Twitter, whatever you want to do. But we have an issue where we've got tens of thousands of people that follow the page, but no one gets notifications, it seems. So if you got notifications, great. If not, set them up and also share the stream. And, that would help me out a lot. And it would help us a lot, too, as we're looking to grow this community that we're in right now. And, that's what we're inevitably trying to accomplish. Get as many people in as possible. They can get the closure they need. Plus, we can get a chance to kind of push positive messaging and do something different than what the rest of the world is doing, right? That's what we're here for. So I appreciate everybody for being a part of this today. Look forward to jumping in with you again next week. And between now and then, have an amazing weekend. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And make sure to find something to be grateful for, because Lord knows there's plenty of it out there. I appreciate y'all, and I will see you very soon.